Luo Ming, low-grade spiritual root, comprehension, below standard, eliminated. The deacon didn't even look up when he said it. Gang said it the way you'd read out a grocery list, and then he moved his finger down the scroll to the next name, because I was already finished and he had 200 more people to finish. I was standing on a white stone platform in front of 300 candidates and my entire family, and I had absolutely no idea who I was. That's the part nobody tells you about waking up in someone else's life. Everyone assumes you get a nice quiet moment to process it, a dark room, a mirror, some helpful exposition. What I got was a cold sweat, a body that wasn't mine, a name I'd never heard, and a public verdict that this body was garbage. Low-grade spiritual root. In this world, that's not an insult, it's a medical diagnosis with a life expectancy attached. Spiritual root grade decides how fast you can pull the energy of heaven and earth into your body, and low grade means you pull it like a man drinking soup through a coffee stirrer. 99 out of 100 low-grade cultivators never make it past the first realm. They live about 100 years, they die of old age, and the world doesn't notice. Also, I was 17, which meant I had 83 years to think about it. Behind me, somebody snorted. My cousin, Luo Feng. Medium-grade root, ranked in the 60s, also eliminated, and taking it about as gracefully as you'd expect from a man who'd been told his whole life he was the family's future. "Brother Ming," he said, sliding up beside me with a smile like a paper cut. "You did so well in the third round." I did do well in the third round. Divine intent, 10th place out of 300. My mind was sharp, my soul was strong. It's just that none of that mattered, because in this world, your talent is decided by a lottery you enter before you're born, and I had drawn the short one. "Thanks," I said. "You too." Gang blinked. Gang expected me to fold. I think he'd been saving that line for a week. Then they read out the 30 names that got in, and Luo Lan's was one of them. My other cousin, eldest young miss of the family, above average root, and the only person in our bloodline who was going to sleep on a mountain that had actual spiritual ki in the air. First name on the list was a boy called Zhao Jin, and I want you to remember that name because 100 years later I'd stand in a room while somebody very powerful discussed whether it was worth the trouble to kill him, and the somebody would be me. Outside the gates, the family patriarch, Luo Tian, put a hand on my shoulder and gave me the speech. The moon worship immortal master also had a low-grade root, he said. The Great Moon Palace rejected him. Gang became a loose cultivator with no sect, no backing, nothing. Now he owns an entire immortal city. Which is a lovely story. It's also the only one they have. When 100,000 people fail and one of them doesn't, the one becomes a proverb and the 100,000 become the reason the proverb is impressive. But I was barely listening because I just recognized the name. Ming Yu, Moon Worship Immortal Master. Gang was a mid-tier boss in a game I'd played the night before I stopped existing. A cultivation game I'd sunk 4 years into. I knew that boss. I knew his drop table, which raised a question I did not enjoy. How does a man play games until 3 in the morning, go to sleep, and wake up inside the map? I checked for the other landmarks. There was no Cloud Sword Sect in my game. The name of this region was wrong, so this wasn't my save file. This was a world that my game had been standing on top of, like a photograph of a house I'd only ever seen the front door of. On the road back, the Lin family passed us. Their grand elder, Jiang Wu, looked at our patriarch the way you look at a stain. Their candidate had scraped in at the very bottom of the 30. Ours was Luo Lan, comfortably above him. That's the entire reason they hated us, and I'd like to say it got more sophisticated than that later, but it did not. They hated us because we were small and adjacent, and they were small and adjacent, and there was only so much room. Fine. I had 83 years and a body the world had already written off. Then I got home and the world handed me something else. I'd been a collateral orphan, which in a cultivation family means you sleep in a shack at the edge of the compound and eat what's left. But a spiritual root, even a garbage one, is still a spiritual root. So now I had a courtyard, a room with a door that closed, and a maid named Willow, who was about my age and had clearly been assigned to me as a punishment for something. My monthly stipend was 1 low-grade spirit stone and 30 caddies of low-grade spirit rice. 1 stone, a month. Hold that number, because everything that happens for the next 50 years is a story about that number growing. And then, sitting on the edge of a bed that was the nicest thing I'd ever owned, a panel opened in front of my eyes. Name. Luo Ming. Cultivation. How refining. First layer. Lifespan. 16 of 98. Cultivation technique. Wutong Greenwood Art. Level 1. Proficiency. 1.6%. Spells. Woodvine technique. 3.4%. Nurturing spirit art. 6.5%. I sat there and looked at it for a long time. Because there are 2 possibilities when you wake up in a fantasy world with a heads-up display, and only one of them is good news. Either I'd transmigrated and been given a cheat, or I'd never left my computer at all, and I was a very sad man, having a very detailed dream in a hospital bed. So I ran a test. It was not a dignified test. I called Willow over and pinched both her cheeks. Hard. She yelped. Her eyes went red. She swatted at my hands and said, in the wounded voice of a girl who had done nothing to deserve any of this, "If you want to look, just look. There's no need to peek." Which was not what I'd been doing, but I let her have it, because I had my answer. NPCs don't cry. NPCs don't say things the writer didn't write. This world was real. This girl was real. And the thing floating in front of my eyes was mine alone. Then I read my own stats properly and discovered that the universe has a sense of humor. 5 elements, balanced, all 5 spiritual roots, in perfect equilibrium, which is rare enough that people write about it, and every single one of them, low grade. It's like being born with the world's most symmetrical face and also no bones in it. Beautifully arranged, structurally useless. Balanced 5 elements means you can theoretically cultivate anything. Low grade means you can cultivate all of it slowly enough to die first. Fine, fine, cool, very cool. Love that for me. I started cultivating that night, and the next morning the panel told me exactly what I'd bought with 8 hours of my life. 1.6% to 1.88, 0.28% in a day. I did the math, which is the first thing anyone from my world does, and the last thing anyone from this one bothers with. At that rate, a full year to reach the second layer of how refining. There are 9 layers in how refining. How refining is the first realm of 5, and each realm is exponentially harder than the last. So I took my 1 spirit stone, my entire monthly income, my only asset, and I burned it. 5 days, 1.88 to 4.7, double speed. And then the stone crumbled into gray dust in my palm and my income for the month was gone. I lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling and thought, okay, spirit stones are better. Spirit stones are much better. That's going to be a problem for about the next 15 years, and then it's going to stop being a problem forever, but I didn't know that yet. Here's what I did know. The panel showed me a number that went up when I worked. Nobody else in this world could see how far they were from the next step. They just cultivated in the dark and hoped and hit walls and stayed there for decades, wondering if the wall was the technique or the talent or them. I had a progress bar. Give a man from my world a progress bar and enough time, and he will beat this universe to death with it. I just had to find something to point it at. I spent the next 6 months in the family's collection pavilion, which is a generous name for 2 rooms of dusty shelves. Half of it was gossip. A book about the Cloud Sword Sect and its 1,000 years of infighting. A book of observations about moon worship immortal city. I read that the sect's founder was a sword immortal so beautiful and so violent that she once took a mountain apart in a single strike, and that 500 years ago, a young genius of the sect formed his golden core at 60, challenged a nascent soul cultivator from the Great Moon Palace, and then spent the next 100 years dying of it. That's the thing about this world's history books. Every hero's story ends with the phrase, and then he died of his injuries, and everybody quotes the first half. And then, wedged behind a stack of ledgers, I found a book that had been rotting there for longer than I'd been alive. Crocodile Demon 108 Styles Body Refining Art. Body refining, which in this world is the poor man's road. You strengthen the flesh instead of the mana, and it's slow and painful, and everyone agrees it's a dead end. But that wasn't why this book was rotting. It was rotting because of the first line of the requirements. The practitioner must use the bloodline of a crocodile demon as the origin, and crocodile demons had been extinct in our region for longer than anyone could count. It's a pity. I nearly took the shelf down with me. The 5th elder was standing behind me. Luo Yue. 7th layer of how refining, gray at the temples, the kind of man who moves through a building without disturbing the air. Ganged built this pavilion himself decades ago, and I'd never once heard him come in. In the early years we tried many times, he said, nodding at the book. We even paid a great price for the essence blood of a real crocodile demon. Not one of them succeeded. And it's not just our family, other forces have copies of this thing too. In all these years, I've never heard of a single person cultivating it. Gang looked at me, 17 years old, holding a book like it was hot. Take it if you like, he said, turning away. But if you can't get it to work, don't waste your time. Yeah. Okay. Here's what he didn't know. Everybody who'd tried that book had run into the same wall, and the wall was that they had no way to see whether they were getting closer to it. So they'd practiced for a month, felt nothing, concluded the requirement was real and the bloodline was mandatory, and put the book down. They were all standing an inch from the door, feeling for a handle in the dark. I had a progress bar. I gave it 10 days. 10 days of the worst pain I have ever voluntarily accepted. The technique makes you drive your own chi into your bones and then twist. By day 3, my skin was hot to the touch. By day 6, I was chewing through meat like a starving animal and still waking up hungry. On the 10th night, my blood came up through my chest like a river changing course. My flesh and my bones started rearranging themselves without asking me, and for 1 full second there was a crocodile the size of a house coiled inside my body, roaring with my mouth. Then it stopped. I lay on the floor covered in sweat, with faint red patterns crawling across my skin like cracks in a riverbed. Crocodile Demon 108 Styles. Level 1, 0.1%. The extinct bloodline requirement was never a requirement. It was a shortcut, and everyone had mistaken the shortcut for the road. And the numbers, oh the numbers. My mana was still first layer How refining, which is to say nothing. But my body, at the very first level of this technique, was already strong enough that if I'd punched my own magical power, it would have come apart like wet paper. And body refining proficiency grew several times faster than cultivation proficiency, around 1% a day if I ate enough. There was one catch. If I ate enough meant meat. It meant a lot of meat. Preferably the meat of Yao beasts, which are monsters, which cost money, which I did not have, because my entire monthly income was 1 rock. So I went to the family trade fair to solve a money problem, and instead, I met the man who taught me what money is. 20 stalls in a courtyard, once a month, everyone selling their scraps to everyone else. I bought a single drop of Tier 1 middle stage demonic beast essence blood for half a spirit stone, half my month, for 1 drop of blood the size of a pea. Luo Feng watched me do it. "Why would you buy beast blood?" he said. "Unless you're going into alchemy or talismans, you'll never touch it." "I have a use for it." "For what?" I smiled at him and moved on, because I'm secretly cultivating the technique your entire family failed at for 100 years is not small talk. The last stall in the row was the 5th Elders, and the 5th Elder was selling gambling. Gang had them laid out on black cloth, ancient jade boxes sealed with restrictions so old that nobody could open them without breaking the seal, and nobody could fake them because the sealing method itself was lost, dug out of ruins, could contain an entire lost legacy, could contain 300 years of dust. The moon worship immortal master, Luo Yue was saying to a small crowd of very interested young men, rose because he opened one of these and found an ancient opportunity inside. An ancient opportunity, gentlemen. And it only costs 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1 low-grade spirit stone, our entire monthly income, framed as a bargain. I stood at the back of that crowd and I felt something close to homesickness because I knew exactly what I was looking at. This was a loot box. This was a gotcha banner. This was the oldest business in my world wearing a robe. Less than 1 person in 10,000 ever comes out of that ahead, and the house counts on the other 9,999 to tell the story of the one. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and bought one. Luo Yue caught my eye over the heads of the crowd and grinned like a shark that has spotted a slow fish. "I'm broke," I said. "Then go ask the boss for work," he said cheerfully. "Earn more spirit stones, then next month you'll have money for ancient opportunities. Get a hammer." I split that 1 drop of essence blood into 3 doses, and it carried me to the 2nd level of body refining in half a month. It also taught me the most important thing I learned in my first year, which was this. Body refining did not care about my spiritual root at all. The Wutong Greenwood art crawled forward at the speed my garbage talent allowed. The crocodile art didn't ask about my talent, it asked about my blood supply and my pain tolerance, and both of those were purchasable. So I made a decision that I kept for the next 100 years, and it's the only piece of advice from this story I'd actually give anyone. I told nobody, not Willow, not the elders, not my cousins, because in a cultivation family, capability is not a reward, it's a job description. The moment they know you're strong, you get resources, and duties, and enemies, and a place in the front rank when something with claws comes over the wall. There was a statistic I used to see in the games I played. The flashy players, the ones who announce every upgrade, reach the endgame at about a 9th the rate of the quiet ones who grow in a corner and never post their build. I decided to be the corner. Luo Feng broke through to the 2nd layer of How refining in 3 months and got made an apprentice in the medicine fields with a stipend of 2 stones and 50 caddies of rice, plus 2 more stones for the work. Everyone was delighted for him. It took me a full year to reach the 2nd layer. A year. The slowest breakthrough anyone in that compound could remember. I could feel people deciding what I was as I walked past them. Willow cooked me a celebration dinner anyway, which I have never forgotten, and I sat there eating it and running the actual numbers in my head, which were these. Wutong Greenwood art, 2nd level, 1.42%. Crocodile Demon 108 styles, 3rd level, 10.67%. 3 spells at perfection. Publicly, I was the family's slowest cultivator. Privately, I was already carrying a body that could kill men 2 realms above me, and I'd done it in a year, in a shack, on 1 stone, a month. "I'll forget about Luo Ming as soon as I turn my back," one of them said, in the corridor, not quite quietly enough. "Good, please do." I needed more essence blood than I could afford, so I needed a job, so I took the token the Grand Elder handed me and rode several hundred li out to the family's medicine fields, tens of thousands of acres of spirit herbs in a barren mountain range wrapped in layered formations, guarded around the clock. Only Tier 1 herbs grew there. It was also, and everyone said this in the same reverent tone, the foundation of the entire Su family. Everything we had came out of that dirt. My master out there was a man named Luo Jian, who had spent 30 years growing plants and was still at the third layer of Hao refining because his root was bad and he had made his peace with it about 25 years earlier. 7 feet tall, skin like old leather, wore the same plain jacket every day. Young people should learn a skill, he told me, handing over a booklet of herb properties thicker than my forearm. You can't have your family carrying you your whole life, and if you ever want to support a wife and children, you'll have to work harder than that. Half a month to memorize the booklet, he said. It took me half a month. Somewhere in there, I also picked up the spirit nurturing technique, which lets you feed a wisp of your divine sense into a plant and feel through it, used for growing, for keeping watch, and for finding wild herbs in the dark. It's notoriously hard to master. Most people spend years on it. For me, it was a number that went up when I practiced. That's all any of this ever was. On my third night in the fields, someone started screaming, "Yao beast, stop it. It's after the spirit medicine again." We killed 2 of them. The rest went straight down into the ground and vanished. A few nights later, again. And in the dark afterward, my senior brothers stood around with their lamps and had a conversation they very obviously were not supposed to be having. It's called an earth rock beast. They're social. They live underground. They nest on spiritual veins. Master told us we're not allowed to talk about this. But if it's true, the Su family could pass the Lin family in one jump. I stood there holding a lamp with my heart going like a drum because I did not need my senior brothers to explain it to me. I knew that monster. In my game, it was a low-level clear-out mob, a nuisance you farmed for pocket change. Rat-shaped, anywhere from house cat to large dog, tunnels through soil and stone, eats rock and spirit stones, and, this is the part that mattered, nests on spiritual veins the way barnacles nest on a hull. Neither the Su family nor the Lin family had ever owned a spiritual vein, not one, in 100 and some years. And there was one under our herb garden, and it had rats in it, and rats do not stay quiet. I lay awake that night doing arithmetic that had nothing to do with cultivation. If the news got out, the Lin family would come. And if the Lin family came, bigger things would notice, and we were a very small fish holding a very large pearl. That was the night I stopped thinking of myself as a guy waiting to level up. Meanwhile, my body refining had stalled. Level 3, and middle stage blood barely moved the needle anymore. I was going to need more of it, a lot more, and cheaper, which is when the second cheat showed up. It wasn't in a jade box, it was in my memory. I'd farmed those rats for 100 hours in a game. And in that game, there was a low-level crafting recipe you learned around the same time because the 2 things went together, and the recipe was called Beast Luring Powder, Indigo Fera, Rosemary, Cloud Shadow Grass, Wutong Oil. Every single ingredient was common. Every single ingredient grew in the fields I now legally worked in. At the next garden trade fair, I ran into Luo Feng, who was somehow already at the 3rd layer, fast, for a medium-grade root, fast enough that I filed it away, and no longer acting like a pampered young master, but standing behind a stall selling things, which honestly improved him. Gang sold me 5 drops of middle stage blood for 2 stones, and then leaned in. "If you spot any trace of a Yao beast out there," he said, "come to me first, we'll split it." "Sure," I said. Then I bought 5 sets of powder ingredients for 1 stone and spent an evening grinding them with a rock. That night, I walked out into a quiet corner of the fields, put down 5 little piles of spirit rice with the powder mixed in, and sat in the dark for 2 hours doing exactly nothing, which is my favorite kind of combat. 2 of them came up. One was under a foot long, early tier 1. The other was nearly 2 feet, thick as a dog, middle stage. Both of them ate, and both of them went down like someone had cut a string. I walked over, put both hands on the big one's head, and turned it 360 degrees. Then I slapped the small one hard enough to end the conversation. Then, and this is the part I was proudest of, I went back and destroyed the 3 untouched baits, because the powder loses its potency after 3 hours and leaves nothing behind, and I wanted the fields to look exactly as confused tomorrow as they had yesterday. I skinned them both by lamplight, 23 drops of early stage essence blood, 41 drops of middle stage. I had spent 1 spirit stone. I was holding about 30 stones worth of blood. I sat back on my heels in the dark, absolutely filthy, and started laughing because I'd finally understood what my second cheat actually was. It wasn't strength. It was that in a world where every recipe, every root, every monster's weakness is a family's guarded secret, sold for stones or killed over, I already knew several hundred of them. I had the ingredient list. All that was left was the order and the cooking time. I sold the hides and most of the blood back to the family for 6 stones and ate the rest myself, and my daily intake went from a drop every 3 days to 2 drops a day, and the crocodile started moving again. The rats didn't stop. Over the next 2 months, they went from a nuisance to a crisis. Whole plots of spirit medicine chewed to the root. And then more than a dozen ordinary clansmen, not cultivators, just people who worked the fields, were killed. The patriarch came out personally and posted a bounty. Tier 1 early stage, 5 stones. Middle stage, 20. Late stage, 100. Every cultivator in the garden went hunting that night, and every night after, whooping through the fields with lamps and spears like it was a festival. Senior brother Luo Wen invited me along, warmly, twice. No thanks, I said. I'll stay in and cultivate. I'm not that strong. That was the first time I said it. I want to flag it now, because I said it approximately 900 more times over the next century to increasingly powerful people in increasingly ridiculous circumstances, and it never once stopped working. I stayed home because 100 idiots stomping through the fields with torches would have found my baits inside a week. They killed about 100 rats in a month, felt very good about themselves, and then the rats went quiet and everyone went back to bed. I gave it 2 more weeks. Then I walked out with 10 traps. By then I'd hit the 4th level of body refining, which arrived one night like a house falling on me, breath coming out hot enough to see, blood roaring, red light flooding the room, and for half an hour a crocodile the size of a temple coiled around my head while my bones rebuilt themselves. When it was over, my physical body was equal to a Tier 1 middle stage Yao beast. On the family's books, I was a 17-year-old at the 2nd layer of Hao refining who took a year to breathe. Twisting a middle stage rat's head off used to take everything I had. Now it took a wrist. I brought the sack to the manor's medicine shop at dawn, where the 3rd elder, Luo Yang, was doing accounts. Gray-haired, sharp-eyed, ran the entire garden. 3rd elder, I've come to collect the bounty. Gang looked in the sack, then he looked at me. Did you hunt these? I hunted with several senior brothers. I'm just the one who came to collect. 42 stones, 30 of it bounty. A week later, I brought him 2 more, 14 stones. 2 weeks after that, 4 more, 28 stones. And then I walked into a shop and bought a low-grade magical artifact, a curved single-edged short blade 2 feet 2 inches, forged from red ochre ore, sharp and good at chewing through armor. The Crimson Blade, 60 stones, which left me 24, and which meant that in a matter of weeks I had gone from owning nothing to owning a weapon. Luo Yang went back through his ledger that evening and found 9 rats logged in half a month under one boy's name, and then heard that the same boy had just walked out with an artifact. Well, buddy, he said to the empty room, you told me you were out hunting with a few senior brothers, and then you turned around and bought yourself a low-grade magical artifact. 17 years old, 2nd layer of Hao refining on the record. Killing middle-stage beasts. Gang thought about it, snorted, made a note, and let it go. Which was decent of him, and which is why, decades later, when I had the power to be generous, the Su family's medicine business got very, very good. I refined the blade into my dantian and let it sit there, because a body refiner without a blade is a man who has to get close, and a body refiner with one is a bad night for everybody. Then my body refining slowed again. Middle stage blood had stopped working. To go further, I'd need Tier 1 late stage, which nobody in the garden sold. I asked for leave to go home and buy some. The bad news beat me to the door. Luo Feng and several of our clan's cultivators had been ambushed on the road while on leave. Luo Feng got out. Barely. Nobody else did. My master stopped me at the gate with one hand. Don't go back to Zhongcheng yet, he said. There are a lot of Lin family people outside. Gang didn't have to explain the rest, but he did anyway, quietly, standing in a field of herbs worth more than either of our lives. The Lin family had heard about the rats. The Lin family knew what rats meant. There was a spiritual vein under our garden, and neither family had ever owned one, and now only one of us was going to. 3rd elder Luo Yang rode out that night with a party. The family sent more elders after him. In half a month, there were more than 30 engagements up and down that road. People I'd shared meals with coming back on stretchers, and some not coming back, until 2 elders finally met in the open, hit each other hard enough to flatten a stand of trees, and the Lin family pulled back to think. That was the first war I was ever in. I didn't fight in a single battle of it. I walked back into Zhongcheng a month later, alone, on a quiet street, and somebody made a mistake. Huh? Someone from the Su family? 3rd floor of a restaurant. A snake of water came down out of the window and wrapped around me, which is a binding technique, which means he wasn't trying to kill me. Gang was trying to tie me up and drag me somewhere and enjoy himself. I found out later his name was Zhang Lei, early 20s, 3rd layer of Hao refining. Gang looked out a window, seen a 2nd layer nobody from the enemy family walking alone, and thought, free entertainment. The blood patterns came up through my skin like heat through metal. I broke the water snake with one punch. There was a pause up there. A very specific kind of pause. Body refinement technique? And he ran. Gang actually turned to run on the 3rd floor from a man on the street, and I want to be fair to him, that was the correct decision. It was just late. I went through the wall. Not the door. The wall. I came off the cobblestones and through the third floor of that restaurant in a shower of brick, 10 feet of crocodile-patterned man with a lot of unresolved feelings about the road to Jiangcheng, and I roared, and his body locked up for half a second. Half a second is the whole story. Everything I ever did to anybody was a variation on that half second. One punch to the back. Gang said, "You dare," somewhere in the middle of it, and did not finish. 2 women in the private room fainted. The restaurant owner took his family and left the city that night, and I don't blame him even slightly. The Lin family came for the body. I took the bag off Zhang Lei's belt and was gone before anyone came up the stairs, and I went through it in a locked room with my hands shaking, and this is what a third-layer cultivator carried: 15 low-grade spirit stones. A jade bottle with 3 Hao refining pills in it, out of an original 10, and 2 jade slips, the Lin family's core water technique, the mysterious water technique, first 6 floors, and the mystic serpent technique, which does offense and defense both. I sat on the floor surrounded by another family's inheritance and thought, with genuine warmth, no wonder all the rich players in cultivation games used to become bandits. And then I understood what my 5 elements route actually was. Everyone had looked at balanced but garbage and called it a tragedy. But balance means every element is equally available to me, and the panel means no technique in this world has a bottleneck for me, only a number that goes up. Other people had to pick a lane at 17 and live inside it forever. I could take everything. I could learn every technique I ever stole off a corpse and stack them forever into one man. It would take 100 years. I had 100 years, and the azure wood technique I'd find later would give me 900 more. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The next morning, something enormous parked itself outside our front gate. Luo Tian, hand over the man who attacked Jiang Lei, or don't blame me for what happens. Zhang Chao, 4th elder of the Lin family. Also, and I only learned this part afterward, Jiang Lei's grandfather, and one of only 3 grandchildren he had with a spiritual root at all. I stood in the courtyard listening to a man demand my life for the crime of not being tied up successfully, and I thought, they jumped me, I won, and now they're at my door about it. And then a lazy voice came from behind the entire Lin delegation. Xiao Chao, I've been out of town for a little while, and you're already blocking my family's gate? Luo Yue walked straight through them. Not around. Through. Shoulder-checked the Lin cultivators apart, like a man waiting, put a hand on Zhang Chao's chest, and moved him aside, and then stopped and turned around with a look of dawning apology on his face. Oh, I forgot to ask. Who killed your grandson? I should give them a reward. Zhang Chao looked at him with pure murder. Really? Said Luo Yue, delighted. You don't even know who did it? Then what in the hell are you doing at my door? Get out, or I'll kill you here. What kind of trash blocks the gate of my Su family? And Zhang Chao left, without a fight. I was so happy about that for about 4 minutes. Then Luo Yue watched them go down the street and said, to nobody, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Gang was right. They weren't backing down. They were switching to something bigger. But that was tomorrow's problem, and today I had 3 Hao refining pills to test. I ate one at dawn. Wood-leaning spiritual key, easy for me to refine, went down like warm honey. 2 hours later I checked the panel, plus 0.52%, against my normal daily crawl of 0.12. 1 pill, 2 hours, 0.5%. If I had a Hao refining pill every single day, I'd break through in about 6 months instead of a year, and a Hao refining pill cost 1 spirit stone. Luolan, up on that mountain as a formal sect disciple with the whole family's backing, could not have afforded one a day. I want you to hold on to that because that gap between what I could obviously do with unlimited pills and what I could actually afford is the reason I spent the next several decades becoming an alchemist instead of a swordsman. Everyone in this world wants to be the strongest. Almost nobody wants to be the supplier. The supplier gets to be strongest anyway, eventually, and he gets paid on the way there. Luo Feng called me over that afternoon. A month ago, he'd been carried in half dead. Gang was at the 4th layer. Remember that ancient jade box from the 5th elder? He said, watching my face. I got a small opportunity out of it. Holy crap. The ripoff actually paid. 1 stone, 1 in 10,000, and it was my cousin. I congratulated him. I even meant it mostly. And then I went back to my room and looked at my panel and let the envy go because a lucky box gives you one thing once, and I had a machine. 2 days later, the 5th elder summoned me to the pavilion, and he didn't bother easing into it. Good lad, you're the one who dealt with Zhang Lei yesterday, aren't you? Gang attacked me first. I was forced to defend myself. Luo Yue gave me a look of profound disgust. Don't insult me. You were forced to defend yourself, and in the space of 1 breath, you turned him into a stain. Then he tossed me a low-grade Chankin bag, 3 cubic meters of space inside a pouch the size of my fist, and 30 spirit stones. New rule, he said. From now on, when you run into a Lin family cultivator, even if they don't lift a finger, you beat them. If they do lift a finger, kill them if you can. Gang paused. And if you can't beat them, remember to run away quickly. I have received a great deal of instruction in my life from some very impressive people. That's still the best. I was at the door when he said, mostly to himself, still second layer, so he's cultivating a body refinement technique. Could it be that one? I did not turn around. Behind me, very quietly, the fifth elder started to laugh. That kid is really good at hiding. Luolan came home from the sect not long after, fifth layer now, robes with the sect's crest on them, walking like the floor was slightly beneath her, and the three of us sat in her pavilion for the first time in years. I never thought it was you who killed Zhang Lei, Luofeng said, and there was something new in his voice. Gang was at the third layer. How? I picked up a body refinement technique too. That was all I gave him. It was enough. The contempt he'd been carrying around since the sect trial folded up and went away, and something else moved in behind it, and I didn't have a name for it yet. I do now. Luolan told us about the mountain. Zhao Jin, the boy who'd placed first, had an earthly spiritual root, a grade so far above mine that we were barely the same species, and he was already at the 7th layer and a personal disciple of the sect master himself. And out of the 30 who got in, 11 were still stuck at the 3rd layer. 11. Stuck. Doing worse than the 2 of us who'd been thrown out at the door. I'm going to try for inner disciple in 3 years, Luolan said, and looked at me. I may need your help. Remember that. She asked for it in a garden, at 17, as a favor between cousins. Then Luo Yue personally escorted me back to the medicine fields, and every watcher the Lin family had posted on that road quietly found somewhere else to be. I spent another year growing plants and killing rats and getting stronger where nobody was looking. By the end of it, I was at the 3rd layer of how refining, and my body was something I no longer had a comparison for. And then I got permission to ride with the caravan to Yunshan Market, and I met the 2 books that decided my entire life. Yunshan Market is built into a mountain ridge, terraced with spirit fields, wrapped in layered arrays, and it sits on a branch of the Cloud Sword Sect's Tier 2 spiritual vein. Just breathing in there was more than 10% faster than breathing in our garden. Entry cost 1 stone a head. 11 of us went, led by Luo Lei, 7th layer, bald as a stone, technically my grandfather's generation, 10 years on that road, and we rode spirit horses for 3 days instead of flying, because flying is loud and visible and bandits have eyes. The Su family's Dan Pavilion was on the 3rd Street East. 2nd Elder Su Yun ran it, a first-order high-grade pill refiner, which is genuinely impressive, and a man who could not physically bring himself to look at a junior. I stood in front of him for a full minute, holding 2 rings worth of herbs, and he took them, glanced in, and said the only sentence he said to me, "The quality is still so poor." There went my plan to learn alchemy from my own family. So I asked Luo Lei where you go to find essence blood and I quote myself, any strange, cheap stuff. Gang took me to the Heavenly Book Pavilion. 3 stories of dark wood at the north end of the market. I knew it from the game the second I saw the sign. They buy and sell ancient jade boxes and all the junk that comes out of them, and their nickname among players was the money-devouring beast. The crowd inside was thickest around the jade box counter, obviously, where a very cheerful line of gambling addicts were handing over their savings. I walked past all of them to the ancient classics shelf because I was hunting a very specific thing, another impossible book, another crocodile. I found 2. The first was called the Azure Wood Age Wheel Art. It described a tree that grew in the immortal realm, the azure wood, whose branches touched the heavenly Tao, and whose roots ran down into reincarnation itself, 1 growth ring per cycle. 1 reincarnation per ring. To begin cultivating it, you needed azure wood origin how, which is the essence of a tree that does not exist in this world. The margins were full of research notes. 2 of the annotators were the Cloud Sword Sect's legendary Diozi and the Moon Worship Immortal Master himself. Neither of them had cracked it. The second was called the Blood Whale Devouring Moon Art. It imitated the innate divine ability of the Sky Devouring Whale, an ancient Yao race, by growing a false origin inside your body that swallows the essence of heaven and earth, holds it, and then releases it all at once. 5 realms, each one doubling your strength, 5 times your own power, on demand. The catch was printed right there. It requires an extremely powerful physical body. If your body is insufficient, you detonate. And the whales were extinct, so the technique was dead paper. 50 stones each, 100 for the pair. No refunds. And they were copies, not originals, which the shopkeeper mentioned about as loudly as a man clearing his throat in a hurricane. If you can master these 2 ancient and extraordinary arts, he told me warmly, you will surely have a place in the great Chen cultivation world. Then, without a flicker, and even if you can't master them, don't be discouraged. Come back often. I stood there grinning at him with 100 spirit stones in my hand, thinking, this old man is looking directly at my wallet. I bought them both. On the way out, Luo Lei looked at my purchases with the particular pity of a man watching a child get scammed at a fair. These look good, he said kindly, but they're useless. Learn from this so nobody rips you off later. Yes, absolutely. Lesson learned. Then we went to the Black Rock Mountain Ming family's shop. 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators, beast tamers, sitting on a tier 2 vein of their own. Remember them. In about 40 years, I'm going to marry one of them, and about 80 years after that, I'm going to go to war for them. I spent nearly 100 stones there on 35 drops of tier 1 late-stage essence blood. That night I bought spirit wine for the whole caravan for 3 stones, which is the cheapest reputation anyone has ever purchased. And in a rented room above a street I couldn't afford to live on, I tried the azure wood age wheel art for the first time. Nothing happened. Nothing visibly happened. But the next morning I woke up feeling like I'd slept for 2 days. A glimmer. That's all it was. But a glimmer is a number, and a number is a lever. 1 month later, I did the thing that everyone in my family would have called insane if I'd told any of them. I abandoned the family technique. The Wutong green wood art was ours. It was safe, it was proven, and it capped out at the 9th layer of How refining, which is a very reasonable ceiling for a man who is going to die at 100. I converted every drop of mana in my body over to the azure wood age wheel art, and I watched the panel do something I'd never seen it do. Azure wood age wheel art, 1 wheel, 1 turn, 0.01%. And then, as the last of the old mana finished converting, 1 wheel, 3 turns, 4.4%. The Wutong green wood art disappeared from my panel entirely, like it had never been there. Growth rings, 1 cycle, 1 century, 1 turn, 1 shedding of the skin. Every turn transformed the mana in my body and made it heavier, older, better. And it did something to my lifespan that I didn't fully understand for another 30 years. I was 19 years old. I was at the 3rd layer of How refining, which is nothing. My family thought I was their slowest child. And I was standing on top of 2 techniques that the greatest cultivators of the last 500 years had personally given up on, holding the only tool in the world that made them work. Now I just needed about a century, and for absolutely nobody to look at me too closely while I used it. The azure wood art paid its first dividend before I'd even finished converting. Lifespan, 18 of 104. 4 years, just for switching techniques. And when I ran the numbers forward, 30 or 40 more years by the time I hit the 9th layer of How refining, 70 or 80 when I reached the 2nd wheel, I started to understand what I'd actually bought in that shop. Everyone in this world is racing. Every genius, every prodigy, every darling of heaven with a root grade that makes mine look like a birth defect. They're all sprinting because they can all see the finish line and it's their own funeral. 100 years for a mortal cultivator. 300 if you form a core. I wasn't going to be faster than them. I was going to be there after them. Then the late stage essence blood I'd bought pushed the crocodile art to level 5 in under 2 months. And one night, at the bottom of that breakthrough, something else woke up. All the blood in my body went to my heart at once. There was a crack of thunder inside my skull, and then, in the middle of my chest, a single drop of golden blood condensed out of everything I had, hard and bright as a crystal, sitting there radiating a kind of patient hostility, like something very old had just gotten comfortable. Blood whale devouring moon art. First realm, 0.01%. My heartbeat slowed to about half its normal speed and got twice as loud, like war drums under a floor. By morning, my blood had gone from red to dark gold, and for one instant when I opened my eyes there was a crimson flash in them, and something that felt like the pressure of an ancient Yao overlord filled the room and then folded itself away. 30% more physical power than the crocodile art alone. And the core would drink the essence of heaven and earth, and store it, and hold it, and give it all back at once when I asked. Then, the hunger hit. I want to be precise about this. It wasn't appetite. Every cell in my body started screaming at the same time. I ate 30 caddies of spirit rice and about 50 caddies of Yao beast jerky in one sitting and digested all of it in minutes, and the whale core took most of the energy and asked for more. Half a year of that to charge it to full, and a full core meant double power, released whenever I chose. That was my trump card. That was the thing I could show a man who thought he had me. And down under the medicine fields, a colony of earth rock rats had just been reclassified in my head from monster problem to hot pot. The Sioux family, meanwhile, spent an obscene amount of money to hire an earth master. Earth masters find spiritual veins, not the way a surveyor finds them, over months, with instruments. They walk onto the land and they know. They locate what's called the Dragon Burial Point, the exact place where a vein's energy pools, and that's where you build. In my game, they were a legendary class that made everyone else look like they were digging with spoons. They were also, without exception, short-lived, because every single time an Earthmaster uses the secret art, it takes the fee directly out of his own remaining years. Ours was named Xuan Tao. Gang arrived with a handful of apprentices, and he looked 70, and I found out later he was 53. The patriarch escorted him in personally and left. Third elder Luo Yong stayed to guard him, and so did the fourth elder, Luo Xiang, the only woman among the elders, beautiful in the specific way of a woman who has been eating beauty pills for 40 years, and technically my grandmother's generation, which I made a point of never thinking about too hard. Meanwhile, I ground 20 portions of beast-luring powder, 5 of them at a concentration meant to knock over something late stage, because I was leaving for an alchemy apprenticeship soon, and I intended to clean out that colony before I went. I laid all 20 baits that night, and then I smelled something in the air, something like my powder, and not like my powder. A bell started hammering across the whole garden. The ground began to shake. 2 rats came up out of the dirt right beside me with their eyes gone blood red, and then stopped dead, hair standing on end, staring at me the way a dog stares at something in an empty room. 2 punches, 2 dead rats. Then I looked up. There were at least 200 of them coming out of the ground, and several of the shapes moving through them were Tier 1 late stage, and all of them were pouring toward the manor. I had about 4 seconds to think about who had done this, and my list had 3 names on it: the Earthmaster, the Lin family, or somebody inside our own walls. It turned out to be the first 2 holding hands. I ran my trapline first. 6 baits already eaten, 6 rats lying in the dirt like drunks, 1 punch each, and I picked up the 14 untouched portions, including all 4 of the strong ones, because I was going to need them, and because I had no intention of leaving my recipe lying in a field for somebody to find. The horde ran past me the entire time, not around me, past me. The azure wood art buries a cultivator's presence so completely that as far as 200 enraged monsters were concerned, I was scenery. At the manor, the formation nodes were exploding, not failing, exploding, flags bursting one after another, the arrays coming down in sheets, which is not something that happens to a defensive formation from the outside. Luo Yong was standing in the middle of it, roaring, "Where is Master Zhou?" And Luo Xiang answered him without turning around. Gone, him and every one of his apprentices. The manor formation is almost certainly his doing. "The Lin family," Luo Yong said. "This is bad." And it was, because 3 Tier 1 late-stage rats were leading that charge, and one of them was strong enough to trade blows with a 9th-layer cultivator, and there were 2 of our elders and a horde. "I'll take the strongest," Luo Yong said. "You take one. That leaves one." That was the whole plan. That was the best plan available. 2 elders, 1 loose monster, 200 rats, and a garden that was the entire foundation of my family. So I threw 3 portions of the strong bait onto the ground behind the 3 leaders. They stopped. All 3 of them, mid-charge, in front of a mob of 200, turned around and screamed the entire horde to a halt so they could get to it first. Like cats finding catnip. They ate it off the dirt. They swayed. They went down. And then the most dangerous animal in that field turned out to be the absence of a plan, because 200 earth rock rats with no leader are 200 confused rodents standing in a field. They milled. They squeaked at each other. Not one of them improvised. I threw the other 11 portions, aimed specifically at the middle stage ones, and half of what was left fell over. Luo Yong and Luo Xiang came out through the broken formation with everybody behind them and turned the rest into materials. The whole thing, from the bell to the last body, took under 15 minutes. Luo Yong beheaded the 3 sleeping late-stage rats personally because he is a careful man, and then he turned around and looked at me the way you look at a dog that has brought you a knife. "How," he said, "did you put down a group of Tier 1 late-stage and middle-stage earth rock rats?" "I found a recipe in an old book," I said. "It targets earth rock rats specifically. They eat it, they pass out, and after that, they're at your mercy." And I gave the family the recipe, right there, for free. Then I named my price, which was every drop of essence blood in those 3 late-stage carcasses, 40 or 50 drops each, 150 total, enough to carry my body refining to the 7th level. "Third grandfather," I added. Luo Yong laughed so hard he had to sit down on a broken formation flag and gave me all of it. Luo Xiang spent the rest of the night looking at me like a woman doing arithmetic, which, as it turned out, she was. A few miles away, in a stand of trees, Xuan Tao was reporting to the Lin family. "The Vane's guardian beasts have rioted," he told them. 300, 3 of them late stage. "Given what the Su family has, even if they aren't all killed, they'll pay for it. Give it an hour. Once the rats pull back, we walk in." Zhang Wu, their grand elder, was practically purring. "With fellow Taoist Zhou helping us, even if the Su family survives, they'll have to leave Jiangcheng. Your share will be handed over with both hands. Here's Xuan Tao's whole life, since he only gets a few lines and he earned them. Gang took our deposit honestly. Then the Lin family offered him double to sell us, and he needed it because he had failed to form his foundation twice, and the materials for a 3rd attempt cost more than he'd ever earn. And the reason he couldn't form his foundation was the Earthmaster legacy itself. Gang dug it out of an ancient jade box decades ago and taken it without a second's hesitation, the way you would, the way I would, and it had turned out to be a death warrant with a gift ribbon on it. It blocked his cultivation. It ate his years. Gang was 53 and looked 70 and was running out of the only currency that mattered, and so he sold us. I've thought about him more than I expected to over the years. Every man in this world is standing in front of a box he can't see inside, and everyone tells you the story of the one who got a legacy, and nobody tells you about Joe. An hour later, he led several hundred Lin cultivators to our garden. Under the cover of surveying for the Dragon Point, he said, I mapped the entire grand formation of the Su family's medicine garden. I've also tampered with several key nodes. We can walk straight in. So he opened a gate in our array, and he walked in first, with his apprentices, and with Jiang Chao, the fourth elder, the man who'd blocked our gate over his dead grandson. And the gate slammed shut behind them. Jiang Wu and the other 300 were still outside. The arrays around him lit up. Gang shouted. Nobody answered. Inside, Zhou went for his implanted flags and discovered they were already destroyed, which is when he learned that our third elder had spent a very productive hour. Xuan Tao. Luo Yong's voice came out of the air itself. My family treated you well. What we paid you was worth a foundation establishment pill. And you conspired with the Lin family to take our garden, and you drove the Earthrock rats into a riot to kill my people. A pause. How dare you? Then, to Jiang Chao, almost gently, and now that you're here, don't imagine you're leaving. Every layer of that formation came on at once, killing arrays and trapping arrays, top of the first order, bought at a price the family had complained about for years. A wind went across that ground, and when it stopped, Jiang Chao and every one of his men and every one of Zhou's apprentices simply were not there anymore. Zhou survived. Gang got a defensive formation up in the half-second available, and it held. This one, Luo Yong admitted, is genuinely not simple. And then it turned into a negotiation because Xuan Tao had not spent 30 years crawling around spiritual veins without keeping something in his pocket. Your formation can't finish me, he called out, and I planted a little something in the vein while I was down there. Push me too hard and I can't destroy it, but I can hurt it. Badly. Luo Yong's face went gray. That vein was the family's entire future. I leaned over and said, very quietly, third grandfather, trap him. Just trap him. Wait for the patriarch. Once we actually have him, he's a sheep. Outside, Jiang Wu hammered on the barrier for a while, and then started bargaining with a wall. Release Jiang Chao and my family will no longer be your enemy. We'll give up any claim to a vein of this grade. I, Jiang Wu, mean what I say. The garden gave him nothing. No answer. Not one bird. Gang raged. Gang swore a war to the death. Gang got silence, and eventually he took 300 men home, and he spent the whole ride trying to work out what had happened in there, and I want you to appreciate that he ended up suspecting Zhou of double-crossing him, because it never crossed Jiang Wu's mind, not once, that the 200 or 300 rats he'd considered the most dangerous part of his plan had been put to sleep in a field by a 20-year-old with a bag of powder, that we'd taken no losses, that his masterstroke had handed my family 200 free Yao beast carcasses. Trapped in a formation with nothing to do, Zhou eventually asked me the question through the barrier, in the flat voice of a man who has understood something terrible. So by driving the rats into a riot, he said, I actually did you a favor? A little bit, yeah. Gang sat down. Gang looked, if anything, tired. If you had that powder all along, he said, why keep the rats around at all? That's the smartest question anyone asked me that decade, and the answer was 5 stones an early stage, 20 a middle, 100 a late. Luo Tian arrived with the elders and put him down. Afterward, the patriarch called me in, and he was not composed. Gang done the arithmetic on the other timeline, the one where Zhou opened the gate and 300 Lin cultivators came through it and the garden was gone. The best version of that night ends with our whole family walking out of Jiangcheng with what they could carry. Luo Ming, he said, name your reward. Anything the family can do. I'm a Su, I said. The family raised me since I was small. There's no need. Merit is merit, he said, and merit gets rewarded. A family without rules isn't a family. So I asked for permission to apprentice in alchemy once I reached the 4th layer of Hao refining. There was a silence in that room of a very particular quality, because that isn't a reward. That's a request to be allowed to go to school. This kid is shrewd, Luo Tian said to the elders after I left. Gang doesn't ask for anything, and now he's given us a headache. Luo Yong put in that the powder had worked on a late-stage rat that was actively enraged, that nobody in the entire Cloud Sword Sect region had a medicine like it, and this was the line that changed my family's finances forever, that almost every spiritual vein in the world has earth rock rats in it. And then Luo Xiang, who had said nothing for a long time, said this. Luo Lan has her own road inside the Cloud Sword Sect. Coming back to run the family would be a waste of her. So, who takes over the Su family? I wasn't in the room. I heard about it 30 years later. Xuantao became a Su family servant, which is a kinder ending than he'd earned. Gang found the vein core. Gang built the blessed land. Gang got the ore mine running. A tier 1 vein produces 100 to 200 spirit stones a month. 2,000 a year. And after 100 and some years of scraping, my family stopped scraping. We left Zhangcheng entirely and settled on the vein, and we named the mountain Kang after the ancestor who started us. We didn't go after the Lin family. Not yet. We built. My own reward arrived quietly, the way real ones do. My stipend went from 6 spirit stones a month to 60, and they handed me 1,000. 1,000. 4 years earlier, my entire net worth had been 1 rock and a maid who was angry at me. I took 150 drops of late-stage essence blood into a room and shut the door. A year later, I was 20, and the 4th layer of How refining arrived overnight without me noticing. That's what living on a spiritual vein does. Azure Wood, 1 round 4 turns. Crocodile Art, level 5 and climbing. Blood Whale, 1st realm. 4 spells at perfection. And Spirit Nurturing hit perfection, which combined with Azure Wood did something I wasn't expecting. My divine sense went green and spread out through every living plant for miles, and I could hear spirit medicine breathing. It lasted about 6 seconds, and then drained me to empty and left me with a headache like a spike through the eye, but for 6 seconds I could feel every root in that mountain. The breakthrough added another 5 years to my life too, which meant that at 20, having aged 4 years, I was somehow further from dying than I'd been at 17. Before I left for the market, I went to the 5th Elder's counter one more time, and he had a new pile of ancient jade boxes on the black cloth. Good lad, has your opportunity arrived? This is quality material, looted from a big ruin not long ago. Gang beamed. 10 spirit stones each, no haggling. Weren't these 1 stone before? Heh, those weren't from an ancient ruin. I paid the 10. Then I dug through the entire pile to the very bottom, closed my eyes, felt around, and took one out. I only learned Luo Yue's actual reason years later, and it reframed the man completely. Gang never made a profit on those boxes. 10 stones was exactly what it cost him to have them dug up and shipped. Gang sold them because he believed in luck the way other men believe in gods, and the boxes were how he tested people. Gang watched Luo Feng open one and get a real opportunity, and now he was watching me. In a few days, he said to the empty stall, we'll know how lucky this one is. Then, itching, unable to help himself, why don't you open it right here? Inside was a single black seed the size of a bean, with a wood attribute life force so faint it was essentially a corpse. Without help, it would never sprout. Ever. I poured about 60% of my mana into it. The life force ticked up. Barely. Measurably. So I did it again the next day. And the next, and I kept doing it every day for the next 80 years, like a man polishing a walnut, and I want you to remember that seed, because when it finally opened its mouth, it changed what I was. Luo Yue also gave me 2 spells on my way out, a stronger wood vine, and something called the soul devouring technique, which drains an enemy's mana, and then their essence, and then, if you keep going, their remaining lifespan. It is one of the most feared wood attribute spells at any realm, and he handed it over like a man passing the salt. Then I rode to Yunshan Market to become an alchemist, and a Lin family cultivator followed the caravan the whole way. Zhang Wu's orders had been specific. That boy with the powder recipe is going to Yunshan Market to learn alchemy. Watch him. We can't touch him in the Su Garden, but out there he'll be alone eventually. Kill him and get the recipe back. They had a clock running too, and they knew it. Every year my family converted vein output into strength was a year the Lin family got closer to being erased. The 2nd elder took me on the same afternoon I arrived. Su Yun, the man who had once looked into a ring of my herbs and said, the quality is still so poor, and nothing else, knew by then that my powder recipe was clearing over 2,000 spirit stones a year for the family. You cultivated the Wutong green wood art, he said. I've switched. Another wood technique. Gang looked at me for a moment. Gang didn't ask what it was. Gang was a first-order high-grade pill refiner, and he could do the arithmetic. That I'd abandoned a proven family art capped at the 9th layer meant the replacement was better, and that meant I had something, and prying is how you get a reputation. Stay here, he said. We start tomorrow. It takes 2 to 3 years to become an alchemist. If you have nothing to show after 3, everyone agrees you should stop. Luo Feng had arrived a full year before me and was still an apprentice. I got tier 1 low-grade How refining pills above a 30% success rate in 3 months. Luo Lan threw a banquet for it, which is how I met 2 of her sect classmates. Wu Lei, handsome, earth attribute, an actual prince in the secular dynasty below, the sort of man who is warm to you the way a nice hotel is warm to you. and Wang Mei, ice attribute, which is rare, and an expression that suggested the room was slightly beneath the temperature she preferred. They walked in condescending. Then somebody said, alchemist in 3 months, and both of them recalibrated so fast I heard it. Luo Lan had an inner sect mission: kill a tier 1 late-stage mountain perching eagle. The problem with those birds isn't strength, it's that they're paranoid. One whiff of trouble and they're gone, and they outrun flying cultivators. The Black Rock Mountain Ming family built its entire name on being able to catch them. She could bring 4 people at the 5th layer or below. She'd take the head. The rest split 4 ways, plus 12 tier 1 high-grade Hao refining pills, which run 10 stones each against 1 for the low-grade. I said yes, and not for the pills. Luo Lan becoming an inner disciple was worth more to my family than anything in my pocket. Then I went shopping, because I had 800 spirit stones and an absolutely unshakable commitment to not dying. A medium-grade azure robe with a shield formation woven into it, 230, good for 1 or 2 hits from a late-stage beast. 5 ice soul needles, 180 Dao, they freeze and slow, they punch armor, and more usefully, a needle in a wound is a channel I can push the soul-devouring technique down, and 190 in tier 1 high-grade talismans, 2 golden light, 2 swiftness, 2 cloud-piercing arrows. If Luo Lan had seen that inventory, she'd have fallen over. That is an obscene amount of money to spend on a bird. I'd like to say I was being humble about my chances. I was being humble about everyone's chances. I have never once in my life walked towards something dangerous carrying only what I thought I'd need. At dawn, my master handed me a jade bottle. Mystic Mind Liquid, he said. A new thing. I built it off your beast luring powder. It doesn't lure anything, but the bewitching effect is very strong. Enough of it on a blade will drop a tier 1 late-stage beast. Gang shrugged. We're alchemists. If a thing can be solved with medicine, it isn't a problem. A beat. Otherwise, I'd have prepared you some poison. Master, I said. Does it work on people? Su Yun looked at me with an expression I can only describe as fond. I've tested it, he said. It works. Ruthless old man. I loved him immediately. Luo Feng walked out with me. Gang changed in 2 years, leaner, quieter, no longer performing. If anything happens out there, he said, not looking at me, get close to me, I should be able to keep myself alive. Gang explained his reasoning on the road, and it was sound. Our family needed a Foundation Establishment ancestor, and Foundation Establishment pills and their materials are monopolized by the great sects, deliberately, because that is exactly how you keep 100 small families and 10,000 loose cultivators kneeling. You don't need armies if you control the only door. I told him the truth mostly. At my rate, Foundation Establishment was 20 or 30 years off, and I wasn't afraid of the bottleneck. I didn't say the rest, which was that I wasn't afraid of any bottleneck, ever, because I had a progress bar, and they had a wall. But the elders raised me. If I'd been an outsider, that would be one thing. I wasn't an outsider. I was Luo Ming. We waited half a day at the foot of a mountain that went up into the clouds, until the eagle came home. And before Luo Lan could start assigning positions, I took out the bottle. Mystic Mind Liquid, I said. We coat the artifacts first. 4 people stared at me. I'm an alchemist, I said, blinking at them. Using medication is normal, isn't it? Luo Lan nearly lost it. Wu Lei nodded with the deep gravity of a man agreeing with a philosopher. Wang Mei covered her mouth, and Luo Feng muttered to himself, why didn't I think of using medicine? How stupid. The nest was twice the size of a market house, sitting in a tree tens of meters tall. Plan. Everyone traps. Luo Lan kills. My woodvine turned the branches into a green cage over the nest. Wang Mei froze the air inside it. Luo Feng's vines came through the gaps with a metallic shine. Wu Lei said, condense, and the entire nest turned to solid rock. We tore it out of the tree, and only when it hit the ground did the bird start screaming. It came out of that cage like it was made of paper. 10 jang of wingspan, feathers like black iron. Luo Lan threw 2 high-grade frost talismans. I threw both cloud-piercing arrows. The frost pinned it. The arrows went through both wings and kept burning. I caught Luo Lan's face for half a second, the specific expression of a woman realizing her cousin, whose entire monthly income used to be 1 rock, casually owns high-grade talismans. Her flying sword went in through the hole the arrows made, then Luo Feng's gold seal, then my 5 ice needles, then everything the 2 sect kids had, all of it into the same wound while we backed off and let the frost keep it slow. Inside 100 breaths, the Mystic Mind Liquid took hold, and the eagle went down like a dropped coat. Luo Lan took the head off from a safe distance, and the 2 sect juniors stood there afterward looking faintly cheated because, and they were right, the mountain perching eagle had not been killed. It had been buried in money. 4 high-grade talismans is about 200 stones, which is roughly what the bird was worth. I took the 63 drops of late-stage essence blood and nothing else. They insisted I take more. Luo Lan said, I owe all of you a favor, and then, to me, and those 2 cloud-piercing arrows go on my tab. The man who'd been following us arrived after we left. Gang stood in that clearing looking at a headless tier 1 late-stage bird and did the math. Something with the aura of an 8th layer cultivator taken apart in less than half an incense stick by 5 kids, none of whom appeared to be seriously injured or even particularly tired. His plan had been to hit us when we were spent and take the carcass for free. Luo Lan's strong, he decided. Forget her. But Luo Ming is only 4th layer. If I get the chance, I can take him. Everybody in this story who ever said a sentence like that is dead now, and most of them were much stronger than him. Back at the pavilion, I replayed that fight, and I loved it. Frost to pin, talismans to break, drugs to drop, clean, cheap, nobody hurt. Then I caught myself doing it and stopped. Because why would I think that way? I'm the one man alive with a proficiency panel. Leaning on consumables is exactly the wrong instinct for me. Consumables are what you use when your growth has a ceiling and you need to borrow strength you'll never own. My growth had no ceiling, only a clock. The correct road for me was to survive as long as possible while grinding my own body and my own arts higher every single day, until the answer to every problem was to walk up and end it with my hand. If I'd had foundation establishment cultivation and 2nd tier body refining that day, that bird would not have been dangerous. It would not even have been difficult. That's how it should be. I almost went astray. A month later, late-stage blood carried the crocodile art to level 6, and the breakthrough drank a noticeable amount of my blood whale core, which meant I had to start charging it all over again. Luo Feng asked me along to hunt a late-stage azure python. I said no and sold him Mystic Mind Liquid instead. Gang came back 2 days later, lightly cut up, with the python, and gave me half its essence blood without being asked, which I remember, and which makes what he did later worse. Then the news came in that Jiang Ming, the Lin boy who'd made the Sect cut, had married into the Bai family of Maple City, 2 foundation establishment ancestors, talisman specialists, and Jiang Ming had traded himself to a Bai daughter who weighed somewhere north of 400 pounds to get it. My master read it correctly and coldly. That's the Bai family of Maple City, Su Yun said. Not the Lin family. The Bai won't spend their foundation establishment ancestor on somebody else's feud. At most, they'll hand the Lin family some talismans. Gang was right. Which was still bad, because talisman-armed Lin cultivators came back to Kang Mountain for our vein, and this time they burned 2nd-order talismans to punch through the mountain formation. 2 years of it. On and off, month after month, for 2 solid years. We held largely because of a bottle my master invented off a recipe I stole from a video game, which the Lin family never once accounted for, because how would you? And somewhere in the middle of that war, I opened a pill furnace and found 5 pills sitting in it the size of bright green bodhi seeds, each one carrying a fine red pattern across its surface like veining in stone, cinnabar patterns. That's a perfect pill. 100% potency, carrying a trace of the actual profundity of heaven and earth. In this world, the perfect pill isn't rare, it's close to mythological. Most alchemists go a career without one, and the moment it matters most is exactly when a man is halfway through a breakthrough and has run out of push. A solid medium-grade alchemist starts turning a profit around a 30% success rate. I had 9 tier 1 medium-grade formulas at perfection, 100% success. Every time. So I hit it. Publicly I ran about 40%, which is respectable, and gets you praised and doesn't get you discussed. The materials I wasted on my failures quietly became my own private stock of perfect pills. I ate one of my own How refining pills to see. It beat a high-grade pill outright, and the azure wood art got noticeably easier to push. Luo Feng, 2 years on, was nearly 6th layer, out hunting constantly, hard and capable, and still only a tier 1 low-grade alchemist ranked below me in our own pavilion. It ate at him. I could see it eating at him, and I didn't do a single thing about it. And I've had a long time to think about whether I should have. Then Wang Mei came to the pavilion with an old woman and a girl I hadn't met. This is Liu Hua, Wang Mei said, youngest legitimate daughter of the 3rd branch of the Blackrock Mountain Ming family. Liu Hua did not do pleasantries. I hear you have a medicine that can charm a tier 1 late-stage Yao beast, she said. How much? I want a bottle. She wanted to capture and bond a late-stage beast with a good bloodline, which is what the Ming family does and which is the entire reason they matter. I gave her the half bottle I had left and told her it was enough for 2. She wanted more. I told her no. My master was away, and liquid strong enough to reliably drop a late-stage beast is tier 1 high-grade work, which was above my rank. That was even true. 100 stones, I said. It's a concentrate. Put it on an artifact. Otherwise cheap poison does the job fine. She looked at my face. I was 22 and looked it, and ordered a 2nd bottle and left 300 spirit stones on the counter, because Liu Hua does not owe people favors and never has. It cost me about 1/3 of that to make. I have replayed that conversation a great many times since. She walked into my shop, told me what she wanted, refused to be in my debt over 100 stones, and walked out. Neither of us thought anything about it at all. Wang Mei paused at the door on the way out and bit her lip. Thank you, Brother Su. I owe you a favor. If you ever need something, say so. Her family had struck purple gold sand, spirit ore, good for low and medium grade artifacts, and had immediately been mauled for it by the Bai family of Maple City. That's why she was cultivating a Ming family daughter. Even the Ming third branch was enough to make the Bai family hesitate. I said sure, I'd forget about it inside a week. I did not forget about it. It took 40 years to come due, and by then she was dead, and paying it cost a foundation establishment late-stage demonic cultivator his head. Luo Feng left the pavilion around then. Wu Lei had invited him to the prince's mansion, and he wanted to go watch the Chenbai War with his own eyes. Alchemy was never going to work for him. Gang couldn't do the thing this job requires, which is to sit in one room in a market for 20 years, getting slowly, invisibly better, while other people ride past outside. With my master traveling, I ran the pavilion alone, quietly shelving perfect pills, and a small circle of people started using the phrase, the genius alchemist Luo Ming, which I found alarming. Liu Hua came back for her second bottle. I didn't expect you could actually refine a high-quality Tier 1 medium-grade pill, she said, examining it and then visibly pleased with herself. And thanks to your mystic mind liquid, I'm a first-tier high-grade beast tamer now. Then she tossed a token on the counter. Yunxun Auction House, once every 3 years, 7 days out. The listings included foundation establishment pills. We took a second-floor box, 100 stones minimum just to be in the building, hundreds of people in the hall below, and up in the top boxes, foundation establishment cultivators. Whatever happens, my master said, we're getting one of those pills. I bought a Tier 1 high-grade talisman legacy for 460, which is one of the 3 best purchases of my life. Then they brought out a foot-long egg, dark gold, radiating heat you could feel across the room. A second-order bloodline earth-fire ape, the auctioneer said, removed directly from the abdomen, some slight innate deficiency. The room made a noise. Earthfire apes are famous. Nobody has ever successfully raised one. They go berserk and kill whoever's holding the leash, reliably, without exception. A full-grown second-tier one is roughly foundation establishment in strength, which is exactly why people keep trying, and exactly how those people keep dying. The bidding stalled out at 500. I said 550. Nobody countered. My master gave me a long look. You've saved up quite a bit these past 2 years, he said. Your talent for alchemy is exceptional. It's the best I've seen in all my years, even inside the entire Cloud Sword sect. Then the foundation establishment pills came out, 2 of them. Both flawed. A proper one adds about 20% to your odds of breaking through, and these were closer to 15. Bidding opened at 2,000. A third-floor box said 3,000 instantly. It climbed to 4,600. 5,000, my master said. The room stopped. The third floor added 100 at the gavel. My master added another 100. 5,200 spirit stones for a flawed pill, and we took it and walked out of the building without waiting for the rest of the lots. And we were right to, because behind us somebody shouted, "Insolence!" and the auction house exploded. "Move," Su Yun said. "That's a foundation establishment cultivator." We got most of the way to the pavilion before a cold light came out of the dark at my master's head. His medium-grade defensive artifact flared gold and held it. The man was cloaked, his divine sense masked, 9th layer of How refining, metal element. "Leave the pill." Gang drove Su Yun back 3 steps, and then my master threw 2 talismans, and 2 dragons made of fire came off the paper and melted the incoming attack and blew that man back 40 feet, and then Su Yun just stood there. Gang didn't chase. Gang didn't posture. Gang stood in the middle of the street holding a fan of a dozen more fire talismans in one hand, looking at the man with an expression of total, bored calm. "Come," he said. The robber turned and ran. I have never forgotten that. That is what an alchemist's combat style actually looks like, and it is beautiful. True alchemists are never short of money, and money in this world is not comfort, it is ordnance. An alchemist may not be strong. An alchemist is fearless in front of anybody because he can afford to make the fight cost more than you can pay. The fighting in the market ended fast. The Cloud Sword sect is next door, but both attackers got clean away past 2 foundation establishment guards. We found out who they were later. The one who blew up the auction house was the Scarlet Edge Taoist, foundation establishment late stage, demonic path, hunted by the Great Moon Palace itself. Gang'd come for one specific lot and taken it, a damaged peerless grade artifact called the Heavenly Net Umbrella. Write that name down. It took me 52 years to get that umbrella, and I got it off his corpse. The one who came for our pill was probably the Spirit Fang Falcon, metal element, vicious, and this is the part my master kept turning over. He normally worked the roads around Moon Worship Immortal City, hundreds of li away. Gang had no business being here. Su Yun stayed uneasy about that for a long time, and my master was not a man who worried for fun. We kept the pill at the market rather than sending it home. so that whoever took it could break through sitting on the second-order vein core with the market's defenses over his head. Meanwhile, I fed the egg. Every day, never more than 60% of my mana, because running dry means falling back on the body refining, and a man who can only punch is a man with one option, and I have never in my life been comfortable with one option. The egg drank like it was starving, and through the Azure Wood Art's life sense, I could hear what was inside it, and what was inside it had exactly one thought. I want to drink. Within days, the innate deficiency the auctioneer had disclosed simply reversed. The aura came back to normal, then it kept going up. Then the Grand Elder arrived from Kang Mountain, and with him came the Fifth Elder, and the Fifth Elder was the one taking the pill, which is when I learned that Luo Yue had never been at the 7th layer of How refining in his life. Gang was at the 9th. Gang had been at the 9th for decades. Fifth brother was the most talented man this family ever produced, Su Yun told me, quietly, while the elders talked. Gang reached the 9th layer before he was 40. Then something happened, and the family couldn't put together a foundation establishment pill, and he waited. Gang waited about 60 years, selling gambling boxes at a stall in a courtyard at cost so he could keep looking at young people and guessing which of them fate had bothered to notice. What the Su family needs now, Su Yun said, is one powerful foundation establishment cultivator. And while Luo Yue walked into the vein core to gamble 60 years of waiting on a 15% improvement, the egg cracked open in my room. I'd bought a beast taming technique from the Heavenly Book Pavilion the week before because I am a man who reads ahead. The thing that came out had no berserk aura at all, none, because it hadn't grown on beast blood and rage. It had grown for months on azure wood mana, which is the energy of a tree that stands between the heavenly Tao and reincarnation, and it came out of that shell with clear ruby eyes full of water, obviously, and immediately intelligent. It looked around the room, found the largest available object, grabbed my leg, climbed up it, got into my arms, and started chirping. My master came in, looked at it, and smiled, a thing I had not previously known his face could do, and actually applauded. Second-tier Yao Beast bloodline, he said. Raise it properly. One day this will be the greatest asset you own. Then he threw the ape a beast pill, and the ape caught it in its mouth without looking. Half a month later, a ripple of spiritual qi rolled out of the market's core cave, and every cultivator in town stopped what they were doing. That's a foundation establishment breakthrough. 20 years, somebody said in the street below my window, to nobody. 20 years I've been stuck at the 9th layer and I still can't see the door. Luo Yue came out with an aura that made the air feel heavier, looked at the patriarch and said mildly, "Go home first. I'll stay in seclusion a while longer. When I'm done, everything will be over and things will get better." 2 weeks later, before he'd even left the market, the entire Lin family fled Zhongcheng in the middle of the night. The whole clan. Ancestral property abandoned, running for Maple City and the Bai family's skirts. Luo Tian caught a handful on the road. Luo Yue came out of seclusion 3 months after that and said, "Leave? Who do they think they are? They married one junior into the Bai family, and they think that buys unconditional protection." Then he went after them alone. Gang was one man. Gang had been at Foundation Establishment for approximately 100 days. Gang killed the entire Lin family, every branch, every elder, everyone, and the only Lin left alive in the world was Zhang Ming, who was safely inside the Bai family's walls. A Bai ancestor came out to meet him, and they fought, and when a second Bai ancestor moved to join in, Luo Yue simply left, and neither of them could hold him. We took Spirit Moon Lake, which the Lin family had held for 2 centuries, and which produces Tier 1 moonfish, and which was the money that had paid for every single cultivator they'd ever thrown at us. Here is the cold version. From the day that vein appeared under our garden, only one of those 2 families was going to remain in Zhongcheng. If Lin had gotten there first, I'd be telling this from the other side, if I were telling it at all. The whole thing turned on one flawed pill and one old man who'd waited 60 years for it. My master threw 3 days of banquets and got drunk exactly once on the second night and grabbed me by both shoulders and laughed and cried at the same time. Su Yun was my grandfather's generation. When he was young, the Lin family had robbed us and they'd killed or crippled most of his elders, including his father, and the only reason our family survived at all was that our old patriarch spent his own life to take a Lin elder with him. 20 years ago they nearly wiped us out, he said, hanging on to me. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that it would be our family who wiped out theirs? The next morning he came around, hungover, eyes swollen, deeply casual. "I didn't embarrass myself last night, did I?" "No," I said. And the earth fire ape, half a foot tall at that point, maroon, and possessed of the same sense of humor as a small drunk uncle, stood up on the table and performed the entire evening. The grabbing, the laughing, the crying. It got the shoulder shaking exactly right. Su Yun watched this with growing horror. "Its intelligence isn't actually that high, right?" he said. "So it doesn't understand anything, right?" The ape climbed onto my shoulder, put both hands on its hips, glared at him with red eyes, and chattered at him for a solid minute, and had to be bought off with an entire bottle of beast elixir. After that, my master handed me most of the pavilion. Gang only made tier 1 high-grade pills himself. My medium and low-grade pills were better than his, and he was old enough not to pretend otherwise. I got jumped on the road home for Luo Feng's wedding. We were riding, 3 of us, me, my master, and Luo Lan, when a yellow-brown mist came up out of the ground on all sides and turned into a cage. People from the Su family, said a masked man on the ridge, and then 10,000 sword shapes fell out of the sky without any further discussion. Luo Lan's medium-grade bronze bell held for 2 breaths and shattered. She and my master broke the rest between them with me in the middle. Spirit Fang Falcon, Su Yun said. You dare show your face again? 2 more shadows came down, both 9th layer. Kill them, said the Spirit Fang Falcon, and his plan was reasonable. Take me first, since I was the weakest, then Luo Lan, then the old man. What actually happened is that all 3 of us reached into our robes at the same time and threw 12 tier 1 high-grade talismans in a single volley. 3 ice runes stacked on top of each other and locked all 3 of them stiff. 9. The demon's souls burned back into the banner as black smoke. 12 high-grade talismans landed on the Spirit Fang Falcon simultaneously. My vines wrapped what was left, and Luo Lan's flying sword took his head off. Gang was not killed by us. Gang was killed by roughly 900 spirit stones worth of paper. Luo Lan went through the corpses afterward. 378 stones, 4 medium-grade artifacts, 3 low-grade, a formation flag set. And while she worked, she kept making a small noise in the back of her throat. It's not a loss, she said eventually. Thankfully, it's not a loss. She'd brought 5 high-grade talismans on that trip and thought she was being extravagant. My master had thrown 12 at once. I'd thrown 7. Even the Cloud Sword Sect doesn't fight like this, she said. It's too expensive. All that for 1 9th layer and 2 8th layers. Sister, I said, whether we lost money isn't important. What's important is that we're alive. Even killing a chicken deserves 12 sledgehammers, and once it's ash, staying alive is the only thing that mattered. She looked at my master. My master nodded along, deeply. You two, she said, have absolutely no real combat experience. Correct. And 0 casualties. 2 things came out of that road. The first was a black token with 9 purple demonic flame patterns on it, which made Luo Lan go quiet in a way I didn't like. 9 Souls Demon Palace, she said. Inner Sect Disciple Identity Token. I've read the files, but that's impossible. That faction isn't in Grand Moon Prefecture at all, and the Spirit Fang Falcon isn't qualified to carry one. She turned it over. The 9 Souls Demon Palace is a demonic path force on the level of the Great Moon Palace, or above it. There was also a hide map of a place called 8 Demon Ridge, 1 day's travel away, with a faint demonic path residue on it. I sold every scrap of that to the Cloud Sword Sect's Grand Elder's own personal disciple, a woman named Mei Ling, for a top-grade, medium-grade alchemy cauldron, the Azure Light Furnace, Jade Green, 1 step off high-grade, and capable of refining second-tier pills. She offered to take me along on the investigation and guaranteed my safety. I said no so fast I think I was rude. Then I watched them ride off toward a demonic mystery in a ridge full of monsters, and I thought, I have 118 years of life, a vein under my family's mountain, and a technique with no ceiling. Barring catastrophe, Foundation establishment is a certainty for me. Why in the world would I go and look at that? That decision saved my life about 4 separate times, and it is also, indirectly, why my cousin lost his arm. The second thing that came out of that road was in one of the ancient jade boxes, which my master tossed to me like party favors. The first was empty. The second held clothes that turned to ash the moment air touched them. The third held a jade slip, and the jade slip held a second-tier high-grade Puppet Master legacy, and it shattered in my hand after it finished pouring itself into my head. Su Yun was crushed. Why couldn't it be alchemy, he said, or talismans? Nobody in the Su family knows the first thing about puppets. Then sharply, and don't tell anyone. A second-tier high-grade legacy is enough to give people wicked ideas. The seed opened that year. 4 years of pouring mana into a bean every single day, and the morning after I got home, it blazed emerald in my palm, fell to the floor, and in a few dozen breaths grew into a 10-foot gnarled tree covered in scale-shaped patterns. 1 red flower opened at the top. An hour later, the room was so thick with pollen I couldn't see the wall. I breathed it in, and my blood came to a boil, and my soul stood up out of my body and looked down at me sitting there. The crocodile art went from level 6 to level 7 in under 15 minutes. 15 minutes on half the pollen. Another quarter hour got level 7 to nearly halfway. 5 or 6 years of body refining, gone in an afternoon. Then the flower crumbled to ash, and the tree crumbled after it, and a new seed dropped out of the falling dust, slightly bigger than the last one. My divine sense came out of that 20% stronger, which matters less for cultivation than it does for the 3 professions I actually made my living from. That same night, I drew my first Tier 1 high-grade talisman, 2 hours, 80% of everything I had, and when the last stroke landed, the paper pulled in the QE of heaven and earth from every direction at once. Exquisite quality. First try. And a perfect talisman is far harder to make than a perfect pill. That one sheet of paper could have killed a 9th-layer cultivator. The wedding was grand. The Chen family came. Luo Feng had a scar on his face by then, and none of the softness left, and he'd started carrying a faint smell of blood-evil qi that comes only from a great deal of killing. Afterward, the patriarch asked me to go represent the family at the Chen family's purple gold sand mine. Get some experience, he said. Absolutely not, I said. That's far too dangerous. So they sent Luo Feng instead. 2 years later, the Bai family hit that mine with 3 Foundation establishment ancestors, and the Chen family's array nearly came down, and Luo Feng came home with 1 arm, not injured, gone. The kind of gone you cannot reattach, and with an injury like that, at his level, cultivation becomes something that happens to other people. Wang Mei told me about it in my own pavilion, biting her lip. Gang can't advance anymore, she said. I'll try to earn the contribution points for a 2nd-tier high-grade muscle regeneration pill. I said something comforting. I don't remember what. Then I sat by myself afterward and worked out that I could refine that pill personally, at Foundation Establishment middle stage, which for me was somewhere around 40 years away, by which point Luo Feng would be an old man. I said no to a posting, and a man I grew up with paid for it with an arm, and I have never once been able to decide whether that was cowardice or arithmetic, and I've had 100 years to think about it. Gang never once said it was my fault. Gang just started looking at me differently, and it took me years to notice, and by then it was much too late. The next stretch of my life was money. 2 beast tamers and a puppet habit will bankrupt any man. I built 13 puppets in 2 years, 3,000 spirit stones, and I fought every one of them personally, in a walled yard, alone. I had been in exactly 1 real fight in my entire life. I wanted to know what each level of cultivation actually weighed physically in my own hands, so that the first time something serious came at me, I would not have to learn it live. The best of them was 10 feet tall, black as a shadow leopard, faster than anything I could track. It snapped my wood vines like thread and put a claw at my throat twice. My master watched one of those bouts and said, "If I met that, I'd trap it and run immediately. Its body is comparable to a medium-grade artifact." Meanwhile, the earth fire ape screamed at it from a tree, brandishing a low-grade iron stick, and the black-scale eagle watched from the roof with the flat stare of a professional. Neither of them ever grasped that the puppet was mine. I was 30. 14 years since the Sect trial. At my pace, Foundation Establishment would land somewhere in my 50s or 60s. That was fine. Bottlenecks are what other people have. I had a number that went up. Then 2 things happened in the same month that ended the peaceful part of my life. The first was a jade slip out of a dead man's bag. Jiang Ming, the last Lin alive, the one who'd married 400 pounds of Bai daughter, ambushed me in the street outside the Heavenly Book Pavilion with a blade and a cloud of hair-fine needles, and my own Dragon Tiger talisman ate all of it, and 1 fire cloud arrow through the back finished the Lin family forever. The market enforcers told me afterward that he'd been expelled from the Cloud Sword sect 6 years earlier for trying to steal its core technique. Around the same time, his entire clan was annihilated. Ganged had a bad decade. In his bag were 5 ancient jade boxes, and in the third one was a sheet of paper as thin as a cicada's wing that had not aged at all in an unguessable number of years. My divine sense touched it, and a legacy detonated in my skull. The golden cicada art. It took me 3 hours sitting on the floor to sort out what I was holding, and the more I understood, the more frightened I became. It is a divine soul technique. It turns your soul into a golden cicada, and then it lets you use soul power to refine your own mana and your own body. 9 levels. For an ordinary righteous path cultivator, the boost is difficult to describe. It can turn a merely gifted man into a prodigy. For a demonic path cultivator, it is a god. Because here is how the demonic path actually works, underneath all the screaming. Demonic techniques cultivate 10 to 100 times faster than righteous ones. That's not propaganda, that's real. The price is that your foundation is unstable and your mana is chaotic, so in the late realms your odds of key deviation, of your own power turning on you and detonating you from the inside, go up by hundreds or thousands of times. The golden cicada art purifies exactly that. Give this to a demonic path faction, and you have removed the only reason the world is still standing. I sat with that for about 1 second, felt the shape of the temptation, and closed the door on it. And then I made a rule for myself that I kept for 100 years and that eventually decided the fate of an entire prefecture. Nobody finds out I have this. Ever. Not my master, not my family, not Luolan. Because if the demonic path ever learned this thing existed and was in one man's head, they would take that prefecture apart, house by house, to find it. Hold that thought for about 80 years. It took me 6 months to enter the first of its 9 levels. Golden light flooded my mind, and my soul curled into a chrysalis inside a golden shell, and cultivating in that light was like sitting in an ice spring. Impurities burned out of my soul, my body, and my mana all at once. It lasted less than 30 breaths before my soul power ran dry. 30 breaths, 10% faster cultivation. That's all it did at first. 10% on top of everything else, forever, compounding. The second thing that happened that month was that my master came back from Kang Mountain looking older than I'd ever seen him and said 2 sentences. The boss was ambushed on the road to the Chen family and he's gone. The Grand Elder, Su Mengshan, dead. Feng betrayed the family and joined the demonic path. Luo Yue hunted for him. Luo Lan hunted for him. Nobody found anything. The ambushers were smoke. I sat there and remembered a one-armed man watching my puppet tear apart a demonic cultivator's formation while he stood at the back and did not lift his hand, and the expression that had crossed his face, which I'd assumed was pain. I got promoted in that reshuffle. 5th elder of the Su family running the pavilion at 30-something, and my master went home to be Grand Elder in a dead man's chair. Gang left me a jade slip on the way out. A 2nd-grade low-rank alchemist legacy, he said. The old ancestor bought it at a moon worship immortal city auction. Gang was already walking. My own talent is limited. Foundation establishment was never going to happen for me, so 2nd rank was always going to be wishful thinking. Gang stopped at the door. I'd like to live to see the Su family's first 2nd rank alchemist. Gang did, barely. Around then my body hit the 9th level of the crocodile art, and I took it out to a wilderness a few dozen miles from the market to see what I actually was. I charged the blood whale core to full. I let the body refining come all the way up. The blood patterns, the crocodile scale, the muscle. And I hit my own top-tier puppet beast with everything at once. The ground cracked for a mile in each direction. Every tree inside that ring went flat. The crater was 100 feet across. The puppet gave half a step. Then I slapped an invisibility talisman, a concealment talisman, and a speed talisman onto myself and ran like a thief, which turned out to be the correct decision, because under 100 breaths later, a squad of Cloud Sword Sect inner disciples arrived at the edge of that crater. 9th layer of how refining? No, this power. Could this be Foundation Establishment? Report to the Deacon. Ask a Foundation Establishment senior to handle this. And they left, at speed. I was, on the Sect's books, a 30-something alchemist at the 7th layer of how refining who had never been in a fight. I decided around then that Yunshan market had gotten small. Not the market's fault. I'd just used all of it. So I sold everything I could, and at 40 years old, still with the face and most of the sense of a young man, I rode out of the town where I'd spent 20 years, stopped once on the road to look back at it, and laughed out loud from pure lightness. Behind me, in a 3-story wooden building, an old man woke up behind his counter, watched me go, and hesitated for a long moment. Never mind, he said. Let's give him a token of goodwill. A jade slip appeared in his palm and vanished. 10 miles out of town, a small black object fell out of an empty sky and hit me on the head, hard enough to raise a lump on a man with a 9th-level body refinement technique. I swept the sky. I swept the ground. I found absolutely nothing, which frightened me so badly that I galloped several hundred miles before I dared look at what had hit me. It was a complete 2nd-tier high-grade talisman master legacy from an ancient-era sect called the Golden Jade Immortal Gate, and it contained the finished, undamaged versions of the 3 broken ancient diagrams I'd bought as scraps years earlier. I turned my horse around, faced Yunshan Market from 300 miles away, and bowed until my back hurt. Today's opportunity, I said to nobody. This junior will remember. I meant it. Gang collected on it eventually, and by then I was in a position to pay. Home first. Kang Mountain had become something. Spirit fields and terraces, the estate 3 times the size, 150 cultivators where there'd been 130 of them recruited from outside, and the hall was heavy because the Jiang family had sent a letter. The Jiang family are puppet masters, 2nd or 3rd rank under the Cloud Sword Sect. Their main branch's eldest son wanted Luo Lan as a concubine, and they wanted us to persuade her. The eldest son was called Long Xuan, 49 years old, 1 wife, 6 concubines, a dozen odd children, 9th layer of how refining, and close to the sect master. Luo Lan belonged to the Grand Elder's line. That's what this actually was. The Cloud Sword Sect's immortal master had been absent a long time. The rumor was that his lifespan was running out with no successor named, and that rumor, I understood this only much later, was the real reason for everything else. Why demonic cultivators and robbers had been flooding the region for a decade. Why families that used to snipe at each other were now annihilating each other. Why a man like the Scarlet-Edged Taoist had felt comfortable robbing an auction house under the sect's own nose. The Sect Masters faction and the Grand Elders faction were outwardly friendly and inwardly at war, and our family was the soft place to press. I was 40 years old at the 7th layer, sitting in a room full of elders, and I did not bother to be diplomatic. Does that useless boor deserve to have my sister as a concubine? I could kill him with one hand right now. I'm 100 times better than him. The room went silent and stared at me, because in 24 years I had never said an outrageous thing out loud. My master considered it seriously. Killing him with one hand, yes, that's certainly no problem. Gang nodded. However, Gang is the eldest son of the Jiang main branch, so if you want to kill him, say it here and don't mention it to anybody else for now. That's the closest thing to a family motto we ever had, and while we're on it, this is mine, which I said out loud in that room and never revised. Hiding is not cowardice. It isn't being a coward forever, and it isn't living like a dog. It means you cultivate when you should cultivate, and you fight when you can win. If I can't beat you, I will tolerate you, and then I will go away and cultivate for 100 years or 1,000. And if I can beat you, then you should not have touched me. The Jiang problem I solved by refusing to solve it. Pushed the whole thing onto Luolan. She was a Cloud Sword Sect Foundation establishment cultivator in her own right. The Jiang family's entire play was to use the family as a lever against her, so let them go to the sect and ask her to her face, and meanwhile, we'd thicken the mountain arrays until we could hold long enough for the Grand Elders faction to answer a call. Before I left, I asked after Willow. She'd married more than 10 years earlier, 3 children. The youngest was a girl with a low-grade water root. That night, I sent her the Lin family's core water technique, the serpent technique that came with it, and 10 spirit stones, under cover of dark, with no name on any of it. She was nearly 40, a middle-aged woman where a girl used to be, and I was 40 and looked 22. And there is a difference between immortals and mortals, and it is not the part anyone tells you about. I got stopped on the road north. 5 cultivators, led by a 7th layer man, blocked the road very politely. Young fellow Taoist, my second young miss invites you. A specially reinforced carriage rocked, and out came a woman 8 feet tall and about 3 of me wide, who looked at my face for perhaps 2 seconds and made a decision. Forget it. No need for introductions. Uncle Huai, I've taken a liking to this one. I'll take him back to Maple City. I want him to stay there and give me children. Bai Yu Huan. Second young miss of the Bai family of Maple City, 9th layer of How Refining. Aren't you afraid I'm a Cloud Sword Sect inner disciple? I asked. So what if you are? Can you run? You're 7th layer. She waved a hand. Even the Cloud Sword Sect wouldn't interfere in a thing like this. Anyway, I've caught a Sect disciple before. Pity about him. Gang wasn't a match for you at all. Nowhere near. I did the arithmetic on who that had been and thought about Zhang Ming's face and felt genuinely unwell. I opened with the word, die. Their leader got caught in vines he could not break, which surprised him, because a 7th layer wood cultivator should not be able to hold a 7th layer man. Then my body refining came up, the scale patterns, the muscle, and one punch went through the vine cage and the man inside it. The other 4 got wrapped and turned into pin cushions without me touching them. You dare, Bai Yu Huan bellowed. You kill my people in front of me? I was going to give you a life of luxury and now you're only fit to be a dog. And she charged in earth yellow light like a landslide with opinions. I wanted it over quickly, so I let the dragon eagle puppet beast out. 2 zhang of silver white metal, wings, claws, a dragon's tail, nearly 3,000 spirit stones of materials. Its first claw shattered her fist imprint. Its second put her in the air. A top-tier tier 1 puppet? No, that power is nearly foundation establishment. How is that possible? She hit the ground hard and did not get up quickly. I said nothing at all and threw the Thunderfire talisman. That was my own design too, built off the ancient fire and thunder diagram, a 2nd order low-grade talisman, which meant that at 40 years old and the 7th layer of How Refining I was, quietly, a 2nd order talisman master, with no legacy, having invented the thing myself. The sky went black. A bolt of crimson lightning came down that was thicker than she was. Her medium-grade defensive artifact lasted no measurable time at all. A day later, the Bai Patriarch was screaming over a burned patch of road, and the Bai Old Ancestor, Foundation Establishment 3rd layer, hair still jet black, listened to a report about a wood attribute How Refining cultivator with a powerful puppet beast and a 2nd order low-grade fire and lightning talisman, and gave one order. Find him. If it were a Foundation Establishment cultivator, I'd swallow it. A How Refining cultivator, never. They looked for 80 years. I met the Bai family exactly once more, and it went about the same. I traveled at night for a month, flying low on a sword or riding the eagle, hiding by day, and came at last to moon worship Immortal City. 10 spirit stones just to walk in the gate. 1 stone a day to exist inside it if you don't own property. Past the outer wall, there are no streets. There is a sea of spirit fields in cloud and mist with small hills floating in it, and the ambient spiritual chi out there in the fields, the cheap part, the outskirts, is already denser than a first-tier vein-blessed land. The inner city is denser than a second-tier vein. The core caves are third-tier. The immortal master's 3 disciples ran the place through 3 halls. Spirit Hall had the fields and the property and the caves. War Hall had every guard and battle squad, and it belonged to a woman called Fairy Feng Ling. Truth Hall recruited craftsmen of every art, and it had recently been founded by the 3rd disciple, Ye Qian. I bought a courtyard at the dead end of an inner-city alley for 1,300 stones, 3 rooms, each with a secret chamber underneath, and set a top-tier defensive array in the yard and a spirit-gathering array below. That left me about 3,000 stones, against a burn rate of 800 to 1,000 a year just to cultivate. So I made a decision about who I was going to be in public, and I want to flag it because it's the whole shape of the next 50 years. On the surface, an alchemist. Only an alchemist. If alchemy alone couldn't cover my costs, I'd quietly sell talismans through other people's shops. Never my own name on the talismans. Never once. My neighbors were 2 extremely beautiful sisters, Han Ming and Han Bing, professional musicians at a pavilion across the way, a first-class artifact refiner of about 70 with a temper like a dropped furnace, a family of 4 with a domestic situation I could hear through the wall, a 9th-layer recluse nobody ever laid eyes on, and a first-rank high-grade talisman master named Gao Yang, who had joined Truth Hall and who looked at people from a 45-degree angle. You just moved in? You're a first-order high-grade pill refiner? Gang looked me over. No need. We're Truth Hall. We have countless first-order high-grade pill refiners. Why would I use you? Then he offered to sponsor me into Truth Hall. Opportunity knocks once, he said. Cherish it. I declined politely. A piece of trash from the 7th layer, he said, walking away, not quite quietly enough. Doesn't know what's good for him. If that had happened anywhere but inside the walls of Moon Worship Immortal City, that man's tongue would have gotten him killed that afternoon. I want that on the record, because I did eventually meet his hallmaster, and I was in a much worse mood by then. 8 months later, in a sealed room with 3 formations up and golden cicada light in my mind, I broke to the 8th layer of How refining, and my soul stepped outside my body and watched me do it. Lifespan, 43 of 151. 12 more years from 1 step. And this is the part about the azure wood art that nobody who abandoned it ever found out. Its mana starts out unremarkable and compounds with every turn of the wheel. At the 8th turn, I was only slightly weaker than the 9th layer aura Mei Ling had carried when I first met her, and she was the Grand Elder's personal disciple, the most gifted young cultivator in the sect. Then I made the only public move of that decade. I handed my beautiful neighbor 2 exquisite Tier 1 high-grade How refining pills as a thank you gift for a fruit basket. That was not generosity, that was a broadcast. An ordinary high-grade pill means the maker has maybe a 1 in 5 chance of ever making 2nd grade. An exquisite one means 60 or 70%. Within a week, the artifact refiner had knocked on my door, and so had the neighbor with the wall problem, and the entire alley had recalibrated who lived at the end of it. Which was the point. Enough reputation to sell, not enough to be worth robbing. Gao Yang heard about it, and his face came apart. Truth Hall did not have countless high-grade alchemists. It had 6, and exactly one of them could make an exquisite pill, and that one was the deacon's favorite. An exquisite pill is the entry ticket to 2nd tier. Gang hadn't touched 2nd-order talismans yet. Gang came around with flattery, tried to recruit me again, got walked to the door, and went home grinding his teeth, and I heard him through the wall saying the same sentence 3 times. You're asking for it. Around then, Liu Hua turned up in the city. She was nearly 40, still at the 9th layer, still looking like a girl because of youth pills, and she developed an actual presence. Crimson dress, cold, dignified, right up until she looked at my face, wrinkled her nose, and reverted entirely. You're a man, and you're taking youth-preserving pills. I'll take that as a compliment about my handsome face. Pah, your skin gets thicker every decade. Then she smelled my 2 beasts and demanded to see them, and stopped talking for a while. The Earthfire Ape and the Black-Scale Eagle had been eating exquisite beast pills every day for over a decade and growing on azure wood mana, and they were at the absolute ceiling of Tier 1 late stage, growing at twice the normal rate. You really are a treasure trove, she said. If these 2 break through to the 2nd tier, they'll be top-tier 2nd tier beasts. The pills to do it are built on 2nd tier demon cores of matching attribute. Fire for the ape, metal for the eagle. Those are the 2 most expensive attributes there are. 2,200 spirit stones for the pair, and not every beast survives the attempt. I had under 2,000 to my name because I'd spent a year and every stone I owned on puppet materials, so I sold the Dragon Eagle puppet beast for 6,000. 2 reasons. I needed the money, and I was about 2 months from the 10th level of body refining, after which my own body would be flatly stronger than that puppet, and a man does not need a bodyguard he can beat. Liu Hua brought the pills to my courtyard herself half a month later. I'm a second-order low-grade beast tamer now, she said. In case anything goes wrong, I can keep an eye on things. Ah, Senior Ming, my apologies. You're such a jerk. I misjudged you. She was already unpacking. Hurry up, let's see whose breaks through first. I fed the ape 2 perfect beast pills before the real one because I am incapable of not stacking the deck. It swallowed the fire core and detonated. It went from 2 feet to 13 or 14, wreathed in crimson flame, roaring at a ceiling it was about to lose. An earth-fire ape at that moment goes berserk. Every one of them. That is the entire reason nobody keeps them. Mine stood in the middle of a room full of fire, shaking, with its teeth bared, and held it. 10 years of azure wood mana had gotten into its bloodline, and it had grown up smart, and it looked over at me while it burned, and it kept hold of itself. An hour into it, the ape started coming apart. It spat blood. Its skin split open along the arms and back, and it went from burning to bleeding, and Liu Hua swore. Its power's too violent. With the pill forcing it, the body can't take the impact. So I put a hand flat on its back and poured azure wood mana into it. Every wound closed at once, and then tore open again, because the pill was still going, and I closed them again, and it tore open again. And we did that for half an hour while I went white and soaked through my own robes, and Liu Hua stood there staring at me. What technique is that? She said. It wasn't a question so much as an accusation. You're pulling it back from death, over and over. The ape came out the other side, shrank down to 2 feet, hugged my leg, and squeaked at me. Does this make me a second-order beast tamer? I asked. No, she said, still staring. That's not what beast taming is. Then, after a moment, but it broke through because of your magic. Otherwise, that would have failed. The eagle went through the metal core pill a few days later and made it look easy, in total silence, first try. Liu Hua immediately asked me to supervise her own Azure Python's attempt and offered me 30% off her family's beast pills, and I understood exactly what I'd just become. With me in the room, a beast tamer's breakthrough odds go up 10 or 20%. That's not a favor, that's a business. No discount needed, I said. I'm a second-grade low-rank alchemist. I can make them myself. She stopped walking. You're all ready. Nobody knows yet, I said. Only you. She went red, said, I'll go back first, and left at speed, and I stood in my own courtyard with absolutely no idea what had just happened. I'd said it on purpose, incidentally. Not that part. The alchemist part. I was new in a huge city with no income and 2 second-tier beasts to feed, and the Ming family was the right patron to have, and telling one Ming daughter a secret is cheaper than advertising. She walked home working out how to use me, which I'd have respected, and then declined to. Gang's not the type who gets into trouble, she told her old aunt. Think about how long he was in Yunshan Market. 20 years. And he left the town maybe 5 times, all of them necessary. Gang's too steady. A pause. Do you really want to drag him into family politics? Her aunt conceded the point in the least flattering way available. It's as though they're afraid that going out is a hassle, or that they'll die. Though, as the young miss says, it's extraordinary composure. I've been called worse, usually by people who were about to find out. She routed 2,000 or 3,000 stones a year of Ming family pill orders my way and never mentioned it. Then I found the technique that changed everything. The moon worship immortal city. Heavenly Book Pavilion was the same 3 floors of dark wood as the one in Yunshan, with a different old man behind the counter, and 2 hours in the miscellany shelves got me the Tao body puppet technique for 50 stones. The idea is this: you cut off a wisp of your own soul, you bind it into a puppet, and then you control the puppet from anywhere, at the same cultivation level you are, and in every practical sense, it is you. In the ancient era, this was a convenience. A way to scout somewhere dangerous, or visit family 1,000 miles off without traveling. Almost nobody can cultivate it, because it has 3 steps and all 3 are brutal. Cutting the soul, fusing and refining the fragment, and then healing the wound you just put in your own spirit. I had the golden cicada art, which is a divine soul technique whose entire purpose is repairing and refining the soul. For me, it wasn't a technique, it was a divine ability. It meant I never had to be in the room. I cut a strand of my soul out, sharp white pain, and I sat on the floor for a while afterward, and drove it into a tier 1 high-grade shadow leopard puppet with some of my own blood. Over 10 days, the metal grew a human shape, and then skin, and then hair, and at the end of it, there was a second Luo Ming standing in my secret room looking at me. And then I remade its face. Because a double that looks like you is a liability. I reshaped it into an extremely ordinary, slightly gray-haired old man who nobody had ever met and who bore a faint, deliberate resemblance to an elder of a family I had no connection with. If that thing was ever seen, ever caught, ever killed, nothing about it would lead back to me. It could also drop the old man entirely and go back to being a shadow leopard. I walked it through the streets of moon worship Immortal City while sitting in my own courtyard, and I healed my soul with golden light while it walked. And I understood that I had just solved the fundamental problem of my life. I never had to be brave again. I only had to be expensive. A month after that, the crocodile art hit level 10. The 3 layers of formation in my sealed room rippled and nearly broke from the aura alone. Crimson light filled the chamber. I sat in the middle of it, swollen and scaled like something out of a swamp, and the chi of the world poured into me for a full day, and when I stood up, the sealed room detonated. Below the 10th level of that art, my body had been a very good body. At the 10th level, my body was slightly weaker than an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator's, and if I got close to one, and he hadn't refined his own flesh, I could probably take him apart with one punch. I took the rest of the day off and sat in the yard in the sun. Which is when Gao Yang came back for the 3rd time. Gang had a proposition. Gang found solid word on an ice heart lotus, one of the 6 core materials for a foundation establishment pill, and one of the 3 my family didn't have, and he had 3 partners lined up, and I could buy in for a share, and he'd take 40% off the top as the information broker. I was extremely interested, and I did not believe one word out of that man's mouth, so I declined politely. "Not even for this?" he said outside my gate. "Humph." And I let the Dao body puppet out the back door and followed him. Gang was in a private room in a restaurant with 3 ninth-layer cultivators, a big bearded man, a mature-looking woman, and her taciturn husband, being honest for once. "That one's a coward," he told them. "I was going to bring him along to Yuanyang Wilderness so he could scout ahead and be cannon fodder. Now I've got no choice." "When we're back," said the bearded man, "I'll go with you to make trouble for him. A newcomer at the 8th layer, offending a Truth Hall talisman master. Gang's asking to die. I'll teach him sooner or later," said Gao Yang. They rode out. A large shadow went with them. Yuanyang Wilderness took them 2 days of crawling, sealing themselves against poison insects, resting to refill. I spent those 2 days in shadow leopard form feeling something I hadn't expected, which was ease. 40 years earlier, a tier 1 bird had frightened me enough to spend 200 stones on talismans. Now I was walking through a monster wilderness on 4 legs feeling like I'd come home. The lotus sat in a cold pool guarded by a top-tier ice serpent, with a late-stage demonic bird east of it, 3 middle-stage west, and a top-tier wolf north, every one of them waiting for the same thing. I coated the leopard's claws in mystic mind liquid and ran the inventory in my head. Sedative, 2nd order frost talisman, fire dragon talisman, 2 early-stage 2nd-tier beasts. Should be enough. At moonrise, the ice heart lotus opened and white light filled the valley, and every scrap of ambient chi in that place bent toward it. The serpent lunged, the bird raked its scales and put its head in the water. The wolf dodged the bird. And Gao Yang's team dropped 3 high-grade ice runes on the whole tangle and had the lotus out of the pool inside 4 seconds, which was good work, genuinely. And then they ran, and for about 100 paces they were relaxed and pleased with themselves and not watching anything. An ice blue talisman and a crimson one came out of the bushes in front of them. The frost talisman turned Gao Yang into a solid ball of ice with his own expression still on it. 2nd order low-grade frost, the bearded man got out, before he was one too. The couple at the back burned their entire high-grade stockpile to shed it and only stiffened. Then the fire dragon landed. That whole stretch of forest went flat. Trees down in a circle, boulders in pieces, the ground cracked in a web you could see from the ridge. Gao Yang did not leave a body. There was nothing to find. I looked. The bearded man was a body refiner, and he ended up as a lump of black charcoal about a mile away. The husband tried to ride the blast wave out, and the earthfire ape landed in front of him, 2 jang tall, fur like a lit furnace, and took him off the map with one swing of a medium-grade mace. The backswing got the wife. The wolf and the ice serpent both arrived at the edge of the clearing at that exact moment, saw a 2nd-tier ape, and turned around. The ape beat its chest, roared, and threw the mace, and killed the wolf in the air. The eagle took the serpent's head off from above, and brought both halves back and set them down next to the bird it had already dismantled, like a cat presenting mice. My leopard walked out into the clearing, washed the unused sedative off its paws in the pool, and went shopping. I want to record my one and only thought about Gao Yang, which I had while failing to find any part of him. 1st rank high-grade talisman master. I'm a 2nd order talisman master, and I hadn't even spoken yet. The hall was the Ice Heart Lotus, Gao Yang's own talisman legacy, 5 artifacts, 30-odd talismans, 700 stones, and out of the other 3, a pile of foundation establishment pill materials, including 3 of the 6 core ones, which put me at 4 of 6, personally. Truth Hall waited 2 full months before anyone came around the alley asking about him, and everyone said the same thing. He went out and didn't come back. They gave up immediately. Gang'd only been a first-rank talisman master. It wasn't a big deal if one of those went missing. I want you to hold that sentence, because a man died over it. Gang offended someone he was told was beneath him, and then the institution he traded his manners for measured his life and priced it at 2 months of half-hearted asking. Luolan came through with 6,000 spirit stones and worse news. Before I came here, the sect master approached Mei and me. Gang wants us to agree to marriage alliances with the Zhang family and the Huang family for the stability of the sect region. The sect master of the Cloud Sword sect, offering 2 of his own foundation establishment women to 2 vassal families as a peace gift. I laughed. It came out wrong. Absolutely shameless, I said. Incomprehensible. And privately, for the first time in 30 years, I was actively glad that a deacon had once looked at a scroll and said the word eliminated. The Grand Elder had a screaming argument with the sect master over it. The sect had split so far down that outer disciples were picking sides. With the Grand Elder and Senior Sister Luo, they can't force us, Luolan said. But the Jiang and Huang families have started interfering in Bai family affairs. The Bai took back the resource site we'd seized. That's just the opening. Next time, it'll be the purple gold sand mine, unless we yield. And I saw it, and it stopped my breath for a second. They didn't care about the mine. They didn't care about the Bai family. They were squeezing the Su and the Chen families into kneeling, because that's how you demonstrate to a sect faction that its people can't protect their own. That was the first time I understood how much of that weight Luolan and Luo Yue had been carrying while I sat in a room getting better at chemistry. Sister, I said, we cannot let that ethereal fruit get away. I got it then I sat down in front of 10,000 spirit stones worth of irreplaceable material. Go ahead, Luolan said. I'll guard the door. Don't feel pressured. Even if you fail, it's practice. That is a thing people say. I spent 7 days tuning myself with a fresh batch of second-order Kaiyuan pills every day, and on the 7th day 5 perfect ones came out of the furnace, and I decided that was as good as I was going to be. A day of ordinary materials, then the lotus and the fruit and the core going in, then 2 hours of condensation, 4 pills, 2 premium, 2 ordinary. Luolan actually pulled her hand back from them. Premium quality? 2 of them? The Cloud Sword sect's own second-tier high-grade alchemy elder had produced perhaps 2 or 3 premium foundation establishment pills in an entire career. 5 or 6 batches might give you one. They go to personal disciples of the sect master and nobody else. She'd come here hoping for 1 ordinary pill. If word gets out about your alchemy, she said, people will come looking. Then it won't get out. I'm at the How refining realm. If this becomes known, it's a disaster, not a blessing. She looked at me for a while. If only you had better spiritual root talent, she said, or if you could have had mine. Root talent is decided before you're born, I said. What a person achieves isn't. The moon worship immortal master had a low-grade root, and he formed a core. Here's the truth I never said out loud to any of them. I never intended to stay with the Su family. Going out to the herb garden at 18 was the first step out the door. I loved those people and I spent a century making them rich and safe, and the whole time I was leaving because compared to the world the Su family is very small. The second seed opened in my backyard about 10 years after the first. It rooted, and in under 10 breaths it was a Tujang tree with a coiled dragon trunk and bark like dragon scale, and the chi of the entire city bent toward it. 1 white bud, 1 green fruit, 15 minutes to ripen to crystalline gold. I picked it and the whole tree went to ash instantly and left no seed behind. The fruit wasn't flesh, it was fragrance and juice, and after I bit it, the rind shriveled away and left a single flat seed in my palm. Then heat went through my body, and cold went through my soul, and the golden cicada art started refining it without being asked. By dawn, the golden cicada art was at the 2nd level. My divine sense was foundation establishment grade, while my cultivation was not. My earth technique had jumped 6 levels. And the Azure Wood Age wheel art had done in 1 night what 10 years of practice would have done. 9th layer of How refining, lifespan 45 of 164, 9 rings, carved deep, and with them that faint sense of the passage of time that I'd never been able to grasp, which I was starting to notice made time itself wear on me more slowly than it should. Then Truth Hall came for me properly. A bearded man walked into my pavilion who looked 30 and was not. Wen Lan, Deacon of Truth Hall. Foundation Establishment 1st layer, 2nd grade low-rank alchemist. A 9th layer How refining cultivator who is a 2nd grade alchemist and can produce superior quality 2nd order pills, he said pleasantly. Your talent is extraordinary. I'm here to invite you into Truth Hall. I pleaded loyalty to the Ming family. Gang produced the new offer. I didn't have to be a full member. I could be an external enshrined elder. 2 self-chosen tasks a year, no other obligation, no questions about my background, and contribution points I could exchange for Truth Hall resources, including Foundation Establishment pills and a 2nd-tier high-grade alchemist legacy. I joined, and I saw the machine for exactly what it was while I signed. Every loose craftsman in that city would eventually be inside it. That's not recruitment, that's enclosure. Then Liu Hua came back after half a year at Foundation establishment. She made it at $40 with the news that finally connected everything. An ancient ruin has appeared at 8 Demon Ridge. That's what the demonic cultivators and robbers have been squatting there for, all this time. And she said the name. The Golden Jade Immortal Gate. The same ancient sect whose second-tier high-grade puppet master legacy had come out of a jade box in the Spirit Fang Falcon's bag 30 years before. The same sect whose complete talisman master legacy an old man had dropped on my head from an empty sky on the road out of Yunshan. A 9 Souls Demon Palace inner disciple had come to this prefecture hunting that ruin. Somehow his token and his treasures had ended up on a road bandit, and 3 people who'd refused to investigate any of it had killed that bandit with 900 stones of paper and gone home. I had been quietly holding 2 pieces of the Golden Jade Immortal Gate for 3 decades, having personally declined, in writing, to go anywhere near it. Then Ming Qianqing came to my pavilion with a Chenkun bag and would not look at me. Senior Sister Chen was badly injured at 8 Demon Ridge. Senior Sister Luo got her out and brought her back to the sect. A pause. She didn't survive. A month ago. Wang Mei. Before she died, she asked that this bag be given to fellow Taoist Su, and that you look after the Chen family, out of consideration for her. She'd gone, because after Foundation establishment, she'd hit a wall. Sitting still wasn't getting her anywhere. She needed to go out and find something, and a ruin appeared at exactly the moment she needed one. The Scarlet Edge Taoist crippled her with 1 strike, and the demonic corruption in the wound is why she never got better. I want to say something honest here, because there's no point telling this if I'm going to be graceful about it. I had a proficiency panel. She had to gamble. That is the entire difference between us. She was more talented than me, she worked as hard as me, and she needed an opportunity, and I never did, and so she went into a ruin full of demonic cultivators, and I sat in a courtyard drawing paper and got stronger. She's buried at Kang Mountain, in the Su family cemetery, by her own instruction. The bag was mostly her ordinary things, a few hundred stones, some clothes, pills, and underneath, 6 resealed ancient jade boxes, 5 empty. The 6th had a round black bead in it leaking divine soul energy, and a letter that said she'd found it in 8 Demon Ridge, and thought about it for a long time, and decided it should be mine. It was a puppet soul. According to the Golden Jade forging method in my head, a puppet soul is to a puppet what a magic treasure is to an artifact. It fuses with a puppet and turns it into a nurtured thing, something you can keep in your own dantian, feed materials to, and raise in rank across centuries, the way a sword cultivator raises a destined sword. And this one's soul aura was already cold enough to make me flinch. Foundation establishment peak, possibly beyond. The golden cicada art, the Tao body puppet technique, a puppet soul, and a second-tier puppet beast. 4 things that had come to me from 4 directions across 30 years, and every single one of them was a lock that fit the same key. She gave me the last piece, and she wrote me a polite letter about her family while she was dying of a wound she took in a place I'd been invited to, and declined. I flew to Kang Mountain for the funeral on the back of the eagle with Liu Hua beside me, and I brought her whole family's fortune in offerings, and I stood at the stone. I never loved her. I want to be honest about that too. She was beautiful and clever and married to my cousin, and none of it was ever anything to me. That isn't the debt. My abilities are limited, I told the stone. So I can only help you a little, quietly. And if it's beyond me, then I'll wait until I can kill him with 1 hand. And then I poured out a pot of the best spirit wine I owned, over her grave, in front of my whole family, and I said the only prayer I have ever meant, respectfully, to old friends. I outlived him by a very wide margin. It took 52 years, and he never once knew who was coming. At home, I asked Luo Yue to watch the Chen family for me, and write if anything happened, and to do it without my name attached, because if the Cloud Sword Sect ever noticed the Su family taking a sudden interest in the Chens, someone would eventually ask what Wang Mei had left behind. Then I went back to Moon Worship Immortal City and found it eating its own people. The rents on the spirit fields went up 30%. House rents up. The entry fee doubled from 1 stone a day to 2. Meanwhile, pills and talismans and formations climbed 10 or 20% because the great powers were buying at scale for the war at 8 Demon Ridge. Good for me. Ruinous for everyone else in my alley. 30% more rent on a spirit field means you work a full year for nothing, and you can't just leave, because outside those walls, without a craft, you'd live worse. My neighbor Zhang Da screamed at his family about it through the wall for a month. Then he did something about it, which was that he gathered some other tenant cultivators to discuss petitioning the spirit hall for a small reduction. 5 city guards kicked his gate in at night, dragged him out of bed, and announced to the alley that anyone who disturbed the immortal city would be killed without mercy and their property confiscated as an example. Then the 9th layer squad leader looked at Zhang Da's wife and 2 small daughters standing in the yard and told them to be out by nightfall and to remember to pay their 2 stones a day, and then said something to her by voice transmission that made her eyes go wide with terror. "Think it over carefully," he said. Ha 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 ha. The order came from Ye Qian, 3rd disciple of Immortal Master Ming Yu, Hall Master of Truth Hall, and both his senior siblings were away from the city, and so was their master. Bai Yun knelt in the street outside my pavilion 2 days later with a girl on each side of her. "Alchemist Su, you're the most capable person I've ever met. Please take in our mother and daughters. We have nowhere else." She was at the 5th layer of How Refining and could have lived perfectly well outside the walls, and I told her so, and she said she was an orphan. Her husband had brought her here, she didn't know any spells, and she didn't know where else to go. "I can be a servant," she said, "as long as they eat. Follow me." I put her on chores. I apprenticed both girls. They had low-grade roots, which is to say they had a chance, to my 2 elderly alchemists, who were delighted, because at 70, an apprentice is a person who will look after you. And I changed the girls' surname from their fathers to their mothers without discussing it with anyone. I'd heard that man through the wall for 2 years. Then Truth Hall summoned me, and I met Ye Qian, handsome, a few years younger than me, and not the recently broken through junior of rumor, Foundation Establishment 7th layer, and both a 2nd-tier high-grade alchemist and a 2nd-tier high-grade artifact refiner, genuinely infuriatingly gifted. Gang didn't stand up. Lo Ming, 2nd-order low-grade alchemist, 9th layer of How Refining. Gang didn't look up either. However, you are not an alchemist of the Ming family, as you claimed. Then, your talent is decent, so I bestow upon you an opportunity. Join Truth Hall under my command and refine elixirs for me. I'll reward you with a Foundation Establishment pill. If you break through, I'll reward you with a complete 2nd-tier high-grade alchemist legacy. I declined. "You understand my meaning," he said. I declined again. "In that case, Wen Lan, see our guest out." And then, once I was through the door, he gave the order that decided a great many things. Assign him nothing further, and nothing in Truth Hall is available for him to exchange, unless he joins. I had, at that point, roughly 1,000 contribution points that I had spent years earning, and they became scrap paper in an afternoon. I want to be very precise about what happened next, because it's the least dramatic and most important moment in this entire story. I went home. I made tea. I did not do anything at all. I told Liu Hua about it in a sealed room, and she confirmed the pattern. Truth Hall had approached every craftsman in the city, and more than half had joined, herded by exactly this method. Block the exchange, reward the ones who kneel. "Isn't he afraid of offending someone he shouldn't?" I asked. "Besides 3rd-tier masters, who is there to offend?" she said. Backed by Moon Worship Immortal City, Truth Hall isn't afraid of anybody. And I said the thing that I have built my entire life on, and I watched her understand it. The heavenly Tao is good for reincarnation. We might not see anything now, but what about 50 years from now? What about 100? Then I asked her calmly, over tea, where a man might build an independent immortal cave. Somewhere nobody's tenant. Somewhere a customer comes to you. "The Great Moon Black Market," she said. "Outside Great Moon Ridge. Nominally, no man's land. Actually, it's held in balance by a permanently stationed Great Moon Palace core formation elder, with Kaiyang Palace and the Sword City Qin family, both keeping strongholds there. Nothing bad has happened there in living memory." She looked at me. "And my family has a 2nd-tier independent immortal cave there, a spirit mountain, some fields. If you want it, I can apply for it for you." I said I'd think about it. I broke through half a year later. Under the golden light, my body and my mana were being scoured clean, and something else was too, which I didn't notice until afterward. The number went 99.97, 99.98, 99.99. Emerald light filled the chamber, and a phenomenon formed inside it, a seed pushing up out of soil and growing into a towering tree. My mana turned into a vortex and condensed a Foundation Establishment seed shaped exactly like that tree. My sea of consciousness opened, clear key rose, turbid sank, and my soul, which was a golden chrysalis by then, with a Foundation Establishment grade divine sense wrapped around it, took a great deal more than its share of the clear key that a breakthrough gives you, and transformed again. I shed a layer of skin. The new one came up clear as glass. The panel went from 1 cycle 9 revolutions at 100% to 2 cycles 1 revolution at 0.01, with no bottleneck at all. Not a pause. Not a wall. Just the next number. Outside, the QE of the whole neighborhood spiraled down into my courtyard, and my alley woke up. That's a breakthrough. Foundation Establishment? The old artifact refiner sat bolt upright in his own drink. Taoist Su, no. Senior Su. And Han Ming, standing in the street in the dark, said something that I only heard about later and have never stopped enjoying. Gang kept saying his talent was poor, extremely poor. A long pause. And he went from the 8th layer of how refining to foundation establishment in 7 years. If that's poor talent, then what are we? I want to note for the record that I never once lied to that woman. I said my talent was terrible. It was. It's just that talent turned out not to be the binding constraint. Inside, sitting in my own wrecked room, 2 rings of time now carved into me, I noticed something else. My spiritual root had changed. My affinity for spiritual ki, my perception of it, better, measurably. My 5 elements root had gone from the middling part of low grade to the very top of low grade. I have read every text I could get my hands on, including ancient ones. Nothing in any of them says a spiritual root can be improved. It is the one thing in this world that everyone agrees is fixed before you draw breath. I sat there with my fists closed hard enough to hurt. If I can go from mid-low grade to high-low grade, what happens next time? Lifespan, 50 of 213. 50 years from one breakthrough. And I was 50 years old, which meant I had 163 years left. And immortal master Ming Yu, who owned this entire city and whose 3rd disciple had just tried to buy me and then blacklisted me for refusing, was under 400 and would not see 6. I ran that number twice, in the dark, in a broken room. If it comes down to outliving them, then one day I will personally witness Ye Qian drawing his last breath. That is a promise I made to myself at 50, and I want you to remember that I made it, because the world does eventually get around to these things, but it is extremely slow about it and it likes to be helped. I spent the next stretch turning foundation establishment mana into things I could point at people. The 5 foundation establishment spells of my own art. Wood evasion, which lets me move through wood. The myriad transformation art, which makes me look like plants. Combined with the first one, my ability to disappear in a forest became close to absolute. The vicissitude art, which makes a man feel the whole weight of his own age and the end of his own lifespan at once, which is a lie, and which is devastating if it lands without warning. The myriad wood puppet art, which turns real trees into things that fight for me, and the azure light art, which heals. And out of the legacy the old man had dropped on my head, 3 second-tier middle-grade talismans, which are a different order of thing entirely. The soul-stabilizing talisman, which binds the soul rather than the body. Anyone under Foundation Establishment 3 who gets hit by it is entirely at your disposal. The profound sky shield. And the dragon-slaying talisman, which delivers a full-strength strike from a Foundation Establishment 6th layer cultivator, and which took me 3 months. 60 sets of materials prepared, 48 consumed, 6 talismans. A 10% success rate would ruin any normal master. For me, it was a number that was going to go up forever, and every point of it compounded. It also left me broke again, because a second-order puppet eats mid-grade spirit stones continuously and never stops. So I sold 1 ordinary Foundation Establishment pill. And I sent the old man to sell it. The Dao body puppet walked into the spirit hall wearing a face nobody had ever seen, and a bamboo hat that blocked divine sense, and let exactly 1 trace of Foundation Establishment aura leak, and the disciple at the counter nearly fell over his own desk. And then Wenlan came around the corner with his recruiting smile. May I ask fellow Taoist's Dao name? Recently, our truth hall in Moon Worship Immortal City. The puppet let its pressure down on him like a dropped anvil. Are you finished? Then be quiet. Since when does auctioning an item at your spirit hall require an interrogation? Wenlan screamed. Actually screamed and went over backward and had to be helped up. There is no version of me that could have done that. I was a Foundation Establishment 1st layer alchemist with a business in that city and a courtyard full of people who depended on me. The old man in the hat was a puppet with a soul in it from an unknown era, wearing no name, owed nothing by anybody. Upstairs, the spirit hall's grand deacon watched the whole thing through a window and did nothing. Aren't we going to intervene? His disciple said. Our reputation. Let them make a fuss. The more the better. I'm only worried they won't. Gang was smiling. A harmless truth hall isn't liked by anyone. The hall master despises it and was helpless about it. And now, with the hall master and the second hall master and the city lord all away, that person has finally revealed his ambition. This is a good thing. Then, on Truth Hall having swallowed most of the city's craftsmen, how could it be that simple? Human hearts aren't so easy to hold. With that one's methods, it's a blessing on this city if he doesn't suffer a backlash. Sometimes eating too much chokes you. Gang turned away from the window, making a wedding dress for someone else. His disciple got goosebumps and didn't know why. I did. I was standing in my own pavilion 3 streets away, holding a cup of tea, listening through a puppet's ears. Next time, the old man said on his way out the door, be more observant. And I thought, that's the first installment. I'll collect the rest later. Zhui Guang leaned across my own table in my own pavilion and told me, in the delighted whisper of a man handing over a really good rumor, what the demonic path was actually digging for at 8 Demon Ridge. There's a secret technique of the Golden Jade Immortal Gate, he said. It resolves the drawbacks of demonic path cultivation. In the ancient era, it drew the covetous eyes of every demonic cultivator alive. Gang looked around unnecessarily since it was my shop. The golden cicada art. I said nothing for a moment. Is it cold in here? I said. It feels cold. Nobody had found it. The righteous path was hunting it too, quietly, because a technique that stabilizes demonic path cultivation is exactly the kind of thing you'd rather have than have someone else have. I had been cultivating it for a decade and a half. It had come out of a jade box in the bag of a bitter, disfigured man I killed in a street over an old family grudge, and I had never told a living soul, and I was now sitting in a city while two core formation factions took a mountain range apart looking for it. I want to note that the correct emotional response here is terror. What I actually felt under the terror was a kind of appalled delight, and I have never fully forgiven myself for it. Gang also listed what else was in there. Spirit mountains full of rare medicine, including materials for foundation establishment pills, and genuine pills, and the pill that makes a nascent soul, a scripture peak, a pill peak, an artifact peak, all of it blockaded by great powers. My mind got hot. I could feel the greed arrive physically, like a fever. Then the golden cicada art circulated on its own and swept my head clean, and I sat there in the wreckage of the impulse. Greed without strength is asking to die. If I ever reach core formation peak or nascent soul, I won't need to sneak into anyone's ruin. I'll own the sects that are guarding it. Everything I did for the next century, I did because of that one clear minute in a pill shop. Around then, I finally became the Sioux family's third old ancestor, which is a title, not a job. The family's polite way of saying that a foundation establishment cultivator outranks everyone regardless of what he does with his days. I handed over the premium foundation establishment pill I'd been made to keep. Luo Yue stared at it. You didn't take it? How could you be so? I didn't take one at all, I said. I was fairly confident in my breakthrough, so I didn't use a pill. His mouth actually opened, because there is a category of person who skips the pill deliberately. Prodigies do it, so their foundation comes out purer and their eventual ceiling is higher. It is a famous, prestigious, extremely arrogant choice. You have to be a genius to make it. And Luo Yue sat there and I could see it cross his face, thought, doesn't this boy have a low-grade spiritual root? Luo Lei, who had needed a pill and who had watched his own patriarch fail with one, just made a small noise. Then I sat down to a family banquet with my elders and drank tea and talked about the future of the clan for one entire evening. While 400 miles away, I destroyed the Bai family of Maple City. The Dao body puppet went to their spirit ore mountain first. 40-odd cultivators, 2 of them 9th layer. It did not get careless. 50 years of not getting careless is the only reason I was alive to have a puppet at all. It sent an ordinary tier 1 puppet beast in ahead of it to test the formations. The little puppet flattened 2 houses. The guards triggered a second-order trapping array and bound it and rushed out to kill it, and then somebody looked closely and their voices changed. That's not a Yao beast, that's a puppet, which meant somebody had sent it, which meant they had about 4 seconds left. Full defensive formation, notify the family for support, and my old man walked out of the dark having seen precisely what they had, which was second-order low-grade work, good for holding off an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator for a little while. It put one claw through their great formation like a finger through a soap bubble. Then it landed and patted the ground. 40-odd people came apart at once. Then it patted the ground again to erase them, collected its little puppet, swept up the Cancun bags, cleaned its own aura off the site, and went and sat in a valley between the mine and Tan Mountain to see whether the Bai family would send help. They didn't because their patriarch was a genuinely capable man. Their own foundation establishment ancestor was away in the ruins. Their newly promoted Bai Mu felt the tremor and said he had a bad feeling. The elders started shouting about reprisals against the Su and Chen families, and the patriarch shouted them all down. If it was the Su and Chen families and they've set an ambush, how do we answer it? The old ancestor is not home. If this goes wrong, the Bai family is finished. Gang was right about all of it and wrong about only one thing, which was the assumption that staying home was an option. They sealed the mountain and raised everything they had. My puppet watched the barrier come up and thought, second tier middle grade, and changed into the dragon crocodile. Their scouts died in the forest a few li out without ever seeing what killed them. At the gate, it burned 2 second-tier formation-breaking talismans. The first shook the barrier and cracked some nodes. The second took the entire mountain-protecting formation down. Bai Mu, a man who had been a foundation establishment cultivator for less than a year, looked at the thing standing in the gap in his family's defenses and could not understand any part of it. That formation should have held against a 5th or 6th layer cultivator for a long time. And this was not the Su family and not the Chen family, because neither of them had anything like this. Gang stacked every shield and armor talisman he owned and went into the earth to escape. The claw came down, and the shields did not matter, and neither did the earth. Then the patriarch raised the family flag and fired every killing array on that mountain, and transmitted the only order that mattered to his elders. Run, scatter, and run. As long as one of you lives, the Bai family lives. 9 firebirds condensed over Tan Mountain, 1 dove. My puppet walked out of the fire without a mark on it, and roared, and the patriarch's mind went white, and the flood dragon halberd went through him the way a dragon crosses a sky. The flag dropped. The arrays died. The other 8 firebirds came apart, and it got dark again. In under a quarter of an hour, Tan Mountain was silent. Then it spent the rest of that night erasing every claw mark and every crack and every body, emptying their scripture pavilion and their treasury, and visiting each of the Bai family's outlying resource points in turn. And I sat in a hall a long way east, drinking tea with 2 Foundation establishment elders who loved me, discussing the 100-year plan of the Su family with a perfectly steady face. Some of the Bai family survived. Their Foundation establishment 3rd-layer ancestor was in the ruins, and a few dozen others were scattered. I decided that was fine. I took 8,400 spirit stones, 400 artifacts, a second-order puppet beast still bearing the maker's mark of the Zhang family, 4 more core Foundation establishment pill materials, and a lump of crystal-clear ore like white glazed glass. Light shadow stone. Light. Hard. Unreasonably resilient, and one of the core materials for the 8-armed mantis. The single most powerful puppet in the entire golden jade inheritance in my head. A thing built to stand in front of a false core cultivator. That lump was about 1/10 of what I'd need, and in one resealed ancient jade box out of their treasury, a jade slip, a complete second-tier high-grade alchemist inheritance, including the formula for the pill that helps a man form a false core. I had spent years grinding contribution points in Truth Hall specifically to trade for a second-tier high-grade alchemist legacy and been blacklisted before I could spend them. And here it was, out of the vault of a family that had spent 80 years looking for me. The Bai family, I thought, sitting between my 2 elders with my face doing nothing at all. They're like little imps that bring you money. Their surviving ancestor was at that moment risking his life in an ancient ruin to bring treasures home. I hope he works hard, I thought. I hope he finds a great deal. That way I can harvest him again when he comes out. Luo Yue asked what I was smiling about. I said something about the family's future. Gang laughed and clapped me on the shoulder and said that he and Luo Lei would do their best, but that the real hope was me and Luo Lan. The news broke over the Su family the next morning like a bucket of ice. Tan Mountain annihilated. The Bai cultivators wiped out overnight. Nobody knew by whom. Luo Tian sealed our mountain, paid a Cloud Sword Sect formation master an enormous amount of money for a second-tier high-grade mountain formation, and called an emergency council to discuss the terrifying unknown demonic cultivator operating in our region. I attended. I looked at my own nose and let my elders talk. The culprit was sitting between them, agreeing that it was very worrying. Then I went to Black Rock Mountain to buy an ethereal fruit and got something considerably better. The Ming family's range is several times the size of Kang Mountain, and outside the clan's own vein, the slopes are simply full of Yao beasts, descendants of tamed ones, captured ones left to recover, an entire living reserve that the juniors pick from and the beast pavilion sells out of. There were cloud cranes playing in the mist over the valleys. Their 3rd branch alone outnumbers my entire family. Liu Hua's father was Liu Ming, head of the 3rd branch built like a door and late-stage Foundation establishment. I've long heard the Su family produced a genius alchemist, he said. Seeing you today, your temperament is indeed extraordinary. Then he spent an entire day not asking me why I'd come, and I spent an entire day not telling him. We talked about the sect and the ruins, and eventually about ancient secrets of the prefecture, at which point 40 years of reading gossip books in a family pavilion finally paid a dividend, because it turns out that a late-stage Foundation establishment patriarch is exactly as bored as everybody else, and nobody ever tells him anything interesting. At the evening banquet, a dozen cups in, he broke first. You can really talk, kid. A whole day, and you haven't brought up one single thing. Then he narrowed his eyes. And you're not honest. You've cultivated a body refinement technique, haven't you? And not a low-level one, or you'd be face down by now. Still trying to get me drunk? If I weren't too proud to burn it off with mana, I'd show you what late-stage Foundation establishment means. So I finally stated my business, cooperative alchemy. I had every material for a batch of Foundation establishment pills except one ethereal fruit. Kong, what fruit? He said. I don't have that. And his wife, Luo Qingye, said without looking up, the 3rd branch has one in storage. I'll have Hua bring it to you. Don't mind it. I had prepared about a dozen negotiating positions on the way there. I used none of them. I got mildly disastrously honest around then and told Liu Hua she'd inherited her mother's genes out loud in front of the room. She walked me to the guest quarters afterward and closed the door behind her. Fiery Sun Red, she said. That's the wine my father used on my mother back in the day. You made him drink half a pot tonight. That wasn't easy. I was, thanks to the golden cicada art, entirely sober and entirely not. Is that so? Would you like to rest? She was already smiling. Put out the fire? I sealed the guest chamber with every formation I owned before I refined those pills, because a house full of foundation establishment cultivators is a house full of people who could watch me work. 5 pills, 3 premium, 2 ordinary. 5 is the theoretical ceiling for one set of materials. 3 is normal. 4 is a success. 5 means you are, by definition, a master of that grade. I put 2 of the premiums in my own bag and reported 3 pills, 1 premium. Ming Qiangqing's eyes went very wide. Liu Hua smiled at her tea. In the hall, the third branch's elders looked at 3 foundation establishment pills with 1 premium among them and were extremely satisfied. Their own head alchemist, Liu Bo, 4th layer, over 120 years old, still 2nd grade low rank, demanded to know how a 1st layer cultivator had refined foundation establishment pills at all, let alone a premium one. Then he closed his mouth because their actual supplier was Master Alchemist Bai Yan of 5 Flames Mountain, who produced 1 premium foundation establishment pill for the Ming family about every 20 or 30 years at a 40% success rate, burning 2 sets of materials per pill. I picked up the premium and handed it to Luo Qingya. Aunt gave me the ethereal fruit that completed my set, I said, so please accept this. And then, to her husband, while the room was still warm, if the Ming family ever needs foundation establishment pills refined, you can ask me. That was the entire purpose of the visit. The wine, the day of small talk, the fruit, the pills, all of it was for that one sentence, delivered at the exact moment when refusing it would have been embarrassing. Half a month later, they leased me the Great Moon Black Market Immortal Cave. Unconditionally. A cave sitting on a second-order spiritual vein with its own spirit mountain, better than my entire family's holdings, and leased to me personally, not to their daughter. In exchange, I refined them 1 batch of foundation establishment pills every 5 years or so, and they supply 2 full sets of materials each time. If I'm in good form, I keep a whole free set. Their weakness was alchemists. Master Alchemist Bai Yan was past 180 and running out of years, and there was no replacement anywhere in the region. I'd spent 30 years becoming the replacement without ever once mentioning it to anyone. Liu Hua left with me, with the blessing of her father, her mother, and every elder of the 3rd branch. Back home, I told my family what we were going to be. The Ming family has beasts, I said, around the stove. The Huang family has formations. The Zhang family has puppets. Everyone has one thing nobody can take. We have nothing. So our family becomes an alchemist family. And then the part that mattered, which I made them repeat back to me. An alchemist family makes friends with every force. It participates in as few disputes as possible and avoids the rest. Only when we're on good terms with everyone does the Su family have a chance of lasting 1,000 generations. Spirit mines and medicine fields and spirit fields, a legacy built on those doesn't last. The younger ones looked at me like I'd said something profound. It wasn't profound. It was just very long-term, and long-term is the only thing I have ever actually had. Then I asked if I could take Luo An away to learn alchemy, and Luo Tian, who had named Luo An his successor about a week earlier, gave me a look I still think about. I sent the puppet to 8 Demon Ridge and had it open a stall. 3 reasons. The Bai family's surviving ancestor would eventually come out of that ruin. I needed light shadow stone and 8 armed mantis materials, and it was only the puppet, so if the whole thing went wrong, the worst outcome was a soul wound and some embarrassment. The market outside the ridge was louder than Moon Worship Immortal City, a great moon palace town, 1 stone to enter, dirt floor stalls, people shouting Golden Jade Immortal Gate Opportunity, cheap clearance. There was a heavenly book pavilion there too. I got about 4 steps from the door, felt something I can only describe as a draft, and turned around. Inside, the old man behind that counter looked up from his book. Strange, he thought. That back didn't seem to be human. Then he shrugged and went back to reading, and I have thought about that near miss more than once. 3 months later, my old man ran the most popular loose cultivator stall in that market, and Bai Chen came home. The Bai family's old ancestor. Foundation establishment 3rd layer. Blood on his robes, head down, 1 arm gone at the shoulder, escorted by 2 Huang family cultivators. Gang stopped at my stall. Fellow Taoist, do you have muscle growth pills or materials for them? I looked at the stump. Those are 2nd tier high grade, my old man said. The materials are extremely precious. If you need them, perhaps go to 5 Flames Mountain and ask Master Alchemist Bai Yan. His eyelids twitched and he moved on, carrying a divine sense imprint that nothing under false core could have detected. Gang spent a month healing and then bought the news. Tan Mountain destroyed, every resource point taken by the Su and Chen families, no survivors near Maple City. Su family, Chen family. If I do not destroy your two clans in this life, I, Bai Chen, swear not to be human. And then, because he was not a stupid man, he studied the sites, found every trace scrubbed, concluded the killer was at least Foundation establishment middle stage, and quietly abandoned revenge on the actual murderer in favor of revenge on two families who had simply arrived afterward and taken the furniture. Gang also knew exactly what he was to the Huang family, who were being so kind to him. An old dog at the third layer. Gang lost the arm being their cannon fodder at a spirit mine. I decided not to bother with him. A one-armed third-layer cultivator with a few decades left is not a threat, he's a schedule. I wanted to see how long he could hold his temper. If he moved, I'd handle it. If he didn't move, then in 40 years his grave would have weeds on it, and I'd still be 40 years old. As it happens, neither. Mei Ling killed him. She came down out of the sky in white over a Huang family party in the ruins, and asked which one was the Bai family's old ancestor, and a Huang ancestor at the 7th layer started to bluff. She ignored him completely. I owe the Su family a favor, she said, so he cannot continue to live. The Huang family had better not interfere. Bai Chen ran. She glanced at him, and a killing tribulation came down out of a clear sky, and a storm of metal blades finished him in the air, and the same glance shattered the 7th layer ancestor's 2nd-tier high-grade defensive formation and blew him backward, spitting blood before he could finish shouting. This has nothing to do with the Huang family. Tell your old ancestor not to seek death. The favor was one premium Foundation establishment pill I'd refined for her, 7 days' work, at a price I'd have taken a tenth of. I have never in my life gotten better value from a business transaction, and I want to point out that I had no idea it was one at the time. I refined a pill for a frightening woman because she asked politely and paid. That is the actual lesson of the last 50 years of my life, incidentally. Not the puppets, not the talismans. Be worth something to people who are stronger than you, and be worth it before you need them. With Bai Chen dead, I could finally sell the Bai family's furniture. Over the following half year, I quietly fenced all of it, 35,000 spirit stones, through the outer market where nobody asks where anything came from. I met Tianshu Hall on the road west. Half a month out from the Great Moon Ridge, a Foundation establishment lock stopped my eagle in midair, and a man was standing on a peak holding a brush, only 3rd layer. But he'd stopped a Tier 2 flying beast carrying 8 people without visible effort, and there is a specific kind of person who is much stronger than his cultivation. And I was one, so I recognized one. Cultivator Yan Wu of Tianshu Hall greets you. You seem unfamiliar. Not from the black market? Tianshu Hall is neither righteous nor demonic, uses methods people describe as strange, and is famous for exactly one thing: information. On people, and on what's inside the Great Moon Ridge, so I advertised at him. I'm Luo Ming, 2nd-grade alchemist. I can refine Foundation establishment pills. I'll shortly be opening an immortal cave on the Ming family's Spirit Mountain in the black market. If you ever need pills refined, come and discuss it. Gang lit up like a festival. Fellow Taoist is quite interesting. You're actually treating me as a customer. Gang wrote something invisible in his book and was gone so fast that nobody saw him leave, and when I called after him to ask about the black market's alchemists, he was back inside 2 breaths with money in his eyes. 300 stones bought me every alchemist in the black market by name and rank and reputation, the relationships between its forces and its supply lines, plus a free jade slip on the house because I'd just arrived. I caught a trace of wind attribute mana as he left, which is not a common route. That man became the most useful relationship of my 2nd century, and I bought him for 300 spirit stones and a joke. The recalibration I did on that road is worth stating plainly because it's the reason I stopped being reckless right at the point where I could have started. I had just erased a cultivation family, I had a Foundation establishment puppet, 2nd-tier talismans nobody in Moon Worship Immortal City could make, and 35,000 spirit stones of somebody else's furniture. And a man at the 3rd layer had frozen my mount out of the sky and vanished before I could see him move. There are many people stronger than me. Geniuses are not rare. I must not become complacent. My advantage is not power. My advantage is the future. I can afford to wait. So I postponed the pill pavilion, lived off the stall, and went back to work. The cave was better than I'd been promised. Under 5 Lai, its own spirit mountain, a pond, 26 mu of spirit fields, 12 of medicine fields, including 1 mu of soil, good enough for 2nd-tier high-grade herbs, a manor on the peak, and 23 elderly Hao refining residents whose steward, an 84-year-old named Liu Kang, took one look at me and started calling me son-in-law. There was also a bottomless ice pond in it with ice-scale fish, which will matter in about 60 years in the stupidest possible way. A year on, the Xuanming thick earth art broke into foundation establishment, and I condensed a second foundation establishment seed shaped like thick earth to sit beside the tree, and in the clarity of that breakthrough, the idea I'd been circling finally landed. Luo Yue had given me a jade slip out of pity, an ancient cultivator's messy personal journal, and with it, a dual attribute earth and wood technique so weak it capped out at the first layer of how refining. Junk, a curiosity. But it wasn't junk, it was a frame. The earthwood art was never meant to be a technique, it was a framework, and the ancient who wrote it had expected the user to build the rest himself. So I tried to fuse the Xuanming thick earth art and the azure wood age wheel art into it. Every failure blew my aura apart. At first layer strength, that's survivable. It still hurt. Half a month for the first layer, a month for the second, on my knees, coughing, 3 months for the next. Half a year. A full year of mana conflicts and blood before the 6th. But it worked. And once I understood that a framework is a thing a man can pour techniques into, I stopped being a cultivator who collects arts and became something else, and the whole back half of this story runs on that. 2 more things from that stretch. The first is that Liu Hua needed a second-order middle-grade beast to make her next rank, and Tianshu Hall had located a cloud tiger, and she intended to go and catch it herself. "Tell me where," I said. "I'll get it. There's no need for you to take the risk. It's not as if I'm going deep into the Great Moon Ridge. Is this really necessary? Your breakthrough matters. The risk doesn't." I put my cup down. Strength is the foundation. How the strength gets there, who cares about the process? When you're a third-order beast tamer and you look back at today, what will an ordinary second-order demon beast be to you? If there's an accident, you lose more than you gain. She agreed, and was extremely curious how I intended to manage it, and I did not tell her, and I have not told her to this day. The puppet found the tiger half a month later in a misty canyon, a winged tigress whose bloodline could reach the peak of second-order high grade, lying in a cave and barely able to stand because she had just given birth. 2-foot-long cubs, still blind, nursing. I want to be honest about my first thought, which was, buy one, get 2 free. 1 calming talisman to the forehead, a dose of sedative, all 3 into the beast sack, and out. I did not notice the blood-red plant growing at the back of that cave. Nobody did. That's a different story, and it comes later. Liu Hua tamed the mother 7 days later and became a second-order middle-grade beast tamer, and on the 2nd day came to find me with a strange look on her face. Luoming. It's intelligence. It understands how to cultivate. Deliberately. It's basically no different from a person. It just can't speak yet. Which meant that when it could speak, it would be Yao race. Not a beast that grows by instinct, a thing that chooses to get stronger, the way we do. The gap between that and an ordinary demon beast is the gap between a heaven spiritual root prodigy and me. And the 2 cubs grew up in my courtyard and spent the next 80 years trying to jump me from behind, which they never once managed and never once stopped attempting. The second thing is that the Azure Wood Age Wheel art rolled over. 2nd cycle, 2nd revolution. Foundation establishment 2nd layer, 9 years after the first. Lifespan, 59 of 232. 19 more years from 1 step. And 232 is what a 9th layer core formation cultivator gets, the very top of the 2nd realm, and I was at the 2nd layer of the 1st. I ran the extrapolation that night, the way I always do. If 9 revolutions of the 1st cycle gave me 160 and the 2nd cycle is doing this, then by the 9th layer of core formation, I'd be looking at something near 380 years, which is what a freshly minted core formation immortal master has. But then the ceiling problem showed up, and it was serious, and it set the agenda for the next 40 years. The Xuanming thick earth art stops at the 4th layer of foundation establishment. The crocodile art has only 18 styles in it, which takes me to about the 9th, and the Azure Wood Age Wheel art, the thing my entire lifespan is built on, has 3 cycles, 27 revolutions, core formation 9th layer, and then nothing. Every technique I own has an end, and I could see all of them. I need the sequels, and if I can't find them, I need a fallback. There were exactly 2 places in the world to ask. The Heavenly Book Pavilion, where an old man had already decided I wasn't worth a legacy because my cultivation was too slow, and Tianshu Hall, where a cheerful little man with wind attribute mana would sell me absolutely anything if I could pay. I started saving. My new neighbor came to invite us on a treasure hunt, and when she'd finished her pitch, she turned to Liu Hua to close the deal, because obviously a 2nd layer alchemist has no say next to a 2nd order beast tamer. Gang makes the decisions, Liu Hua said. Linglong Immortal recovered nicely. My invitation stands for 10 days. After the gate shut, I said, her gaze was a bit off, like, I had to think about how to put it. Like she was looking at prey. She was. Back at 100 Treasures Mountain, her Dao companion and a talisman master called Crimson Lunar Taoist were waiting for her report, and the words they used were fat sheep. They've had no business all this time, her partner said, but they trade constantly in the black market and they've collected several Foundation establishment pill materials. And they weren't even tempted by an immortal vine. That means their foundation is solid. Fine, if they still won't come in 10 days, we think of another way. I bought the answer for 500 spirit stones. Yan Wu of Tianshu Hall took the money and never actually said it and told me everything. Fellow Taoist is an alchemist. You've collected quite a few pill materials, including several kinds for Foundation establishment pills. Not many, but enough to attract the hungry wolves of the black market, especially since fellow Taoist is only at Foundation establishment. Oh, congratulations on the second layer. Gang smiled pleasantly. Second layer is nothing here. These people will besiege a great powers caravan for 1,000 low-grade stones. It's fortunate you've been in seclusion for years. This place is called a black market and not a town for a reason. Then he left, and I stood there and worked out that he was, at that moment, walking straight to 100 Treasures Mountain to sell them the news that I now knew. I wasn't even annoyed, that's the product. If he only sold information one direction, he'd be a partisan, and then everybody would lie to him, and then he'd have nothing to sell. What did alarm me was the arithmetic. Buying alchemy materials in the open had been enough to mark me as worth killing. Nobody knew about the 20,000 stones in puppet materials. 10 days later, I walked out of the inner market at night, and my figure kept walking while I went into the ground. Talismans snapped up around the man on the path in a formation like stacked pagodas and slammed him flat with about 6 times his own weight. A mere second-layer cultivator, Crimson Lunar Taoist said, strolling out. Was a plan even necessary? Gang was Foundation Establishment 5th layer and a second-order talisman master. The formation was just tidiness. Die! A high-grade flying sword threaded the formation at the trapped man's head, and the trapped man caught it out of the air with his bare hand. There was a very pretty ringing noise. The sword bucked and screamed and could not get loose. Grab it, Red Moon said. With bare hands? Even he'd have lost a palm doing that. Gang was still processing it when I came up out of the ground behind him and threw everything I had. Gang remembered his entire life in one instant, he told me so, with his face, then snapped out of it, threw up several second-tier defensive talismans, watched them shatter, and was in the middle of being delighted about surviving when a soul-calming talisman landed on his forehead and turned his mind off. Then, an exquisite dragon-slaying talisman. There was a white light too fast to see. There were ripples across heaven and earth. Gang came apart, and so did the mountain behind him, from the top to the base, in one clean line. Scavengers came in on the smell of blood and found a mountain in 2 pieces. Who did this? I felt a 5th layer aura a moment ago, and then it was gone. A 5th layer cultivator, killed in under 10 breaths? I went home, checked for tales 4 separate ways, and then sat down and assessed it honestly, because self-congratulation gets men killed. I had survived because wood cultivation makes me absurdly sensitive to auras among trees, and because of the golden cicada art, and because of the substitution, and because of second-tier concealment, and because I spent a talisman that had taken me 3 months to draw. It wasn't easy, I decided. I'd like to think Crimson Lunar Taoist would have had something to say about that. 2 useful things came out of his bag. One was a second-tier high-grade Talisman Master Legacy angled toward talisman formations, which paid for the whole engagement several times over. The other was an item of clothing that I recognized and destroyed and have tried to stop thinking about ever since. Next door, his partner ran in on Linglong Immortal in a panic. Red Moon is dead. Gang moved on that Luo Ming, and it was over in 10 breaths. Luo Ming walked home unharmed, and there isn't a whole corpse left. Gang's 5th layer and a second-order talisman master. How? Where he died, an entire mountain was cut in half. Everyone's saying that's late-stage Foundation establishment at minimum. Gang provoked the wrong person. Linglong Immortal looked out toward my mountain for a long moment with a strange light in her eyes, and then at her own trembling, sweating partner, and something crossed her face that was very close to disgust. That woman turns up again in about 40 years. Hold on to her. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Book Pavilion in the inner market had a new shopkeeper, and it was him. The old man from Yunshan, the one who dropped a legacy on my head from an empty sky. Oh, it's you. Gang surfaced from his book. Weren't you going to moon worship Immortal City? How did you end up here? And went straight back to reading. Go on, go on. Then he watched my back and thought, and I learned all of this much later, from him, when he was in a mood to be honest. Foundation Establishment 2nd layer, a low-grade route. That's not slow. And then he smelled the air in his own shop and nearly came out of his chair because I had a perfect quality second-order pill in my bag and about 9 other kinds on my clothes. How is anyone's alchemy talent that prodigious with a root that ugly? Did the Heavenly Tao open a back door for this boy and then chop off his ladder? Gang genuinely considered taking me as a disciple and then did the arithmetic that everyone always did, 2nd layer at my age. I'd be lucky to reach the 9th layer before my lifespan ran out. Core formation was a fantasy. Forget it, he decided. 100 years passes in a blink. Gang was in the black market to recruit a heavenly spiritual root prodigy for the pavilion, and he sat there sighing about the waste of me, and his customers wondered what was troubling the shopkeeper. Half a month of reading in his shop got me an ancient book recording the first 36 styles of the Crocodile Demon 108 styles body refining art. I had 18. 18 takes a man to roughly the 9th layer of foundation establishment. 36 would take a body to something comparable with the nascent soul realm. There is exactly one nascent soul cultivator in this entire prefecture, and he sits at the top of the Great Moon Palace and every other great power here. Kaiyang Palace, the Cloud Sword Sect, Moon Worship Immortal City, tops out at core formation. I bought it for 300 stones, hidden between a book on spirit plants and an ancient musical score, and the old man frowned at my back on the way out. Crocodile Demon 108 styles? Without a bloodline, how does one cultivate that? Then the Great Moon Black Market's 8-yearly auction came, and Tianshu Hall sold me the catalog for 100 stones, and deep in it were 3 lines that made me sit up. A living second-tier high-grade 8-armed mantis, 8-armed mantis materials, light shadow stone. The auctioneer walked out in a red dress and the entire hall went quiet, including the 3rd floor, which was full of core formation and false core old monsters. Welcome, fellow Taoists. Today's auction will be hosted by me, Wild Wine Sage. The Great Moon Palace's resident core formation cultivator, famous for drinking, described in every file as calm as a deep well and violent as a house fire. Nobody's file had mentioned she was a woman. Her auctioneering style was the finest thing I have ever witnessed in a professional setting. A high-grade broken sword. It's called the Golden Rainbow Blazing Flame Sword, but I feel it doesn't live up to the blazing flame part. Anyone interested? 2,000 to start. Increments of whatever. Just give what you want. The house's actual auctioneer looked like a man watching his career leave through a window. Next, 10 second-order middle-grade talismans. The quality is so-so. 5,000 to start. I wanted very badly to laugh and did not dare, and I watched half the men in that hall bid harder than they needed to, purely so that she would look at them. My old man, in a separate box, took the living mantis at 11,000, the mantis materials for under 5, and the light shadow stone for 5. That is nearly 30,000 spirit stones spent in one afternoon by an anonymous cloaked figure with no name, no faction, and no visible friends. By the time it left the building, several auras had locked onto it. It cloaked and went into the ground, and figures came out of that auction house at speed. Gang can't have gone far. A sword kai came down out of the sky and threw 50 feet of dirt, and my puppet surfaced ragged, having burned 2 second-tier shields to survive it. A foundation establishment 8th layer settled in the air above it. You can block one. What about this? A mere ant at the 5th layer. Can you escape however hard you struggle? Leave the items. 10,000 swords came down, and the old Taoist stopped running. I opened the puppet soul. The aura that came off my puppet shattered every blade in the air before any of them landed. Then it took one step and was simply beside him and slapped him across the face. Don't do such things in your next life. His head burst, and then the rest of him, and his soul went with it. Total elapsed time, under one breath. The other pursuers, who hadn't caught up yet, stopped dead in the air. Foundation establishment peak? No, that's false core. Run! Every divine sense pointed at my puppet let go at once, and by nightfall, the story in the black market was that a false core expert had been walking around disguised as a middling foundation establishment cultivator, and that several people had nearly gotten themselves killed by an old man's shopping habits. Then I turned the puppet soul off, and found cracks all through the puppet's body, and the soul itself gone dim and needing years of nourishment. And I sat with that for a while, in a hole in the ground, several hundred li from anywhere. Only power you cultivate yourself lasts. Everything else is a castle built in an empty room. I had just killed a man 3 full layers above me by spending a treasure a dead woman had given me, and it had cost me most of the treasure's charge, and if he'd had a friend, I would have had nothing left. Meanwhile, upstairs in the auction house, I was buying my wife lingerie. I want both of those facts in the same paragraph, because they were the same afternoon, and because that is what my life actually looked like. The headline lot was a void sky lotus that the Great Moon Palace had pulled out of the Golden Jade Immortal Gate ruins, the main ingredient of the Haoshan pill, which forms a false core. It sold for 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones, about 170,000 low-grade. A full set of Haoshan pill materials runs closer to 300,000. Liu Chen explained the real economics on the way out, and it reset my sense of scale permanently. A loose cultivator might gather a set of foundation establishment pill materials in 20 or 30 years of work. For a Haoshan pill, even the Ming family might not manage a full set in 50 years, or 100. Gang watched the street. And it isn't only money. Without strength, getting that lotus is a disaster, not a blessing. Then, instead of leaving, he opened a window and sat down. No rush. We'll go when they've all gone. 20 li out, the sky lit up. Kaiyang Palace had won the lotus, and Kaiyang Palace was now escorting it home with 1 core formation cultivator and 2 false cores, and that was not enough. Aren't they afraid Kaiyang Palace will settle accounts afterward? I asked. To settle accounts, you need the ability to settle accounts. Gang was entirely calm about it. Any force that reaches Kaiyang Palace's level has enemies. Now that Kaiyang Palace is everyone's target, what can they actually do? Of course, if you're merely a false core with a family behind you, be careful, people really do die. A pause. I'd guess the Cloud Sword Sect's own Sect master is coveting that lotus, and even if Kaiyang Palace finds out, they can't touch the Cloud Sword Sect, unless that sect's old ancestor dies. They got it home, seriously injured. I sat in that window and understood that everything I owned, all 80,000 stones of it, was pocket change at the table 1 floor above me, and that the accumulated foundation of these old powers was not something I could match in 50 years. Not in 50. I had a longer number than 50. The Great Moon Palace held a prodigy gathering the next day, and I went and stood in a corner. 200 prodigies, nobody old, everyone at foundation establishment or better. Liu Hua named them for me under her breath. Long Fei of the Zhang family, 6th layer, high-grade fire root. Feng Tian of the Huang family, 5th layer, high-grade water root. Their families were close and everyone expected them to become Dao companions. Hold both of those names too. They cost me 2 pill pavilions and several of my clansmen eventually, and then they cost themselves considerably more. And then a commotion, and there he was, Zhao Jin. The boy whose name was read out first on the day mine was read out with the word eliminated attached. Land-grade fire root, personal disciple of the Sect master. 7th layer. Gang was pestering Mei Ling, who was looking through him like glass. Then somebody announced Fairy Feng Ling, and my heart stopped for a full second. Because in the game I played the night before this life started, the Moon Worship Immortal Master had 1 disciple, and her title was the Heavenly Moon Evil Queen, and she was the boss who ate the entire beginner map. The woman who walked in was stunning and carried herself like an empress, and was not her. Different height, different bearing, not even close. I have rarely been so relieved about anything. And Zhao Jin abandoned Mei Ling mid-sentence to go and fawn at Fairy Feng Ling, and couldn't even get through the crowd around her, and every Cloud Sword Sect disciple in that hall turned away and pretended to be looking at something else. No wonder the Cloud Sword Sect is like this, I thought. The announcement was this. A new ruin had opened between our prefecture and the neighboring one. A disciple trial site of an ancient force called Tianfeng Palace. Anyone under 100 at foundation establishment or above could enter and be tested. The rewards might include an ancient legacy or an opportunity to reach core formation. Disciples who fail the trial remain there forever, said the Great Moon Palace's representative, in the tone of a man reading a weather report. Also, each person needs to pay 100 mid-grade spirit stones for transport on our flying boat. I stood in my corner and thought, they're charging admission? In mid-grade? Mei Ling came to my cave that night and told me she was going. If there's an opportunity for core formation, I'll take it. I'll be honest with you, the Cloud Sword Sect does have core formation resources. It's now very unlikely that any of them will reach my hands, so I have to find my own. And then, evenly, as though discussing the weather, I'll take junior sister Luo Lan. My other junior sisters will stay at the sect's outpost here. I hope you'll look after them, and if I come back and form my core, I'll owe you a favor. A beat. If I don't come back, move the Su family out of Cloud Sword Sect territory, or do whatever you think necessary. Your family is somewhat deeply entangled with me. Luo Lan just smiled and nodded, the way you nod at a thing you've already agreed to. There was a long silence in my courtyard. I gave my sister a bag of second-tier pills and talismans, and then I said the only thing I could think of, to the most frightening person I had ever met. May Taoist Luo's immortal path be evergreen. She looked startled, and then the corners of her mouth turned up, and it was the first time in my life I had seen that woman smile. Afterward, Liu Hua asked me how I felt, having spent a day among 200 prodigies. Temporary glory isn't lifelong glory, I said. Look at their talent and their cultivation now, and then look back in 50 years, or 100. You may find you've become something they have to look up to. I was afraid you'd be discouraged. Discouraged? I'm not a prodigy, and I'm not competing with them. I finished my tea. We aren't on the same road. While all this was going on, my father-in-law's steward went fishing in the little ice pond on my own mountain and nearly got pulled in. Which was impossible, since nothing could get through the mountain formation. So I sent the dragon crocodile down. It went 60 zhang into black water lit by phosphorescent ice, where something bolted away from it, an ice-scale fish grown to a full zhang at about the 9th layer of Hao refining, and clearly clever enough to know what danger was. Then 100 zhang. Then 1,000, and I started frowning, because ponds are not that deep. At 3,000 zhang, even the puppet felt the pressure. And then there was light coming out of the rock wall, an immortal cave sealed, with a barrier holding the water out, and inside it, a cold pool with a lotus swaying in it. The same lotus that had sold that season for 170,000 spirit stones and gotten a core formation cultivator half killed on the road home. Growing in my own back garden, 3,000 zhang under a fish pond I'd been given as a lease sweetener. The ice scale fish king was huddled in the corner of that pool shaking, so I carved a cold jade box, sealed the lotus under several restrictions, and then gave the fish a perfect beast pill and told it the pond was its territory now. In the inner room, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on a mat, still in the posture of cultivation, carrying the weight of an unguessable number of years. I bowed to it and apologized for disturbing the cave, which cost me nothing and which I meant. Gang had left a bag with no imprint on it. In the bag, an ice blue pearl whose cold nearly froze my divine sense on contact, a proto-magic treasure, and a jade slip holding more legacy than I could take in at once. His name was Frost Jade Sage, an ancient loose cultivator. His technique was nascent soul grade, and it was ice. Gang had died trying to condense a nascent soul when his heart demon erupted, and several centuries of work came to nothing in a room at the bottom of a lake, and nobody in the world had noticed for long enough that the lake had become a pond, and the pond had been leased to me as a fishing spot. And in his record was the thing that changed how I understood everything I'd done. Gang wrote that there are 4 grades of foundation. Using a flawed foundation establishment pill gives you an inferior foundation. Using a perfect one gives you a middle foundation. Establishing your foundation on your own talent, while cultivating a technique of nascent soul grade or above, is a superior foundation. And top grade foundation is not made, it is naturally formed. Then this, which hit me like a bucket of cold water. Those who rely on external forces cut themselves off from the Tao of immortality. This is true of foundation establishment, truer of core formation, and truest of nascent soul. The path to immortality is a path of shedding the mortal. If you cannot even transcend on your own, and only think of using external things to help you, what are you talking about when you say ascension? I sat in a dead man's room and thought about the premium pill I'd refused to swallow because I didn't need it, and the technique I'd bought as junk paper for 50 stones that turned out to be nascent soul grade. By his scale, entirely by accident, I had a superior foundation. And then he listed the 3 top-grade foundations known in the entire region, hundreds of millions of cultivators, 3 names. One is the Severing Heaven Tao child of the heavenly immortal mansion, born with a 5 elements Tao body, whose 5 elements foundation formed naturally. One is an imperial princess born with a thunder Tao body. One is a demonic saintess born with a charm body. Top-grade foundation is naturally formed. It is the child of heaven, and the child of heaven is invincible. I walked around my own mountain in a daze for 3 days, not because of the princess or the saintess, because of the first one, 5 elements, naturally formed. An ancient prodigy with a 5 elements body and a 5 elements foundation, which meant the 5 elements road was real and walkable, and someone had walked it. I have 5 spiritual roots, balanced, all of them garbage. I had spent 70 years treating that as a cosmic joke. I am not as good as those people now, I decided, standing on a hill in the dark, but the Tao is 1 step at a time and 1 level a year, and one day I will catch up. And if I can't beat them at the same level, then I'll simply be a whole realm above them. I went home to Kang Mountain not long after, and stood at the front of 130 children sitting cross-legged on the open ground at dawn, while my ancient master taught them to breathe. They ranged from 3 to 8, 1 high-grade root, 8 medium, 123 low like mine. I gave them the only advice I have. Cultivation requires avoiding arrogance and impatience. It requires calm and steadiness, and doing the same small thing every day for a very long time. I looked at 130 small faces that were already bored. Cultivation is your own business. You can only rely on yourself. Then they bowed and respectfully sent off the clan elder and tried to bolt straight into a wall of waiting parents. Still trying to run, you little brat, stop right there. I told you to meditate and you were planning to go rob a bird's nest? Fine, break your father's cane and you can go. If you don't work hard now, how will you follow in your 3rd ancestor's footsteps? Behave, and afterward I'll have your dad take you to see your 3rd ancestor's big bird. You've always wanted to see it. I'm telling you, that bird is fierce. And on a branch about 20 feet away, my black scale eagle, shrunk down to the size of a chicken, slowly turned its head. Big bird? Fierce? Are they talking about me? That is the family I made. That's what all of it was for, and I want it on the record before the next part. The last thing I picked up in that stretch was another impossible book from the same old man, from a new batch of ancient texts out of the Tianfeng Palace ruins, the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Scripture, Fire Attribute, 4 levels, up to Nascent Soul. To begin cultivating it, you need 10 drops of ancient heavenly phoenix blood essence, 1 heavenly phoenix heart, and 1 heavenly phoenix gallbladder. The heavenly phoenix is in the ancient manuals of exotic beasts, in the top 100 of the ancient Yao races, and there are none left anywhere in the world. Useless technique, the old man said comfortably from behind his book, which is why we collected it. 50 stones. I read it word by word, no jade slip, so no shortcut, and circulated it, and nothing happened. Nothing happened the next day either. It felt exactly like my first month with the azure wood art. 1 month later, at Kong Mountain, in the middle of an ordinary morning circulation, it caught. Invisible fire was born in the deep parts of my body and burned my blood, my flesh, my bones, and my marrow, and then rebuilt them, and then burned them again. Destruction and rebirth, over and over, for 2 hours, and even with my control and my state of mind, my body shook the whole way through. When it stopped, something in me had changed at a level I couldn't point at. The crocodile art had given my body violence and dominance. This gave it something else. Vitality. A ridiculous, indecent amount of vitality. A spark of heavenly phoenix chi took its place in my dantian, beside a land of thick earth and a towering tree, and it went from the first layer of how refining to the fourth in 9 days, faster than anything I'd ever cultivated, and its mana was stronger than my wood or my earth at the same level. I did not have any phoenix blood. I did not have a heart or a gallbladder. There has not been a heavenly phoenix in this world for longer than there has been a cloud sword sect. The panel does not care about requirements. It only ever cared about repetitions. That's 3 techniques now, in 3 elements, that the greatest cultivators of 500 years had personally given up on, all running at once, in a man that everyone in 3 prefectures had correctly identified as having no talent whatsoever. And then the news came in from Five Flames Mountain. Master alchemist Bai Yan had invited every alchemist he could reach to help him refine a 3rd-tier lifespan-extending pill, with the immortal cave of Five Flames Mountain itself as the prize for whoever impressed him most. Zhui Guang, his own expelled disciple, had told me a month earlier that his master could not refine that pill, that he almost certainly didn't have all the materials, and that he'd once collected secret techniques for extending life, including, he'd said by voice transmission after a long, unhappy silence, evil path sacrificial methods. 13 Foundation Establishment cultivators went up that mountain. 3 of them were second-rank alchemists from the Ming, Jiang, and Huang families. 1 was a second-tier high-grade alchemist from Truth Hall in Moon Worship Immortal City, sent personally, it was said, by the Hall Master, a man at the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment. Bai Yan sacrificed all 13 of them, and then, to buy himself a few more years, he sacrificed every living thing on the entire mountain. The Cloud Sword sect went to war over it. The Ming family, the Jiang family, and the Huang family mobilized. Countless cultivators went out hunting for him, and the whole region talked about nothing else for a year. I sat in my family's hall listening to my patriarch read the casualty list out loud, and I thought about a fat, cheerful, deeply cowardly man in my own pill pavilion who had chosen 20 years earlier to find an opportunity to run away from his own master. And I thought about the fact that I had been offered a place on that mountain by name as a rising second-order alchemist, and that I had already decided not to go weeks before for the least noble reason available, that a free immortal cave wasn't worth the trip. 5 days after the massacre, the first customer arrived at Kang Mountain and asked whether the Su family happened to have a second-tier alchemist. Within a month, we had booked orders worth close to 100,000 spirit stones, because every family and loose cultivator in that region had depended on one old man for their pills, and he had just sacrificed 13 alchemists and an entire mountain to buy himself a few more years, and now there was nobody, except us, publicly advertising Foundation Establishment pills, which normally only a second-tier high-grade alchemist can make. My master worked it out in about 4 seconds. You told the family to hoard spirit medicine. You told them to wait for an opportunity. Gang looked at me over his cup. Is this the opportunity? Did you know something was going to happen at Five Flames Mountain? I have an alchemist under me who used to be Bai Yan's disciple. Gang told me some things. I guessed something might happen, so I didn't go. I refilled his cup. I didn't expect it to be that big. And Luo Yue, who was 90% of the reason our family was still alive, closed it. Don't mention this again. We know nothing. Gang set his cup down. With Five Flames Mountain gone, this region has no top-tier alchemist. That's an opportunity for the Su family to put down a foundation in the path of alchemy. I want to be honest about how that felt, because we profited from a mass murder we saw coming and declined to prevent is the accurate description. I couldn't have prevented it. I could have gotten myself sacrificed alongside the others, which is the only thing my presence would have changed. I still think about it. Around then, I found the passage in Frost Jade Sage's record that set my entire 2nd century. Core formation, he wrote, is the first true barrier a loose cultivator meets on the immortal path. Foundation establishment is not a barrier and does not deserve the name. That is merely the threshold to enter cultivation at all. It took me 10 years to go from the first layer of how refining to foundation establishment. It took me 160 years to go from foundation establishment to core formation. Gang had opinions about false cores too, which I'll paraphrase. Some people count the false core as part of the core formation realm, which is a joke, and he could have killed one with a wave of his hand while he was still at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. And then the part I read about 40 times. There are two real kinds of core, an ordinary core formation and condensing a golden core. My goal and my regret in this life is the golden core. I struggled for over 100 years. I collected every treasure I could to temper my mana and my foundation, and in the end I barely managed a first revolution golden elixir. If I had any pride left over from being talented as a young man, forming that core smoothed all of it away. If there is any possibility of improving the quality of your core, then fight for it by every means available. And if a man could achieve the legendary 9 revolutions golden elixir, he would be invincible in this world. I sat with that for a long time, and what struck me hardest wasn't the technique. It was that a loose cultivator had to grope for 160 years in the dark to learn what a great Sect's disciple gets told over tea in his first month. That gap, not resources, not roots, but somebody having done it before and written it down, is the actual difference between a great power and the rest of us. And I had just inherited 200 years of one man's notes because his corpse had been at the bottom of my fish pond. I was in the middle of thinking that through when every hair on my body stood up. "Clan Chief," I said, "activate the mountain formation. Now." Luo Tian was mid-sentence with a paying guest. Gang did not ask me one single question. Gang pulled out his flags and fired everything, and the second-tier high-grade formation sealed Kang Mountain. 30 li out, 3 figures had stopped walking. Hey, your Sioux family knows this venerable one is coming? And you've even got a second-tier high-grade formation. The voice came out of a sky that had gone black. You don't imagine that will stop me? My master and I said the same name at the same moment. Scarlet Edge Taoist Mo Feng. Gang had come because we'd become prominent, because a small family that suddenly books 100,000 stones of business is, from a certain angle, a purse. Then the heavenly net umbrella came down, the damaged peerless artifact he'd stolen at Yunshan Market 60 years earlier, famous across the whole cultivation world as a formation breaker. Our barrier rippled and held. The umbrella flew back up. Luo Tian, holding the formation, coughed blood. I was beside him before he finished coughing, pouring azure wood mana in, and he startled badly because the healing hit about 10 times harder than the pills he was used to. Blow after blow. Every one of them put blood on my patriarch's chin. That formation was going to break in an hour or two. Everyone in the courtyard could see it. So I let a 1-foot puppet appear outside the barrier and look at him. That's all. It didn't move. It didn't leak an aura. I had intended to lean on the puppet's soul to frighten him off, and I hadn't even started, and Scarlet Edge Taoist's whole face changed. Run! Gang recalled the umbrella and wrapped himself in its light. This Sioux family isn't simple. Something just landed on me. It made me feel the aura of death. Damn it. I was careless. Don't tell me I'm going to fall here. Then he burned his own origin key on a blood escape and was gone. The other two didn't even wait for him to finish. That is why that man was still alive after so many decades, and I want to be fair to him about it. The instant he thought he might lose, he ran, without ego, without hesitation, at a cost to his own cultivation. That is exactly how I've lived my entire life. I recognized it immediately. I hope you live long enough, I thought, watching him go, for me to explain to you what you ran from today. It took 52 years, and he never did find out. And then I registered the 3rd aura, Foundation Establishment 4th layer, demonic and familiar, Luo Feng. The second one, at the 9th layer, with an old and failing life aura, was almost certainly Master Alchemist Bai Yan. So that was the picture. Bai Yan hadn't invented that massacre on his own. Gang had help arranging it, and my cousin, who I'd shared a compound with, who'd given me half a python's blood without being asked, who lost an arm on a posting I refused, had walked those two to my family's gate and shown them where the door was. Gang wanted to sacrifice the Sioux family, all of it, to lay a foundation for his own cultivation. I have never been closer to losing control of myself than I was in that courtyard. Luo Yue shattered a stone table with his hand when I told him, just brought his palm down on it, and it stopped being furniture, and then he stood there breathing wrong, unable to speak. My master was quiet for a long time. Gang had taught Luo Feng alchemy for a year. Even raising an ungrateful animal, he said finally, would be better than that dog. My orders were simple. Keep the formation up permanently, and broadcast to the Cloud Sword Sect, the Ming family, the Zhang family, and the Huang family that Bai Yan, the Scarlet Edge Taoist, and Luo Feng had appeared together at Kang Mountain. We can't handle them. Let the great powers handle them. Then, as an afterthought, send a copy to Truth Hall in Moonworship Immortal City. They lost a second-tier high-grade alchemist. They'll want to eat Bayan alive. I smiled. Let them contribute too. My elders gave me a look. It sounded, one of them said afterward, like a man expecting something. 2 more tribulations came at us inside a month, and I only ever learned about the first one long afterward. The Cloud Sword Sect's Sect Master faction tried to use Luo Feng as a pretext to arrest the entire Su family for questioning, and the Grand Elder personally confronted the Sect Master and stopped it. It was never about us. We were just the ground the 2 of them fought over. The second came to the gate in person. The Jiang and Huang families' Grand Elders, both 9th layer, with 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators behind them. The Su family of Jiang Cheng colluded with the demonic path to kill 13 Foundation Establishment cultivators, including our own. Do you know your crime? It was an excuse, and everyone present knew it was an excuse, and I'll say plainly what it actually was. Weakness is the original sin. If our family had held one false core cultivator, those 2 would not have dared to raise their voices at our gate. I was reaching for the Dao body puppet. A mysterious expert was about to make an appearance when a voice arrived from the sky. Tsk, tsk, Long Jian, it's been a while, and your voice is as foul as ever. Liu Ming came down with flights of beasts behind him, 4 people against 10, and 12 tamed beasts, including his own second-tier high-grade top-tier eagle, staring down at the delegation the way a tiger looks at meat. This has nothing to do with the Ming family, Long Jian said. Are you sure you want to interfere? Think carefully. And my father-in-law stood there like something carved out of a mountain and said one word. Scram. They went. I have had many things given to me in my life, most of them by accident. That one I had earned in a guest room over a day of small talk and half a pot of wine, 20 years before I needed it. Then the Grand Elder of the Cloud Sword Sect sent one sentence. 5 Flames Mountain can be given to the Su family. No conditions. A second-tier vein. A dead man's immortal cave, 10 li under a volcano, with a great hall 100 zhang down where everyone in the region had come for their pills for 60 years. We renamed it Dan Mountain, and my family moved. And in the year we spent relocating, I finally found the last ingredient for a formula I'd been sitting on, the Nether God Pill. Frost Jade Sage had found it on a corpse that drifted to him out of the sea and buried the man and kept the formula. It had been modified by whoever that dead cultivator was into something with one specific and rather cruel purpose. It restores an old man to his own peak for 7 days. After the 7 days, his vitality is damaged and withered, and there are severe side effects, and any Foundation establishment achieved with its help is so weak that the first layer is a permanent ceiling. But even the weakest Foundation establishment is still Foundation establishment, and it buys 30 or 40 more years. Useless to a man like Frost Jade Sage. For a cultivation family, it is the difference between an elder dying at 90 and an elder dying at 130. I hid the existence of that formula so thoroughly that I mixed its ingredients into our ordinary bulk purchases, because if it ever got out, not even the Cloud Sword Sect could have protected it, or us. The first batch made 4 pills. I offered them to 3 old people in a sealed hall, and I told them the truth first. You'd have a few days at your peak. In that window, you could take a Foundation establishment pill and try, but the cost is high. Even if you succeed, you may be barely stronger than a 9th layer How refining cultivator, and you will almost certainly never advance again. And if you fail, your lifespan may run out very quickly. My master's voice shook. Can that really be done? Gang was 110 years old. I only have a few years left anyway. The reason I never took a Foundation establishment pill was that it wouldn't have helped. But at my peak, with a pill, perhaps 60 or 70%. Luo Yang stroked his white beard and did the arithmetic like the accountant he'd always been. In my current state, I'd rather retire and not waste the pill. At my peak, with a pill, 60%. And Luo Xiang, who had been the 4th elder since before I was born, said very quietly, "This old woman has long been prepared to depart, and you, all of a sudden, have given me hope again." I tried to talk her through the cost one more time, and she waved me off. To be able to break through, that's enough. How many people in this world want 1 more year of life and cannot get it? I acted as their protector, and I was more frightened during that month than I had been in any fight. My master broke through. Luo Xiang broke through. 30 or 40 more years each, at the price of half a year of exhaustion and a permanent ceiling at the first layer, and both of them came out looking at their own hands like they'd been handed something they'd already grieved. Luo Yang did not. At the last moment, his origin key came apart under the impact, and he never left the chamber. Gang was the man who'd looked at 9 dead rats in a ledger and a 17-year-old with a new blade and decided to be amused instead of suspicious. Gang had called me a nuisance and paid me anyway and never once asked where the powder came from. I'd felt very little when the old Grand Elder died. I felt a great deal when I saw Luo Yong off, and I don't entirely know why, and I have never tried very hard to work it out. It's enough, Luo Xiang told me afterward, with her new first-layer aura sitting on her like a borrowed coat. Third brother got to make the attempt before his time was up. Gang has no regrets in this world. Two things went right in that same stretch, and both of them mattered more than they looked. The first is that the Earth Wood art finally worked. I ran it, and the two separate manas in my Dantian, green and dark brown, came out and ran my meridians and fused, thread by thread, and my aura climbed and kept climbing past anything a second-layer cultivator should have. And it was stable, because Azure Wood mana is peaceful and pure, and Xuanming Earth mana carries the weight of thick earth carrying all things, and one holds the other up. The fused mana runs slower and heavier. In exchange, cultivating it grows both manas at once, half the time, and the proficiency rate itself is about 1/10 faster than running them separately. Which is to say, I had just raised my own effective talent from a low-grade root to a medium-grade one by fusing two techniques into a framework that an ancient nobody had left in a journal, and of course the thought arrived immediately. If 2 attributes do this, what happens with 3? What happens with 5? I made myself put it down. 5 elements fusion was beyond me. I'd only managed earth and wood because I already had a foundation in both. I had no idea how to add a third. But I started raising my fire, my water, and my metal so that when I did know, they'd be ready. The second good thing came back from the Tianfeng ruins with my sister. Luo Lan had been gone 8 years. I checked her arms and her legs and her face before I let myself relax. She'd passed all 3 trials. She came home with an ancient sect's introductory token, a nascent soul-grade cultivation technique, a peerless artifact, and a pill that tempers the foundation. She was frankly incredulous about it. Inside the Cloud Sword sect, as an inner disciple in good standing, she'd only ever had a foundation establishment grade method, and she'd have had to spend years of contribution points for a core formation one. Elsewhere in that ruin, other people were having their own days. Fairy Feng Ling killed a peerless prodigy of the neighboring prefecture in a fight that flattened a forest, burned the body and every bloodstain, and took a crimson crystal out of his bag that tempers foundation, body, and spiritual root all at once. She'd been sitting at the 9th layer for 60 years by choice, planning, because she didn't want an ordinary core, she wanted the Golden Core Dao, on the strength of a single line she'd once read in a fragment of her own master's legacy. The Golden Core Dao is the path to immortal ascension. Even immortal master Mingyu never knew his second disciple had read that sentence and quietly reorganized her entire life around it. Mei Ling knelt in front of a skeleton holding a sword and begged it for its legacy, and it pressed down on her for half a month before it decided, and then the blade shed its dust and went into her forehead. And Feng Tian and Long Fei, running from beasts, fell down a dark river into a cave with 2 intertwined skeletons in it and a jade slip describing a dual cultivation method for reaching core formation quickly, where one wrong step means dying by fire, exactly as those 2 skeletons had. They looked at each other and didn't need to discuss it. Neither of them noticed that as the legacy settled into their divine senses, a faint red glow took root and began, very slowly, to spread. My sister also brought me a piece of animal hide with an ancient map on it. It was titled A Full View of Falling Moon Lake, and the geography was nothing like our prefecture, a lake covered in named islands, and yet if you knew what to look for, the correspondences were findable. Great Moon Ridge sits where the central island stood. I cross-referenced it against a dead man's memoir, and found the island he'd shared with his Tao companion, Sun Moon Island, where the ice and fire double third order cave abode was. And then I sat very still, because the position of Sun Moon Island was somewhere extremely close to Dan Mountain. I memorized every island on that map and handed it straight back. Sister. This must not leak. Those island positions very likely mark ancient legacies. She memorized it too and put it in the family vault, and I went home and looked at my own mountain and thought, near Dan Mountain? Or under it? We went to the next Great Moon Black Market auction with 150 talismans to sell, and on the road there, Wang Gang stopped us. Same man from that entrance exam 60-odd years ago, Sect Master's faction. Back from the Tianfeng ruins at the 6th layer and very pleased about it. Gang looked over my sister, and then Liu Hua, and then the Lan sisters, with an entirely open expression. Junior sister Su, we're all one family. I'll give you one more chance. Come with me now and be my Tao companion and you'll still have a way to live. Or do you really think that Su family behind you can stop me? Gang looked at the others. Are they all Su family too? Perfect. Just come along. As long as you behave. And the cat in Liu Hua's arms woke up. One low noise. Wang Gang's voice stopped in his throat. A second-tier high-grade beast. A 6th-layer cultivator, Liu Hua said, with frost all over it, challenging a second-tier high-grade beast tamer. Since when did the Cloud Sword Sect become so bold? Gang got less than a lie before a winged tiger the size of a small building caught him, and a claw bigger than he was came down. Gang went through half a hill and stayed in it. Gang survived on defensive talismans and a high-grade artifact with his entire back crushed, which was deliberate because he was a Cloud Sword Sect elder's direct disciple, and killing him in the open would have cost my family more than he was worth. The tiger shrank down to housecat size and got back into Liu Hua's arms. I said one sentence to the disciples fleeing overhead at conversational volume with a divine sense that had spent 40 years being sharpened by a soul technique. Be presumptuous again next time and I'll take your dog lives. They very nearly fell out of the sky. At the auction, I sold 100 second-order low-grade talismans as a single lot. I want to explain why that number matters, because it isn't obvious. One second-order talisman is a nice thing to own. At 100, you get a change in kind rather than degree. You get the ability to delete somebody who is fundamentally stronger than you, which is a thing great families organize their entire politics around not being possible. Liu Chen went grim the moment the lot was announced. If the Jiang or the Huang family bid, we absolutely cannot let them have these. It went to a young prodigy of the Landmaster Ma family at 550 mid-grade spirit stones. Then I put up 50 second-order middle-grade talismans, 20 of them offensive. The room came apart. Because even a 9th layer core formation cultivator, even a false core, has to steer well clear of 22nd order middle grade attack talismans landing at once, or they'll capsize in a ditch. It stopped at 620 mid-grade. That's 62,000 low-grade, which is about 1,200 per talisman against a market price of 500. I sat in my box thinking one word repeatedly, which was crazy. And up on the 3rd floor, an old monster chuckled and told his neighbor to let the buyers have it because the family that had just spent that much was now, quietly, out of the running for the Haoshan pill. That's what those rooms are actually for. Nobody was bidding on my talismans. They were bidding each other out of the next lot. I bought 2 things with the proceeds. The first was the follow-up to my earth technique, the full Xuanming thick earth art, up to the 9th layer of core formation, out of the Tianfeng ruins, with no restrictive conditions. I'd owned the first 4 layers of it for 60 years and hunted the rest ever since, and it walked onto a stage in front of me, 8,500 stones. Liu Chen watched me take it and came to a private conclusion that he told me about years later. Some men walk down a street and get bird droppings on their head. Some men walk down a street and an opportunity is delivered into their hands. That is fortune, and this one has it, and his road ahead shouldn't be too hard. Gang will steadily reach the late foundation establishment realm, perhaps even the 9th layer of core formation. That was the ceiling a late-stage foundation establishment patriarch could imagine for a man with a low-grade root, and it was generous of him. The second thing I bought was more light shadow stone, which put me at about 80% of what the 8-armed mantis needed. Then they brought out the Haoshan pill, and the auctioneer didn't bother introducing it. 4 core formation auras and more than 10 false core auras landed on that stage simultaneously, and the air in the building congealed, and for 10 breaths, nobody said anything at all. It went for 4,700 mid-grade spirit stones to the sect master of the Cloud Sword Sect, which meant his faction would shortly have a second false core cultivator, which meant the Grand Elders faction, and therefore my family, was about to be in a great deal of trouble. And while all of this was happening, something on the 3rd floor was looking at me. I found out about it a long time afterward, and it is still the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. A palm-sized turtle was sitting on the shoulder of a Great Moon Palace personal disciple named Fan Li, a turtle that had chased him through the Tianfeng ruins until he surrendered to it, and then adopted him. It looked down into the 2nd floor boxes, and its eyes bulged, and it made him buy my file from Tianshu Hall. The file was uncomfortably good. My age, my low-grade 5 elements root, my cultivation, the suspicion that I ran dual earth and wood mana, my alchemy rank, the fact that I'd refined a high-quality foundation establishment pill at the 1st layer, and the suspicion that I was also a 2nd-tier talisman master and puppet master because dragon crocodile puppets had turned up in both the Su and the Chen families. Overall credibility, 90%. That is what happens when you buy your materials in the open for 60 years. It's all there for anyone who bothers to look. The only thing protecting me was that nobody had a reason to look. Fan Li read it and shrugged. A low-grade root, 3rd layer, slightly unusual, nothing more. And his turtle said, befriend him, curry favor with him, follow him. I'm a direct disciple of a core formation elder of the Great Moon Palace, Fan Li said, offended. You want me to curry favor with him? What right does he have? Don't talk to me about the Great Moon Palace, a small force founded by a mere true monarch, and you bring it up constantly. You're disgracing me. The turtle was unimpressed. Let me put it this way. In my eyes, you're a kid with a bit of Tao affinity, so I let you follow me, and we enjoy the good life together. When I saw that person, I wanted to kneel down and beg him to be my boss. Do you understand the difference? Fan Li, who had learned the hard way that he could not so much as scratch this turtle, took it seriously. Gang truly lives up to being someone with the immortal life aspect, the turtle said. What is the immortal life aspect? Literally, someone who can achieve immortality. Fan Li's pupils contracted because even the Great Moon Palace's own old ancestor would not say that word out loud about anybody, and then the turtle gave him a lecture that I've thought about more than any legacy I ever inherited. Everyone has their own destiny. From the moment a living thing is born, it has one. Some are very ordinary, some are born noble. If you don't have the ability to defy heaven, then learn to behave, know your place, and walk your own road. There is a Tao to immortality, and everyone has their own path to it, and you cannot overstep. The moment you overstep, disaster arrives. Until the day you attain the Tao, and those who attain it accept their destiny with no distinction of noble or humble, only fellow Taoists. Fan Li's mind began to sink into it, and the turtle slapped him with its tail to bring him back, and he came around drenched in sweat, having nearly suffered a cultivation deviation on the 3rd floor of an auction house. Wake up, don't think so much. The turtle sounded almost fond. Think about how to make friends instead. That one seems to prefer quiet cultivation. And, Gang's very steady. Gang hasn't even gone out for training. Gang didn't go to the Tianfeng ruins. A pause. That temperament, truly worthy of being someone my old turtle favors. Downstairs I felt the stare, looked up at the 3rd floor, saw nothing, and immediately decided that this was not a place to stay. I collected my people and left the building. And 3 days later the steward came up to my cave with a visiting card, delivered in advance, in the formal manner that is not courtesy, but respect. Fan Li sage, direct disciple of the Great Moon Palace, will call in 3 days. I had never heard of him in my life. Liu Chen and Liu Ming were both, very quietly, alarmed, because a Great Moon Palace personal disciple does not send a card ahead to a 3rd-layer alchemist. Why, they wanted to know, is he being respectful to you? I had absolutely no idea. It took me another 60 years to find out, and by then the turtle was asleep and had been for decades, and it never did explain itself to me. I did not stay to meet him. I wrote a very polite note pleading urgent family business, recalled the puppet, and left the Great Moon Black Market on a borrowed 2nd-tier high-grade beast fast enough that a false core cultivator couldn't have caught me. Somebody had been looking at me from the 3rd floor of an auction house, and I had no idea who or why, and my entire operating philosophy is that you leave before you find out. Fan Li got my refusal, was visibly put out. He's already gone? Why so fast? And then had an idea that reorganized my family's next 50 years. Gang called in a junior brother, and with a towering rage that arrived on cue, said this. Go to the Cloud Sword Sect's stronghold in the inner market. Ask their sect master what it means for their Wang Gang to provoke my friend like that. Tell them to give me an explanation. If they don't, I'll go to the Cloud Sword Sect myself and get one. The junior brother stormed off furious on his senior brother's behalf. Liu Kang, my 100-year-old steward, was standing right there, and later reported to me, in writing, the single word he'd been thinking. Friend? Fan Li then restrained his aura completely and said, with great solemnity, that Taoist Su and he had hit it off at first sight, that my affairs were his affairs, and that he would make the Cloud Sword Sect come and apologize. We had never exchanged a word in our lives. Gang simply decided to believe a turtle, and his reasoning, which I got out of him decades later, was better than it sounds. If the turtle was wrong, he'd lost nothing, because he wasn't afraid of the Cloud Sword Sect, and more friends never hurt. And if the turtle was right about the long life destiny, then pledging allegiance to such a person wouldn't be shameful. It might even be Tao affinity. Gang did not notice how far his own thinking had already moved. Gang spent his whole life insisting he'd never follow anyone. At the Cloud Sword Sect's shop, meanwhile, their second elder had just gotten back from the auction and seen the state of Wang Gang's spine. That Luolan, how dare she harm a fellow disciple? Sect master, this cannot stand. And that Su family, I think that family has no need to exist at all. Then a Great Moon Palace Jr. walked in without asking for an audience and delivered the demand. The sect master was so angry he wanted to laugh and did not dare, because the arithmetic was simple. Behind Fan Li stood Steel Scroll Sage, famously protective of his people. Behind Steel Scroll Sage stood the Great Moon Palace, and the Cloud Sword Sect's own old ancestor might not have been a match for Steel Scroll Sage personally. So he asked with a warm and hospitable smile who exactly this close friend was. The junior didn't actually know. Gang improvised from his senior brother's phrasing. My senior brother calls him fellow Taoist Su. I imagine the sect master knows who that is. And both of them immediately concluded it meant Luolan. Of course they did. In 80 years of the Su family existing under their noses, my sister was the only one of us they had ever bothered to notice. Wang Gang got fined half a month's salary and 3 months on a cliff, and the following instruction, don't even think about Luolan. Even if you break through to false core, you won't be able to touch her. That Fan Li is no ordinary prodigy. He has at least a 50% chance at core formation without a pill, and he has that kind of friendship with her. Do you dare? The second elder didn't dare either. Gang had, I learned later, already planned that once he made false core, he and his disciple would be the butchers and my sister would be the fish. Now he was going to have to be respectful to her. And after several more visits, the sect master agreed to send someone to apologize to the Su family, in writing, which had, as far as anyone could establish, never happened in the sect's history. My steward's letter about all of this was so incoherent with astonishment that he gave up and drew a horse at the bottom of it. 4 days after I left the Great Moon Black Market, the Great Moon Ridge erupted. Beast tide, 100 years, and it's come again. I sense a third-tier Yao beast. Everyone in that market tried to leave at once, and Steel Scroll Sage and the Great Moon Palace sealed the entire black market with every major force still inside it. Nobody out. Everybody fights. The outer market loose cultivators understood what that meant immediately, because it was obvious. They were the front rank. I was 4 days' flight away, inside Cloud Sword Sect territory, with my whole household. My master found this hilarious. What's there to fear, he said, when Luo Tian went pale about how close it had been. Luo Ming and Luo Lan and Hua clearly have great luck with them. They turn misfortune into fortune. Look at this. The beast tide comes to the Great Moon Black Market, and it avoids them. Then Yan Wu's letter arrived, and it was a purchase order. Qianshu Hall needed pills and talismans at volume. They'd supply the materials. And on top of payment, I'd receive their 10 capitals BIV IP token, whose actual function, once I understood it, was worth more than the money. Tianshu Hall would refuse to sell my identity to ordinary cultivators. I had been buying my own file silence for years without knowing you could. I'll say something in defense of that organization, because I dealt with them for a century. Qianshu Hall will absolutely sell you out, but it never cheats in a transaction and never tries to skim one extra spirit stone, and whatever the price should be is what the price is. Truth Hall in Moon Worship Immortal City could not manage either half of that. Inside half a month, my family cleared over 10,000 spirit stones on the arrangement, and the beast tide was only starting. Somewhere in that stretch, I did the single strangest thing of my life, and I still do not fully understand it. I was in a sealed chamber, 68 years old, running the arithmetic that I always run. 52 years since a deacon read my name off a scroll and said, eliminated. Recalling the past felt like a very long time ago, and also like a blink. And I said one word out loud, to nobody. Time. And the faint, almost gone aura of years and vicissitudes that had been sitting on me since the Azure Wood Art's second ring trembled. Saying 2 syllables took me over an hour of real time. I felt every minute of it, and I could not stop halfway. When it finished, my body refining had gone from 89% to 97%. My wood and earth arts, both freshly into their layer, both 10 years from the next, jumped by 7% and 18%. My fire technique went from 46 to 79. And my divine sense transformed outright into something comparable to an 8th layer foundation establishment cultivators in a man at the 3rd. Decades of work delivered in an hour for a single word. And the aura of time on my 2 rings, which I had been able to sense for years, had faded almost entirely away. So that's what it was for. That's what it had been quietly accumulating. I sat there afterward with my hair standing up and the following thought, which is not a wise thought and which I had anyway. What happens at 9 rings? Then 2 things happened at once. I found what was under my own mountain and I nearly killed myself with it. I'd been earth escaping around under Dan Mountain for months, hunting Sun Moon Island and finding nothing but rock and magma because Dan Mountain is an active volcano and there is no island in it. Then I followed a cold underground spring 3 li down on the western side, and at 500 Zhang it was already colder than a dead man's cave under a fish pond, and 200 Zhang after that a fault opened up. Behind a barrier of cold spring water there was an island. One half of it was a world of ice and snow, the other half was a purgatory of magma. 2 extremes in the same place, at the same time, in perfect equilibrium. And the ice soul pearl in my dantian, the treasure of the man who had once lived there, vibrated, and the barrier simply opened for me. I want to state the numbers plainly. That was a 3rd-tier cave abode, twice, ice and fire both. The ambient power in there was so far past a 2nd-tier vein that I would never again have to think about running out of spiritual ki. The island was about 2 li around. At the point where the ice front and the fire front met, they did not annihilate, they turned. Like 2 vortices, one red and one white, folding into each other and becoming formless. 2 words arrived in my head unbidden, from a life I hadn't thought about in 70 years. Tai Chi. I recognized the shape. I did not understand the thing. That distinction cost me half a year and about 4 pints of blood. Hanging at the convergence point was a pearl. half purplish red and half snow white, eating most of the merged power, circulating it, and pushing the rest down into the vein and the mountain. A true magic treasure, not a prototype, the real thing. And under the ice crust of the island floor, there was an ore body of Yao gold bright spirit stone, third-tier spirit ore, the core material of supreme artifacts and third-tier puppets, apparently forming the island's entire foundation, enough for 20 third-tier puppet beasts. More ore in one place than the Ming family and the Jiang family and the Huang family held between them, and quite possibly more than the Cloud Sword Sect. I reached for the Icefire Pearl and then stopped, because taking it would break the balance that had kept that cave alive for an unguessable number of centuries. So I had my puppet hit the ore with a high-grade halberd at full strength instead, and got sparks, a rebound that nearly threw it, and a small dent. That's a second-tier high-grade puppet swinging a high-grade artifact. A dent. Fine. I sat the puppet down on the ore body and had the puppet soul start eating the essence out of it, and golden light began rising out of the floor into my puppet, and it kept doing that for 6 months. I told nobody, not Liu Hua, not my sister, not one elder, a magic treasure and a third-tier ore body under my family's own mountain. If any part of that leaked, it wouldn't make the Su family rich. It would get the Su family killed by people we could not name. Then, sitting on the ice side of the island, I tried Frost Jade Sage's nascent soul ice technique. Nothing on the first circulation, which was expected, since I have 5 spiritual roots and not one of them is ice. I kept going anyway. On the 4th day, a wisp of ice mana formed. Heavenly Frost Descent. First stage, first level. Earth, wood, fire, ice. One more, metal, and I would have the full 5 elements, and the road that an ancient Tao child had walked with a naturally formed body would be, at least in principle, open to a man with 5 garbage roots and a lot of spare decades. Then, the balance broke. I'd been drawing on that cave for months, and the puppet had been eating its foundation for 6, and one afternoon, the equilibrium snapped and both extremes came into me at once. I lasted about a breath, and then vomited blood across the floor, and some of it landed on the Icefire Pearl. The last thing I saw was the pearl ringing like a struck bell and turning into a purple-white streak, and then it went into my dantian, and I went out. It calmed the ice and the fire that were tearing me apart. It made them docile, and then it ate them. And then it started pushing fused ice and fire power out through my meridians and running both of my techniques for me while I was unconscious on the floor. Outside, the 2 currents of that cave reformed into 2 vortices centered on my body. I froze into a snowman and then glowed like a furnace and then froze again, and my skin cracked open in lines like a porcelain doll, and the heavenly phoenix vitality in me closed the cracks faster than they opened. 3 hours. When I woke up, my meridians were nearly repaired, and the pearl had settled permanently in my dantian between the flame-shaped fire seed and the droplet-shaped ice one, taking in both currents, fusing them, and feeding both techniques by itself. In those 3 unconscious hours, my ice technique had gone from a fresh foundation establishment to its 2nd layer, and my fire technique had gotten more condensed, and the 2 of them had formed a standing balance. 1 ice, 1 fire. That is not a fused art. That is a treasure forcing 2 things to stand still next to each other. But it was the road. It was exactly the road I'd been looking for since the day I fused earth and wood in a guest room and realized that 2 attributes could be made into one, and when my divine sense touched that pearl properly, a 2nd legacy went off in my head. The combined ice and fire teachings of 2 ancient cultivators who had spent centuries working on precisely this problem together. Frost Jade Sage and his Tao companion, Qinggang Immortal, plus her nascent soul fire technique from the ancient heavenly immortal mansion, the sect of the Severing Heaven Tao child himself, plus her 3rd-tier puppet master legacy called the 100 Tombs 1000 Puppets art. I read her fire technique carefully and then set it aside because my heavenly phoenix nirvana scripture was better. Hers was a superb ancient art from a legendary sect. Mine could burn a body to nothing and rebuild it. I gave hers to my family instead. A nascent soul-grade cultivation technique handed over as a protective art for the clan. The Ming family and the Zhang family and the Huang family do not have one of those between them. The puppet legacy is what actually floored me. Everything I had built in 70 years was large and made for hitting things. This was 300 kinds of puppet, from 1st tier to 3rd, flying ones, digging ones, tracking ones, guardians, assassins. A finger-sized thing like a dragonfly for searching and following, fast and quiet and cheap. Healing puppets made out of wood attribute spirit material. An encyclopedia written by a woman who had lived on that island with a man who died at the bottom of my fish pond, and both of them had left everything they knew where the water would eventually take it to somebody. I spent the next half year failing. The first attempt at my own Icefire art could not draw in spiritual chi at all. The 10th produced a useless trace of fire mana. Around attempt 100, 6 months later, 2 threads of drawn ki turned into a trace of frost and a trace of nirvana, and the 2 of them met and wound around each other and fused. I pointed a finger, and the fused mana came out as an ice dragon and a fire phoenix entwined and detonated against the ore body with the force of a 3rd or 4th layer How refining spell from 1st layer mana, which is how you know an art is worth building. That half year cost me most of the cave's accumulated reserve and about 1/10 of the pearl's stored power, and it bought me earth and wood at the 4th layer of foundation establishment and ice and fire at the 3rd, and saved me 7 or 8 years. Lifespan, 68 of 273, which is close to what a false core cultivator gets. In a man who was still, on every public record in 3 prefectures, a mediocre 4th layer alchemist with a bad root. While I was down there, my family was upstairs finding out what my nether god pills actually cost. 4 of them took the gamble. Luo Tian, at 104, with perhaps 20 years left. Luo Gong, over 80. Luo Li, over 90. And Luo Jian, who was young enough to try without the pill. Luo Tian and Luo Gang came through it. Luo Jian failed and was merely weakened because he hadn't taken one. Luo Li failed with one and aged in front of us and had a few years left. I fed him 2 high-quality longevity pills and bought him about 10 more. 2 out of 4. I'd been braced for worse. That's what foundation establishment is. A 50% success rate counts as a good day, which is exactly why the pill that improves those odds is monopolized, and exactly why families spend 200 years scraping for one. We now made them ourselves, 4 at a time, in an hour. I came up out of the ground after 6 months, and the 2 cloud tiger cubs charged me across the courtyard. They were 3 feet tall by then, and had been spoiled comprehensively by every person on that mountain into a pair of profligate 2nd-generation tigers who strutted around the Su family estate taking food off children. I snared both of them mid-pounce with 2 vines and dropped them on the ground. They bit the vines. They nearly broke their teeth on the vines. How many times, I said, kicking each of them once, have I told you not to run wild in the house and specifically not to pounce on people, and especially not me? You 2 just have to test it. Truly foolish tigers. One of them made a noise that I have always chosen to interpret as, "I'm a tiger, but you're the fool." Then I called them back and gave them each a perfect beast pill, and they decided the arrangement was acceptable, and this went on for another 80 years, and they never once got me. 6 months of beast tide had cleared my family over 120,000 spirit stones through Tianshu Hall. I'd personally kept back 220 sets of 2nd-tier middle-grade talisman material off the top of Yanwu's own supply, because when a man sends you 3 sets per finished talisman and you succeed 7 times out of 10, the difference is yours. Gang asked me my success rate once, and I hesitated and said around 40%. Gang was astonished. Gang had hoped for 20. Even the lie was better than a 3rd-tier talisman master's real number. I could hardly tell him the truth. And then the conscription came, and this time it had our name on it. A Cloud Sword Sect elder I'd never met told my patriarch flatly that the Su family would send 2 foundation establishment cultivators and 10 cultivators at the 7th layer or above to the Great Moon Black Market. And where is Luo Lan? This time she goes as well. Luo Tian pleaded the Tianshu Hall contract. My sect would also like to discuss it, the elder said. Who is giving my sect room to discuss? This is a conscription decree from the Great Moon Palace. My sister wasn't remotely surprised. It's already beyond my expectations that they only got around to it now, she said. I thought it was strange the 2nd elder didn't call us last time. The 2nd elder hadn't called us last time because he'd fully intended to send our entire family into the front line, and then remembered Fanli's sage and felt, in his own words, a certain trembling. The new draft was because half a month earlier, a member of the Yao race, not a beast, a Yao race cultivator, had led several 3rd-tier beasts against the defense line and broken a gap in it. A false core cultivator died. Hundreds were killed or wounded. So I went. Not because I was ordered, because once I'd read the situation, going was correct. 6 or more core formation cultivators were now holding that line. Tianshu Hall said the tide was in its final stage, and I could get my people stationed in the innermost market refining pills, where there was no danger at all. And because of the other half of that arithmetic, which I said out loud to my family and which every one of them understood immediately, there is some risk in going to the Great Moon Black Market right now, but once the beast tide passes, it is going to be a time of enormous harvest. I took Shui Guang and Luo An and Luo Hao and 10 alchemists and my sister and left Liu Hua and the rest at home. Yan Wu turned up before we could leave, delighted, having heard the news and ridden out on a flying boat to meet us. And when he stood in front of me this time, something had changed, and he said so. Fellow Taoist Su seems to have changed quite a bit. Gang was looking at me carefully. Your cultivation has reached the 4th layer. Gang didn't mention the other thing, which was that for the first time in 20 years of doing business with me, he had felt pressure standing in my courtyard. Yan Wu made his offer before I could ask for it. If you want good things out of this beast tide, go to the Great Moon Black Market now. I'll give you a ride, and I'll find you somewhere in the inner market to refine pills. I can manage that much. I was quietly horrified because that was my plan, in order, including the part I hadn't said. With your personality, he said, entirely comfortable. It's the only reasonable arrangement. Besides, your greatest contribution to a beast tide is alchemy and talismans. Sending you out to face the beasts would be a waste of you. A pause. The same is true of the Su family's other alchemists. I had come out alone. I had not mentioned bringing a team. At Yunshan Market, the Cloud Sword Sect's fourth elder received the conscripts and watched my family arrive in a Tianshu Hall flying boat, and something quietly changed behind his eyes. They'll be with me, Yanwu said pleasantly. They specialize in alchemy, so I'll place them in the inner town to refine pills in peace. This does not violate the Great Moon Palace's conscription order. The elder had not known you could do that. Gang reported upward and made a private note, which he shared with me years later, to the effect that the Su family had an extremely close relationship with Tianshu Hall and must never again be overlooked. That's how it works. A whole family's standing shifted because a man who sells information decided to give me a lift. The first useful thing I did in that war was hand over a recipe I'd stolen from a video game 100 years earlier. Earthrock rats were one of the main first-tier forces in that tide. They're everywhere, they're endless, and they're almost impossible to fight, because at the first hint of trouble, they go into the ground, and they don't attack the defenders. They chew on the formations from underneath and drain them, and when a formation runs low, the third-tier beasts hiding behind them break it in one blow. That had already happened 3 times, with heavy casualties each time. Liu Ming set out 100 portions of my beast, luring powder in one night, and drugged more than 40 of them before dawn. If we had more of this, he said over dinner, the number of Earthrock rats in this tide would plummet. So I sent the formula to Tianshu Hall and told them to mass produce it. I want to be honest about the reasoning because it wasn't generosity. That powder was low end to me by then. It works on exactly one kind of first-tier beast. It earns almost nothing, and giving it away repaid Yan Wu for the residents and bought goodwill from every force on that line. 2 days later, the rats had essentially disappeared from the field. A recipe a 19-year-old bought for 1 spirit stone in a herb garden, doing more for a 100-year beast tide than anything I ever killed personally. Then I became a second-tier high-grade talisman master in public by accident. I'd been drawing middle-grade talismans by night for Tianshu Hall and attempting high-grade ones by day. The high-grade attack talismans come 1 per element, and I picked the wood one, the wood spirit god-devouring talisman. The first attempt got nearly halfway before a small slip ruined it, and I sat back surprised, because I hadn't felt any pressure at all. My divine sense was doing that work easily. The only thing dragging was my mana, which was merely 4th layer foundation establishment, while my soul was running at 8th or 9th. On the 3rd day one succeeded, and the Qi of heaven and earth vibrated and poured into it for a solid quarter of an hour while it hardened into a palm-sized sheet like green jade, and the entire neighborhood came out into the street. What's that? A second-tier high-grade talisman? If it were a pill, the fluctuation would be stronger and longer. Who lives in that courtyard? When did a second-tier high-grade talisman master move in? At that level, artisans outrank cultivators of the same realm, purely because there are so few of them, and because everybody eventually needs one. Here's what it actually meant to me, in one sentence. When you deal with an ordinary second-tier high-grade talisman master, he might have a dozen of those in stock, 2 dozen, a few dozen if he's rich. When you deal with me, you may be facing 100 or 200 with no ceiling at all. Yan Wu came back and made me an offer I have never heard anyone make before or since. If Tianshu Hall provides the materials and any finished talismans belong entirely to Tianshu Hall without compensation, how about it? That is free practice material delivered to my door forever. That is the single most valuable thing anyone could have offered me at that moment in my life, and it was structured so that on paper he got everything. I believe in your talent, he said. I just hope that when Tianshu Hall needs second-tier high-grade talismans in future, you'll give us a discount. Gang explained the model without my asking because he was proud of it. Tianshu Hall stands where it stands because for generations it has invested in promising cultivators before they're worth anything. And when those people mature into senior figures in various forces, they are senior figures who owe Tianshu Hall a favor. That network is the whole business, and it was his own money, not the Hall's, his. Gang left 50 more sets on my table on his way out. 20 days into that arrangement, the demonic key erupted and the ground began to shake, and Luo Hao went white and grabbed my sister's arm. It can't get into the inner market, I told her. The Great Moon Palace and Tianshu Hall still care about their reputations. Then I sent the puppet out to the second defensive line, because the first had been lost long before we arrived. Tens of thousands of beasts came out of the Great Moon Ridge at once. Flying beasts blotted out the sun between the ridge and the market. Wind blades, ice, earth spikes, boulders, fire, water dragons, thunder, all of it hammering a chain of interlinked formations that borrowed strength from each other to hold. Dark clouds pressing on a city, threatening to destroy it. That phrase exists for a reason, and I finally understood it standing behind a barrier, watching a horizon move. I also understood the conscription order in about 4 seconds. Too few defenders and the line breaks, and then the tide runs loose through the whole prefecture, and most sects recruit from mortal cities. If a beast tide gets among the mortals, it doesn't kill a sect's soldiers, it kills the sect's roots. 400 years ago, one broke through, something over 7 million dead, mostly mortals. My puppet went to Liu Ming's position with a new name and an old man's face and a Foundation Establishment 7th layer aura. My surname is long. Call me Dragon Ice, and fellow Taoist Dragon Ice is here to stand guard for you. 2 hours in, the charge started to flag, and then a barrier several positions away was shattered in a single blow. Something black was already inside it. There was one flash of cold light, one false core cultivator, 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators, and nearly 100 How Refining cultivators lost their heads simultaneously. 3rd tier 8-armed mantis. Run! And everyone ran correctly because you cannot swarm that thing. It has 8 forelimbs edged like blades, and the 2 front ones are scythes, and its reputation is built entirely on speed. Usually the blade has already taken your head before you see the animal. Surround it with 100 men and you have simply arranged 100 heads at convenient heights. I want to note that I owned a caged 2nd tier one of those at the time, purchased at auction, and had been putting off dealing with it. Then a fiery red gourd fell out of the sky and drove the mantis into the ground, and Frost Jade Sage came down after it in crimson flame. Not my Frost Jade Sage. A different one, alive, core formation middle stage, and extremely annoyed. Her gourd threw a blade of flame across the sky and took one of the mantis's arms off at the joint. 3 more 3rd tier auras came through the breach, and the inner market answered. Attack! Everyone out! A few beasts dare to invade? Do you really think there are no human cultivators left? Steel Scroll Sage put a wolf the size of a house into a cage of mana chains that spanned the whole sky like a scroll of iron, and when it shook the cage, he turned his ruler into a weight and slammed the thing flat. The Sword City Qin family's old ancestor, a young-looking man in black with a black sword on his back, put 2 fingers together and the sword was simply gone. Nobody in that entire field saw when it left or where it went. It opened a hole in the pinned wolf and then began, without any particular hurry, to drill for the demon core, carving as it went. I watched 4 core formation cultivators work for 3 hours and revised every estimate I had ever made about my own strength. My puppet contributed by throwing 2 of the 11 wood spirit god-devouring talismans I had in stock. 2 washes of emerald light went out over the field, and several hundred beasts simply stopped. The 1st tier ones left nothing behind but hides and bones. Liu Ming's mouth twitched because that was an obscene amount of money to spend on ordinary beasts. And he was right, and I was doing it to find out the range. Half a li, as it turned out. Then a roar came out of the deep Great Moon Ridge, and every core formation cultivator on that field stopped moving. And a voice from the inner market answered it. Yin Yue Tiger Clan, don't push your luck. If you dare step out of the Great Moon Ridge, my Great Moon Palace will dare to go into it, and we can see what progress you've made over the years. Nobody pursued. The wolf and 2 others slipped away in the pause, and then 4 core formation cultivators turned around together and killed the 3rd tier 8-armed mantis. I asked Yan Wu to find me its corpse. Inside an hour, he came back with 3rd tier 8-armed mantis materials and a large quantity of light shadow stone from the Great Moon Palace from a core formation elder, the same woman who had auctioned a broken sword by telling the room it didn't live up to its name. Her price was 100 finished 2nd tier high-grade talismans within 3 years, with the Great Moon Palace supplying up to 400 sets of material. I didn't haggle. It was a fair price, offered without a hint of squeeze, by somebody who could have simply taken the talismans. The materials themselves were worth at least 80,000 spirit stones, and 50,000 of that was the 8 blade arms and the 3rd tier demon core. I held that core in my hand, and my hair stood up, as if the animal were in front of me again. If it had been any ordinary 3rd tier beast, that false core cultivator would have had time to react. Facing an 8-armed mantis, none of them had time to react at all. It would take me 7 or 8 years to forge, because working 3rd tier material at my level is brutal. I had 2nd tier materials I could have substituted to make it easy. I didn't, and I want to be clear about why, because it is the same reason for everything I've ever done. If I'm going to build the thing, I'm going to build it out of the best material available, and I'm going to take the extra 7 years, because I have the extra 7 years, and my enemies do not. By then my wood, earth, fire, and ice were all at the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment. 4 spiritual roots, 1 short. The bill for that year, when I finally added it up, was over 60,000 spirit stones, 4 perfect pills, and a mid-grade spirit stone every single day, plus another 10th of the Icefire Pearls stored reserve. That's 4 roots. 4. If it were 5, and I sat there and did that arithmetic too, and made a noise. The only thing that made it survivable was that my puppet was running a stall in the outer market, buying materials off cultivators coming home out of the emptied Great Moon Ridge and selling them pills and talismans, and clearing 10 or 20,000 a month. I did try sending it into the ridge to gather. Then I stopped and thought about it properly and understood something that took me a century to learn. Going in to find materials yourself is what ordinary families and loose cultivators do. The efficiency is terrible. Buying from 400 people who each went in themselves is more than 100 times faster. You don't have to be the one who takes the risk. You have to be the one everyone comes to afterward. 2 other things happened before the world moved. The first is that my fish got promoted. The ice scale fish king, the thing I'd bribed with a pill and told to guard a pond, had gotten agitated for days, refused food, and could not tell anybody why. On account of being a fish, I'd almost forgotten I owned it. Then I remembered feeding it a wisp of the ice soul pearl's origin power years earlier to see what would happen. It came out of that pond at over 2 zhang long, white as ice jade, carrying the aura of a second-order middle-grade Yao beast, having broken through its own bloodline ceiling. Then it took me down, and its diving speed doubled, and I lost track of it entirely. At the bottom of Frostjade Sage's cold pool, a second Void Sky Lotus had grown. That pool grows them. That is why an ancient cultivator built a cave 3,000 zhang under a lake and stayed there until he died in it. I stroked the head of a fish larger than I am and told it that from now on nobody comes down here but me, and paid it 20 perfect beast pills. I fed those animals perfect pills as daily rations for a century, incidentally, and it wasn't sentiment. A perfect pill carries a trace of heaven and earth profundity at the moment it forms. Feed that to a beast every day for 80 years, and when it one day stands a hair short of the 3rd-tier bottleneck, all that accumulated insight might push it through. No other alchemist alive could afford to use perfect pills as animal feed. I could, because my failures were fictional. The second thing was a letter. Xuanwu, elder of moon worship Immortal City, had ascended the Cloud Sword Sect and challenged their grand elder and beaten him and destroyed his arm and left him crippled. And Fairy Fengling had sent an invitation announcing that she would ascend the Cloud Sword Sect in 3 months to discuss the Tao with Mei Ling, regardless of life or death. I read that phrase 4 times. My family's entire standing in that region was tied to the Grand Elder's faction. If the Grand Elder was finished and Mei Ling died, that faction disintegrated, and what remained of the Cloud Sword Sect was the Sect Master, and Zhao Jin, and Wang Gong. Moon Worship Immortal City was not trying to conquer the Cloud Sword Sect. They were trying to remove the only person holding it up. I summoned Yan Wu and asked what was actually happening. This news, he said, costs 100 mid-grade spirit stones, over 10,000 low-grade for 1 piece of information, the most expensive thing I had ever bought. I paid it. I told my household 1 sentence of what he gave me on the tiger's back once we were in the air. Before Xuanwu Elder ascended the Cloud Sword Sect, no, before Mei Ling came back to the Cloud Sword Sect, the Cloud Sword Sect's own Sect Master secretly went to Moon Worship Immortal City. Liu Hua said nothing. Cui Guang looked like a man who wished he hadn't asked. There was more. There was quite a lot more. But there was no point saying the rest, because knowing it wouldn't have let either of them do anything. I diverted to the Ming family, spent a day in a sealed room with their old ancestor and their clan chief, and came out with everything I'd gone for, which was, specifically, the rest of a Haoshan Pill's materials, because between the Void Sky Lotus my fish had grown for me and the Ming family's centuries of storage, I now held a complete set, and I sent the Dao body puppet to the Dan Master Li family to have it refined. I want to explain why I didn't refine it myself, because it matters. A Haoshan pill is nearly 3rd-tier work. I hadn't had time for serious alchemy in years. I was pouring every hour into talismans ahead of a duel that might end my family's protection, and I judged that this was the one time it was worth paying somebody better. They charged me 800 mid-grade spirit stones, over 80,000 low. I ground my teeth all the way through the negotiation. And their own ancestor, a 3rd-tier low-grade alchemist, took a set of high-grade materials and produced 3 pills, all of them barely ordinary quality. I could have done better at Foundation Establishment First Layer. I said nothing, paid, and left. 300 li out from Red Lotus Lake, a figure sealed inside a light shield was standing on a mountaintop waiting and dropped a core formation aura on my puppet like a dropped anvil. Hand over the Haoshan pill and you can leave alive. A pause, and then, with real enjoyment, a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator wandering around with a batch of Haoshan pills. Should I call you foolish or foolish? My puppet ran. Immediately, without a word, exactly the way a Foundation Establishment cultivator should. That was deliberate, and it worked. He swept the whole area for a hidden protector, found nothing, and reasoned that anybody with a core formation escort would simply have walked out the front door of the Li family instead. If you escape, what face would this immortal master have? Emerald mana flooded the forest and the trees came alive, and root vines like green snakes covered the sky and had my puppet bound solid in an instant, which is correct. Before a core formation immortal master, a foundation establishment puppet has no room to resist at all. Gang rolled it in to within a few dozen feet, carefully not reaching for the Qiankun bag himself, and gave it one more chance. Wind moved in the branches, then core formation might came down and blackened heaven and earth, and every breath became painful, and the vines tightened until the puppet's frame creaked, and the old man slowly turned his head and looked at him, and said nothing at all. Then I opened the ice soul pearl. An icy power appeared that froze heaven and earth in the instant it existed, and a man tens of feet away felt his own divine soul freeze and a crisis stab out of his heart into his soul. Damn it, he thought, with real clarity. In that instant, he regretted coming. It was slightly too late. The vines froze and shattered into icicles and fell, and before he could move, a short white-haired old man struck him with one palm, and 10 li of the world turned white. "You consider me prey," the old man said, "but little do you know, you are also mine." The arithmetic, for the record, because it's the only reason this worked. A nascent magic treasure, driven by a puppet soul at core formation strength, delivers roughly the force of a 3rd-tier high-grade ice talisman, possibly 4th-tier low-grade. Ice covered a core formation 3rd-layer cultivator's body and slowed his movements and his reactions and his thoughts. Gang stacked defensive formations and layers of wood shields and a top-tier high-grade defensive artifact, and the earthy yellow armor of it blazed up around him. The wood shields turned to emerald dust. The high-grade barrier lasted no measurable time. The palm landed on him squarely, and cold eyes looked down at him exactly the way he had looked down at my puppet 90 seconds earlier. Gang went horizontally, spitting blood and ice, like a falling star several miles into a mountainside. The mountain collapsed, the earth cracked and heaved up like a mud dragon turning over, and then the ice came out from under all of it and froze the entire mountain, the grass, the trees, the air, the birds in it. One palm, and then silence. My puppet walked over, broke the ice open, and pulled him out with a spell. His whole body was a single block of ice with only the eyes able to move, and his concealing shield had died long before. And I finally saw who had decided to rob me. The old ancestor of the Dan Master Lee family, core formation 3rd layer, the 3rd-tier alchemist who had, 4 hours earlier, taken 80,000 spirit stones of my money to refine those pills badly. Gang hadn't followed me because he'd worked out who I was. Gang followed me because he'd held the materials in his own hands and weighed them and decided that whoever was walking out with them couldn't possibly be strong enough to keep them. His lips moved to beg. I flicked a finger, and a core formation immortal master became ice shards, and then ice dust, and then nothing at all. Only a jade-green bead was left on the ground. A core formation core, the Tao fruit of 300 or 400 years of one man's life. There was no version of that where I let him live. Not one. Gang had seen a puppet, not a face, but he'd seen enough. And a core formation cultivator with a grudge, and 3 centuries of contacts, is not a thing you leave breathing. I want to be clear that I hadn't been surprised. I went to that family having already wargamed every ending, including the one where they simply stole the materials, and the one where their ancestor followed me out. I wasn't afraid of it, because a puppet soul at core formation strength erases the gap between our realms, and because as long as the Lee family had no magic treasure, I was in an unassailable position. The running was theater. It bought me the one thing I actually needed, which was for him to walk to within a few dozen feet. This is the consequence of greed. If the Lee family hadn't been greedy, their ancestor would still be alive, and their island would still be theirs. In this world, nobody actually knows who is the hunter and who is the prey. Use your full strength to kill a chicken. Even at core formation, never act arrogantly. Gang been arrogant for about 90 seconds at the end of a career of not being. Back at Red Lotus Lake, his family was celebrating. 3 Haitian pills delivered to their door by a Foundation establishment idiot. An opportunity sent by heaven. One elder was shaking because he'd been at the 9th layer for 40 or 50 years with under a 10% chance at core formation and no realistic hope of ever seeing a pill like that. Another elder asked nervously whether they shouldn't simply have made the man disappear inside the house, and their patriarch explained the ethics of the pill business to him. Foolish. There are outsiders on this island, and that one is extremely vigilant. He never once left the front hall. If we'd moved, what happens to the family's reputation? Who would ever ask us to refine pills again? How would we stand in Grand Moon Prefecture? Gang was entirely calm. Now it's different. Gang took the pills away from Red Lotus Lake. Whatever happens afterward has nothing to do with us. If he can't protect them, he can only blame his own insufficient strength. Then a runner came in screaming that the old ancestor's soul tablet had shattered and their patriarch's chair came apart underneath him. I checked the puppet over afterward and found hairline fissures all through a body I'd spent 6 months hardening on 3rd tier ore, which is worth stating plainly because I could very easily have drawn the wrong lesson from that afternoon. I won that fight. I did not win it by being strong. Everything I had went into escaping, and I could not survive one casual spell from a core formation cultivator's idle thought. Without the puppet soul and without the ice soul pearl, I would simply have died, and the man who killed me would have been mildly inconvenienced. The gap between foundation establishment and core formation is an ant against a tree, and I could never do that again casually. If word of a magic treasure and a puppet soul ever got out, every core formation cultivator in the prefecture would come, and the Great Moon Palace's nascent soul might not even intervene because a magic treasure is a nascent soul's weapon, and I had two. His bag was larger inside than my entire 3rd tier cave, 1,000 portions of 2nd tier pill material, 3rd tier spirit medicines, Haoshan and Jinyuan auxiliaries, stacks of finished pills, a peerless grade pill cauldron, several thousand mid-grade and over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, 20-odd 2nd tier high-grade talismans and 4 3rd tier ones, a 2nd tier high-grade top-tier puppet beast shaped like a wolf, and I sat there in a hole in the ground, going through the estate of a man I had just annihilated and thought, with total sincerity, Gang's rather poor, isn't he? 1 peerless artifact, 4 3rd tier talismans, and a dignified core formation 3rd layer immortal master carrying a merely 2nd tier puppet. Then I caught myself and made a note about greed and moved on. The real prize was a jade slip near the bottom, a 3rd tier medium grade alchemist inheritance. My road to becoming a 3rd tier alchemist, unobstructed, out of the pocket of the 3rd tier alchemist who tried to rob me. I gave one of the 3 Haoshan pills to the Ming family, partly to repay the auxiliary materials. Mostly because if the Cloud Sword Sect's Grand Elder faction lost, the Ming family would be my family's only remaining ally in that region, and I wanted that ally's leg to be as thick as possible. Their old ancestor turned out to be a white-haired old man feeding free-range spiritual chickens in a courtyard in the clouds. "Why are you all here?" I held the pill out and said the auxiliaries had been theirs, so 1 Hyochian pill came back to them. Liu Chen, 9th layer, and a very long time at 9th layer, swallowed at the smell of it, and then deliberately looked away because the person in that family who most needed it was standing right there feeding chickens and had perhaps 40 or 50 years left where Liu Chen had 100. The old man made me tea with his own hands. 1 leaf. Gang gathers 10 or 20 leaves a year of it. Gang poured mine first, then his own. Then he shoved the pot at his 2 sons and told them to pour their own. Liu Chen glanced at his brother. His brother poured. So my status in that room was now above both of them, which I want on the record. 1 Haoshan pill is a very great value, he said. My Ming family cannot take advantage of you. What do you want? A sky spirit fruit tree. Both his sons winced and then visibly relaxed because they had 2. And the old man said no, and added a 2nd tier high-grade top-tier tamed beast on top, because in his judgment, 2/3 of the auxiliaries plus a tree plus a beast for 1 Hyochian pill was still the Ming family getting the better half of the deal. That tree ended the single largest constraint on my family's future. Ethereal fruit is one of the 6 core foundation establishment pill materials, and the great powers had monopolized it so completely that any wild tree found anywhere was dug up and taken home. I planted it in a corner of Sun Moon Island behind a formation, walled off from the ice and the fire, and watered it with Spirit Spring and Azure Wood Mana. And when I looked around that island afterward, a place that had been nothing but 2 extremes grinding against each other for uncounted centuries, there was finally something alive on it. Then Fairy Feng Ling came to the Cloud Sword Sect. Everyone had expected the region to empty. Instead, Yunshan Market filled up because a duel between 2 prodigies of that grade is a thing you might see once in a lifetime, and cultivators are exactly as sensible as anybody else. The night before, I ate dinner with 5 women and drank 30-year ice spring wine that I'd been drinking in that same house for 20 years. Same taste as always, I said. I wonder if I'll get the chance to keep drinking it. Mei Ling gave me her honest assessment, flushed. My chance of defeating her is under 10%. Her aura is far past an ordinary 9th layer. She turned her cup. Her chance of defeating me is equally small, unless she breaks through to core formation. Then the sneer. Which is impossible. She reached the 9th layer 60 years ago. She's endured this long without attempting it. She wouldn't be willing to break through now. All her previous effort would be wasted. I sat there and decoded that in silence. Golden Core Dao. Fairy Fengling is aiming for the Golden Core Dao. And so, obviously, is the woman across the table, or she wouldn't have refused her own sect ancestor's legacy, which was a free ticket straight into core formation, and which she turned down because an anointed legacy is like forcing a sprout to grow. Digest another man's power, and your own talent can quietly degrade into something ordinary. I asked her whether moon worship would really attack. In this entire prefecture, besides the Great Moon Palace, nobody dares claim they can definitely beat the Cloud Sword sect. She looked at me over the rim. Even without a core formation ancestor, do you believe immortal Master Mingyu wouldn't dare set half a foot on our mountain? Which answered it without answering it. The sect's ancestor was nearly out of lifespan, the sect was rotting from inside, and moon worship still would not use force. They didn't need to, they only needed the Cloud Sword sect to collapse on its own, and that is always the superior strategy. I believe you, I said. But be careful of your own sect master's faction. Geniuses are always envied. It was fine while you stayed away. Now that you've come back, be more careful. The duel itself was the most beautiful thing I have ever watched. Ten Zhang apart. Mei Ling became a sword. Fairy Fengling became a reborn heavenly phoenix. Neither of them moved. Above them, Sword Key and Fire Phoenixes multiplied and evolved until they filled half the sky, because that is what a Dao discussion actually is, not a fight. A comparison of foundations, of divine sense, of will, of the depth of a legacy. Every cultivator at the foot of that mountain could take insights from it. In the ancient era, it was the standard way for prodigies to test themselves, because you verify your own cultivation and you find your own flaws in the other person's answers. It can also cripple both participants. That's the price of the format. At the peak of it, they both moved, and where the sword Dao fell, the world went silent, and every fire phoenix underwent nirvana and came back, like a grass fire nobody can put out. They're both at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, I thought, watching, and they are both stronger than a false core. And I looked at Mei Ling's metal mana with open, undisguised envy, because I had 4 elements and needed a 5th, and here was a nascent soul-grade golden root technique being demonstrated in front of me by somebody who would obviously never part with it. While we were all watching, the Fei family of Phoenix Fall Prefecture destroyed Yunshan Market. They came in from every direction and killed everything they found. The town was mostly empty of spectators, but the ordinary Hao refining cultivators were still out in the least spirit fields, casting rain and weeding, because those fields were most of everything they owned, and they weren't willing to abandon them for a duel. They died where they stood. Surrender didn't help. Kneeling didn't help. The Cloud Sword sect's 4th elder burned a warning talisman and fired every formation in the town, and then a figure walked up the main street and slowly extended a palm, and the aura was core formation, and it was an aura nobody in that region had ever felt before. The stronghold's formation survived 1 palm and broke on the 2nd. Gang ran with every talisman and escape art he had, and endless azure wind blades tore his defenses and his high-grade artifact like paper, and then him. Then that man turned toward the heavenly book pavilion, whose barrier was frankly decorative, and bowed to it. Senior, this is a personal vendetta between my Fei family and the Cloud Sword sect. The old man behind the counter didn't answer. As long as it didn't involve the heavenly book pavilion, whatever happened outside was none of the heavenly book pavilion's business. The man exhaled in relief, and then he and dozens of others finished the town. The message they left was simple. Mei Ling had killed their prodigy in the Tianfeng ruins, the son of their core formation cultivator, and this was only the beginning, and unless the Cloud Sword sect was annihilated, the Fei family would not stop, which was a violation of an explicit agreement between the Blood Phoenix Immortal sect and the Great Moon Palace. Prodigies enter the ruins together. Whatever happens inside is fate, and no retaliation afterward. That agreement exists precisely so. A duel between 2 young people cannot become a war between prefectures. My own grievance was smaller and more specific. If you want revenge on the Cloud Sword sect, take revenge on the Cloud Sword sect. Why did you kill my clansmen? Su Dingbang dug them out of our ruined pavilion himself because he'd gone to watch the duel, and the ones minding the shop hadn't. Gang found an old man with his heart pierced and his eyes still open and told him not to worry, that he'd look after his granddaughter, and closed his eyes and straightened him and carried him out. Then he found a headless boy and screamed and punched the ground, and then collected his own apprentice and kept going. Gang came back to me bloodshot and said, "Third old ancestor." And I said he should go home and be careful on the road, and that was all I said, because at the 8th layer of Hao refining, there was nothing else he could do, and nothing useful I could tell him. I asked Fan Li what the Great Moon Palace would do. I'll report it. It's hard to say what the sect will do. Gang was apologetic and honest. It involves a core formation force from another prefecture, and at the moment, the Fei family is only targeting the Cloud Sword sect. It isn't that simple. So that was that. The Great Moon Palace cannot be relied upon. It does not value another force's plight, or even its own prestige as an overlord as much as I'd assumed. The Great Moon Palace is not the Cloud Sword Sect's father, and Moon Worship Immortal City watched the smoke and flew home, delighted, because if the Fae family could bite a few chunks out of the Cloud Sword Sect and leave it crippled, then Moon Worship could step in afterward and feast. That's realistic. That's just how it is. The Cloud Sword Sect didn't even send anyone hunting. They evacuated what was left of Yunshan Market back inside their own mountain gate and shut it. That was the first time in 100 years that I felt genuinely stifled. Relying on others is ultimately unreliable. If I'd had the strength myself that day, I could have made the Fae family repay 1,000-fold, and then I measured myself against it honestly. The Fae family is a major core formation family of a prefecture I hadn't known existed a month earlier, and I was at the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Even at my most arrogant, I couldn't pretend otherwise. So I set a schedule instead and buried my clansmen and told my family the only thing worth telling them. Cultivate. Don't think about anything else. Only the living get a chance. If you can't do it now, do it in 100 years. And if you can't do it at all, then marry and have children and let your descendants do it. Half a year later, Luolan's letter said that Mei Ling had gone out alone and ambushed the Fae family's core formation cultivator and severely wounded him, alone. A 9th layer cultivator, ambushing and crippling a core formation immortal master. And then further down the page, Mei Ling had been severely wounded and her Dantian was destroyed. Everything gone, all of it. 100 years of the most gifted cultivation in that region ended. Foolish, I thought, standing there with the letter. Was there any need? You endure a few more years, you break through, and then you settle accounts with the Fae family from a position where they can't touch you. What a foolish woman. And then quieter. When I settle accounts for my clansmen, I'll settle this one too. Half a month later, she was standing outside my palace with snow-white hair and a face full of wrinkles. The Fae family's core formation immortal master has fled the prefecture with his people. I've also withdrawn from the Cloud Sword Sect. From now on, I'm just a loose cultivator old woman. She looked at me. Senior Sue. You won't kick me out, will you? I couldn't even manage to scold her. Then she handed me a jade slip and said the following, in the tone of a woman describing a household chore. I severely wounded him, but I wasn't actually injured. This Dantian, I destroyed it myself. I said nothing at all for a while. First, it lets me disappear from everyone's sight and cultivate in peace. Second, a pause. I find the Dantian useless. It hinders me. It prevents my foundation from ever reaching perfection. Where her Dantian had been, there was now a sword. An ancient magic treasure sword, made into her natal Tao sword, fused with her golden spiritual root, and put in her Dantian's place, so that from now on, the sword itself is her great Tao and grows as she grows. She threw away 100 years and the most envied talent in the region because she had worked out that her foundation had a ceiling and the only way past it was to start again from nothing. Which is exactly what I was doing with 5 elements, from the other direction, for the same reason. Her Tao was an ancient sword, mine was the 5 elements. That was the only difference between us. The slip was a nascent soul-grade golden root technique, the gang metal heavenly sword art of the ancient heavenly immortal mansion. The 5th element, handed to me by a woman who just made herself into an old crone, as rent. I hid her in my own old secret chamber under every formation I owned, and gave her a dozen bottles of the ordinary pills I usually discard, among which she found a few perfect ones with pill patterns on them. She looked up at me on that ruined old face and smiled. Fellow Taoist Sue's kindness today, Ling will repay it. I don't know why you took the risk, I said, but I hope you succeed. At least then there'll be one more friend to walk the road with. One night got her back to the 1st layer of How refining. Half a month got her to the 4th, with the whole chamber turning into a domain of tiny blades whenever she worked. And she came back. It took her 50 years, and when she came back, she split a mountain in half. But by then I had my 5th element and a 5-element foundation, and a rather different set of problems. I tried to fuse earthwood with ice fire exactly once. The 2 manas touched, didn't merge, didn't fight, just touched, and the resulting chaos tore my skin and flesh apart along every limb and left me sitting in my own blood on a floor of 3rd-tier ore. I had a 14th layer body refining technique at that point, a body strong enough to trade blows with a 9th layer cultivator. I did not try it again for a very long time. But the 5th element came anyway. The gang metal heavenly sword art crossed into foundation establishment on an ordinary morning, and a golden seed shaped like a small sword condensed in my Dantian, and I sat there and looked at what was in me. A towering azure tree carrying the aura of time, a drop of ice crystal with its aura hidden, a thick earth foundation with a profound nether weight to it, a heavenly phoenix looking down in all directions, and a golden sword, ringing. 5 elements foundation establishment. And the aura that came off me afterward was, as far as I could tell from the inside, like chaos, impenetrable, unreadable, and carrying a great terror. That is the thing an ancient Tao child was born with. I'd assembled a rough approximation of it out of a village technique, a book nobody could use, a dead man's ice art, a phoenix scripture with an impossible entry requirement, and a golden sword technique handed to me as rent by a woman who destroyed her own Dantian. It took 80 years, and I still couldn't fuse more than 2 of them at a time. Then the golden cicada art reached its 3rd realm and gave me something I hadn't been told about. I was halfway through a forging session, recovering my mana, when golden light burst in my head and my soul went out of my body and hung over the cave, and the ice and the fire, which had always scorched it, now fed it. The chrysalis broke. My soul became an actual golden cicada, small, weak, and real, and underneath the technique, a hidden layer surfaced. The golden cicada secret art, a soul art that can possess, that can strike another cultivator's divine soul directly, and that can escape and be reborn from a remnant of the soul. It has severe side effects, which is why it stayed hidden. Those side effects applied to ordinary cultivators. I had a panel that ignores restrictions, and as a weapon, the arithmetic was ugly in my favor. My soul and divine sense had outrun my body and my mana decades earlier and were already past an ordinary 9th layer cultivators. If a man had no treasure specifically guarding his soul, then me using that art on him was not a fight. It was a dimensional reduction strike. Then, in under 5 months, I finished the 8-armed mantis. The moment the 3rd tier core went in, the 8 blade arms shimmered, and my own scalp crawled in my own workshop. It lives up to its reputation. That is the thing that took a false core cultivator's head off in one motion during the beast tide in front of 4 core formation cultivators and forging a puppet out of its materials, and its core produced something I would describe as a pseudo 3rd tier puppet beast. I moved my soul out of the dragon crocodile and into it and put the puppet soul inside and looked at what I had made. 1 zhang long, 8 blade arms of about the same length. And a very clear sense that if I kept feeding it Yao Gold ore, it might one day fight a false core cultivator and possibly kill one. The first thing it did was cut the 3rd tier ore body that nothing I owned had been able to scratch. 2 of its scythe arms went through Yao Gold bright spirit stone like it was cheese, and I harvested an entire Qiankun bag of the stuff so the puppet could keep eating anywhere in the world instead of only in that cave. And then the Huang family made a mistake. The Chen family sent us a plea for help. The Huang family had seized 3 of their resource sites and now had them cornered inside Xishui City and had not attacked. Luo Tian brought it to me and gave me his own read, which was correct. I suspect the Huang family's target isn't the Chen family, it's us. I looked at the geometry. The Huang family are formation specialists. The Chen family's ancestral arrays wouldn't have delayed them for an afternoon. So why hadn't they attacked? And how exactly had a besieged family gotten a messenger out? The family can't manage it, I said out loud in front of everyone. It's already good enough to protect Dan Mountain. Luo Tian sighed and went away. That night, a figure left under the mountain formation, flew east, and became a 2-foot 8-armed mantis creeping toward Xishui City. In a valley a few dozen li out, Wang Gang was sitting with a group of Cloud Sword Sect inner disciples, waiting. His man reported that the Huang family had laid the myriad layers of yellow sand formation outside the city, their signature killing array, the one you don't escape unless you're core formation, and Wang Gang warned them, to their credit, not to underestimate us. That Luo Ming is a 2nd-tier high-grade talisman master. Gang will have formation-breaking talismans. And Liu Hua is a 2nd-tier high-grade beast tamer, and there's Luo Lan and Duan Xin. A fat disciple suggested the sect master simply seize Dan Mountain outright and got told to be quiet, and then Wang Gang explained the actual scheme to a valley full of people while a mantis lay in the grass 40 feet away. The Cloud Sword Sect could not move on the Su family directly, not with Tianshu Hall and the Great Moon Palace both known to be friendly to us. But if the Su family sent people to interfere in somebody else's affairs, that changes the nature of the thing entirely. That's the Su family seeking death on their own, and then nobody can say a word about what happens next, and if we didn't bite, then they'd find a scapegoat. Gang considered the Ming family and discarded them. As long as their old ancestors stayed home and they defended Black Rock Mountain, they were effectively invincible, and settled on the Huang family. So the Huang family were bait for us, and were also going to be blamed for it afterward. Nobody had told them that part. My puppet probed the perimeter twice and stopped twice. There's a formation. It's a very good 2nd-tier high-grade one. There's a concealment array, which means the Huang family are hiding inside it. This is a trap. And then I turned my puppet around and went to Guanlun Mountain instead. You like ambushing so much. Aren't you going to look after your own house? 2 days later, a Huang messenger crashed into that valley camp in tears. The family head orders everyone home. A great vicious beast, an 8-armed mantis, has appeared outside Guanlin Mountain. The 5th elder is dead. Many clansmen have had their heads taken. The old ancestor and the family head fought it together, were injured, and nearly died. We cannot stay here to ambush the Sioux family. Every veteran of the Great Moon Black Market beast tide in that valley went white because they had personally watched one of those kill a false core cultivator and dozens of others in a single instant. The Huang Grand Elder started shouting about the Ming family because it had to be somebody, and nobody could tell him because the thing was sitting on their ancestral land and they'd lost people just getting one runner out. Gang pulled the formation flags, took a flying boat, and went home. And on a peak a few dozen li outside Guanlin Mountain, my puppet buried itself and shut its aura off entirely and waited for its prey to come back. I want to state my objective plainly, because it wasn't annihilation. I was not confident I could destroy the Huang family. I was entirely confident I could make the Huang family understand that they had provoked something they should not have provoked. They weren't the Scarlet Edge Taoist, and they weren't Bai Yan. They had property and elders and grandchildren and a mountain. Some things, once done, come with a price. The flying boat came home at maximum altitude with its defensive array up and their 3 most senior elders standing at the prow sweeping every valley with divine sense, getting more frightened the closer they got. Something's wrong. How could that thing just disappear? 10 feet of 8-armed mantis was hanging motionless in the cloud bank ahead of them, holding an invisibility talisman, a concealment talisman, and a flying talisman, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 exquisite formation-breaking talismans opened a hole in the boat's barrier. The Grand Elder needed half a breath to raise a defensive formation, and he did not get it. Blade light crossed the sky. Gang watched the 2nd and 3rd elders' heads come off, and only then saw what had done it. And then his own went, and as it did, he saw a single drop of his own blood gather and fall from a blade tip. Between stillness and motion, 1 9th layer and 2 8th layer cultivators simultaneously. My own puppet felt to me as though its metal was boiling with excitement, and I was frankly horrified at what I'd built, because light shadow stone made that body extraordinarily light, and light means fast, and 3rd tier blade arms mean that fast is the whole fight. Then it went into the boat, and dozens of Huang cultivators lost their heads before anyone could jump. You wanted to ambush. Little do you know who the prey is. And then I did the one thing that was not about efficiency. I looted the boat, broke its imprint, took it, and I threw every corpse out of the sky into the forest below, where they would be found. From today, I intend for the Huang family to live in fear, every day, in constant dread. Because when my family was small, the Huang family and the Zhang Grand Elder came to Dan Mountain with 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators on a fabricated charge of colluding with the demonic path, and only the Ming family's interventions saved us. The heavenly Tao has its reincarnation, and heaven spares no one, and it had been 40 years, and it was time. At Guanlan Mountain, a white-haired clan elder ran into the hall wailing that the elder's soul tablets had all cracked. Their family had blasted him bodily out of the room for spreading rumors and had him thrown in a cell. Every elder present knew exactly what that man's job was, and that he was almost certainly right. But those words were too frightening. They refused to believe it. Gang dismissed the 5 hired guests who got outside, went pale, exchanged one look, and started planning how to leave. If the Grand Elder and the others are gone, will it be the whole Huang family next? Then he went and looked at the tablets himself and stood there for a long time and gave one order in a shaking voice. Seal Guanlan Mountain. Nobody in or out. I'm going to see the old ancestor. The sealing itself startled the whole region, and when a passing cultivator found Huang corpses in a forest, the news went everywhere. Wanggong's people were still standing outside Sishui City, dumbfounded, because their bait had simply retracted its formation and flown away without a word. Gang packed up and chased after them, and 2 days later smelled it and found what was left, and his juniors started vomiting. Wang Gong went weak in the knees, not from corpses, but from the arithmetic. Those dozens of people had been alive and standing next to him a few days earlier. Gang found several heads with uniformly clean cuts and gave one order, back to the sect, quickly. Gang didn't even continue to Guanlin Mountain. My puppet, meanwhile, left the mountain alone. A formation family's ancestral seat is not a thing you storm. The goal was fear, not a siege, and a head-on confrontation was unnecessary and dangerous. It detoured past Zishui City instead, to make sure the Chen family was actually safe. Fellow Taoist Chen, I thought, looking down at a city I'd never entered. I've finally lived up to your trust, haven't I? And then a young girl came cautiously out of the gate to scout, and she had Wang Mei's face, and I left before she could look up. The Huang elders had been carrying 7 full sets of second-tier high-grade formations and a second-tier high-grade formation master legacy, whose crown jewel was a quasi-third-tier array that can attack, defend, and trap at once, and in which even a false core cultivator can be slowly ground to death, plus a complete set of the boring ones: trapping, illusion, killing, defensive, concealment, which meant that from that day I was considerably better at assassination. And in one of their bags, there was a book, Records of Taoist Sui's Travels, ordinary for most of its length. Then Taoist Sui reaches core formation, becomes a deacon, and records his first long escort mission, taking a 3 spiritual root prodigy who cultivated the same Tao from an outpost to a place called the Fallen Moon Alliance. And 300 years later, he notes, that prodigy had become the true monarch and vice alliance leader of the Fallen Moon Alliance, a 3-root cultivator. After 100 years of searching, the first hard evidence that multi-root cultivation had ever actually worked for anyone but a Tao child born to it. The Fallen Moon Alliance sat in what is now the Great Moon Ridge, which is where Linglong Immortal came in. She'd been waiting outside my cave in the Great Moon Black Market, unchanged in 10 years, with a spirit plant aura that makes people instinctively warm to her, and my first note about her was still, "This one is not a kind person." She insisted she'd been innocent about Crimson Lunar Taoist. Then she got to the point. She'd found a ruin in the Great Moon Ridge and hadn't told anyone but me, and her Tao companion had died in the Beast Tide, and would I explore it with her? 50-50, then 40-60 in my favor. My calculation was short. A ruin in the Great Moon Ridge might be the Fallen Moon Alliance, which is the exact thing I'd been hunting. And as for another ambush, unless she brought a core formation cultivator, that would only be better because I could settle the old score. I accepted with one condition. Let me say this up front, I don't like people playing little tricks. She swore a Tao oath on her life and her cultivation, and produced her proof, and the proof was better than she knew, a damaged ancient book by a core formation deacon of the Fallen Moon Alliance named Immortal Master Tai Shan. She'd been telling the truth about the ruin. She just hadn't been telling the truth about who else knew. 3 days in, deep past the inner perimeter, in a poisoned swamp, we walked into a fight already in progress. Sage Ming Xuan, Lord of 100 Treasures Mountain, a second-tier high-grade formation master at the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, with 3 more Foundation Establishment cultivators, finishing off a pair of second-order alligators. Linglong Immortal went white and swore it had nothing to do with her, and Ming Xuan called out without turning around. "No hurry. The fellow Taoist who found this ruin for us has arrived." A pause, pleasantly. "Fairy Linglong, please come over, and ask fellow Taoist Su to come as well. Don't even think about leaving." I found no warning formation, no tracking powder, no probing divine sense. So I ran the golden cicada art over Linglong Immortal herself, and found a divine sense imprint on her body, subtle enough that at her level she could never have detected it. She went crimson at being scanned and glared at empty air, demanding to know what I thought I was doing, which I have always found funny in retrospect. Ming Xuan's demand was simple. Scout the restrictions ahead of us, walk into the traps first, and afterward, I'll reward you handsomely. "All right," I said. "I was going to let you hunt those 2 beasts and then leave and pretend I hadn't seen you. But fellow sage Ming Xuan, you're not being kind. You want the 2 of us to go and die. I know you're a second-tier high-grade talisman master, but you're at the 5th layer. I advise you to scout. That way you might still have a way to survive." I don't think much of it. The dragon crocodile came out of the swamp, 3 zhang, black scales, a 9th layer aura, with the flood dragon halberd beside it. The halberd's first strike blew one of them nearly alive backward, spitting blood, and Ming Xuan started retreating and negotiating in the same breath. "I offended you. Please stop now. I can give you 2 a chance to leave, otherwise. It seems you still haven't recognized who's boss." And I lifted a stack of several dozen second-tier high-grade talismans. All 4 of them went white at once. First, a second-tier high-grade top-tier puppet, then dozens of high-grade talismans. Can't hold on, can't win, run. They didn't get to run. I formed the seals, and an invisible golden light crossed heaven and earth, and all 4 had their divine senses pierced at once. The 2 middle stage men dropped where they stood. Ming Xuan and his last man froze mid-stride with entirely blank faces. Then 2 wood spirit god-devouring talismans burned in the air. An emerald light swallowed all 4 of them, and with no resistance possible, it devoured most of their mana and their divine ki, and left their auras at about a 5th of what they'd walked in with. Then the halberd swept them 2 li into the swamp with a sound like breaking sticks. Linglong Immortal could not process it. The Mountain Lord, allied with 3 powerful Foundation Establishment cultivators, hadn't lasted one exchange. "Now," I said from the rock Ming Xuan had been standing on, "I'll give you 2 choices. One is to scout the way for me. The other is that I send you all to become immortals." Ming Xuan begged. Easy to say, as long as you successfully open that ancient site, I won't kill you. I smiled and said nothing else, and glanced at Linglong Immortal and thought a thing I want on the record because it's exactly who I was by then. I can choose not to kill. There are others who can do it for me. They cleared the outer works in under 3 days, which was genuinely good work. And in the back garden they sprang it, Mingxuan dropping formation flags while the other 3 fired 11 talismans at once, everything they had, and threw up a maze and a killing array to cut me off. The dragon crocodile ate all 11 without moving. And then the golden light again. No, golden cicada secret art. The 2 middle stage men dropped where they stood. Mingxuan and his last companion went down on their faces screaming and curled up. I walked around the outside of their own formation. Why bother? I remember when I first came to the Great Moon Black Market, I even paid you a personal visit. Alas. Mingxuan, spasming on the ground, was at least honest about it. No need to pretend anymore. The winner takes all, the loser is nothing. We've fallen into your hands. Kill us or flay us as you please. The other one knelt instead and offered to serve me as a master and die for me, if only I'd spare his 3 brothers. The crocodile's tail answered that and put all 4 into a wall. And then I said the sentence. You go. Send them to heaven. Linglong Immortal startled and then said, I'll do it, and flicked several hair-fine needles into 4 skulls, and icy power erupted, and 4 heads shattered like dropped ice. Then she collected every artifact and bag and formation flag herself and presented me the entire pile. Taoist Su. Everything is here, not even a small artifact was left for them. I understood exactly what she'd calculated. Nobody in the black market would care that Mingxuan was dead, but 100 Treasures Mountain was finished, and she had killed him with her own hand, in front of the only witness who mattered. She had been planning to split the treasure with me when we walked in. After that, she didn't care about treasure at all. She wanted to attach herself to something powerful and stop wandering. The palace under that mound was itself a peerless grade artifact. If its own 3rd-tier formation had still been running, no Foundation establishment cultivator could have entered at all. Everything Mingxuan spent 3 days breaking had merely been the dead owner's later additions. On a skeleton in a rockery secret room, there was a silver-white ring. 13,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 2 high-grade spirit stones, which I had never seen in my life, and which even the Great Moon Palace treats as strategic reserve. A peerless mountain seal artifact, and the nascent soul continuation of the earth technique I'd been cultivating for 80 years, which turned out to have originated from the heavenly immortal mansion. Also a jade slip that cracked open as I touched it, with a message from a man who had been dead for an unguessable number of centuries. Gang wrote that everything had turned to nothing after hundreds of years of effort, that he had considered leaving a great Tao curse on whoever took his things, compelling them to kill the man who'd killed him, or that man's descendants. And then he'd thought about it, and decided, let it be. When will vengeance ever end? If possible, fellow Taoist, please take care of the Tai family of Qianjiang Mountain, or their descendants. I stood in a dead man's room holding his entire estate and felt something I hadn't expected, and thought about how long it had been, and whether anyone with that surname could possibly still exist. There was a girl living in my sister's palace on Dan Mountain at that exact moment named Duan Xin, who was an orphan and who had nowhere else to go. I did not make the connection for another 40 years. The fruit pit seed opened for the 3rd time about 80 years after I first started feeding it. Every single day, without missing one, like polishing a walnut. It burst into emerald light in my palm, fell, and rooted straight through a vein of 3rd-tier Yao gold ore as though the hardest substance I owned were bean curd. It grew a jang tall in seconds. And then, instead of flowering, it condensed everything it had into 1 drop of emerald liquid and turned to ash. The drop floated in the jade bottle instead of settling. Its scent alone made my mana stir and my pores open. I spent an hour bringing myself to my absolute peak before I swallowed it. Here is what 1 drop did. My body refining crossed the 15th layer into the 16th in a matter of minutes. 10 years saved, and the 16th layer is equivalent to the 7th layer of Foundation establishment. My soul and divine sense crossed the core formation limit outright. If my divine sense had previously been a large snake, it became a newborn flood dragon, and I had to actively stop it from spreading because a core formation grade divine sense unrolling over Dan Mountain would have convinced my entire family that an immortal master had arrived, and in my Dantian, all 5 seeds transformed at once. The azure wood shook out a trace of impurity. The heavenly phoenix collapsed into nirvana flame and was reborn at twice its former aura. Thick earth, ice crystal, and gang metal all changed in kind, and my 5-element spiritual roots, all 5 of them low grade, the diagnosis I'd been handed in public at 16, became medium grade. I sat on the floor of that cave with my fists closed hard enough to hurt. Ordinary low-grade cultivators have almost no chance of even reaching Foundation establishment. That was the sentence the world had read over me. and it had just been quietly amended by a bean I'd been watering for 8 decades. Lifespan, 78 of 357, 62 years, from one drop. 357 is what an immortal master has on the day he forms his core. I was at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. The only cost was that my soul had outrun my body so badly it felt like an infant carrying an adult spirit, and if my flesh hadn't just crossed into the 16th layer, that breakthrough would have torn me apart from the inside. The next morning, the difference was measurable in the ordinary way. The daily gain went from 0.03% to 5, and the next layer of cultivation went from 4 years away to under 3. That's what all of it was for, not the drama, the daily number. Then Scarlet Edge Taoist Mo Feng walked into my puppet in a forest. Gang didn't know he had. Gang saw a lone traveler heading for a trade fair, threw up a demonic formation that turned the world into a purgatory of corpses and demonic qi, and started talking because he was the kind of man who talks. The third fat sheep. This market is truly a blessed land. Every fat sheep carries treasures or spirit stones. Gang was actually enjoying himself. If I don't act against you, how can I face my conscience as Bloodsaber? Then he poured out his soul flags, and every vengeful soul in them fused into one monster. And I answered with spiritual pressure. The look on that man's face is the only thing I took from him that I still have. Gang froze exactly like a cat whose fur has gone up because a tiger has walked into the room. Spiritual pressure, a core formation immortal master, and then outraged. Damn it, a dignified core formation cultivator, and you impersonated a 9th layer nobody? Gang turned to run. The demon soul got halfway to me, and the golden cicada secret art, driven now by soul power at core formation grade, simply looked at it, and every vengeful soul in it melted like spring snow. Then I turned my head and saw straight through his formation to the man hiding behind it, and I smiled. Scarlet Edge Taoist Mo Feng? Gang heard an old man's voice ring in his skull like a bell, and a thread of golden light went into his mind, and he came apart at the seams, bleeding from every orifice. And I said the only thing I'd been saving. Many years ago, you killed a female cultivator at 8 Demon Ridge. You probably don't remember who it was. I still remember that you, a demonic path minion, killed a friend of mine. Then I crushed his head. 52 years. Gang was Foundation Establishment 7th layer when I first heard his name at an auction. He was equal to a false core when I finally got him, and he never learned who was coming, or why, or that a woman he'd hit once in passing had left a black bead to a man she barely knew. I soul-searched him before he finished dying, because I needed 2 names, Master Alchemist Bai Yan and Luo Feng. And I found their destination, a hidden place at the edge of the prefecture holding several core formation demonic cultivators and a great many others, and they were the 9 Souls Demon Palace. The same force that had started the war at 8 Demon Ridge from outside the prefecture hunting the technique in my head. Then I burned the corpse and took the Heavenly Net umbrella, which was, as it happens, the damaged peerless artifact he'd stolen from Yunshan Market 52 years earlier, the theft that had blown up the auction house on the night my master and I bought our family's first Foundation Establishment pill. It came back around to me, that's all. Everything does, if you outlive it. 3 cultivators arrived at that clearing shortly after I left, and the white-haired one among them read the sight correctly. That demonic aura is a bit like Scarlet Edge Taoist, but it looks like Scarlet Edge Taoist has truly fallen this time. Gang looked in the direction I'd gone. I felt the might of an immortal master, but I don't recognize the aura, and I don't know which immortal master it is. Gang was the grand elder of the Hidden Tai family, and he knew every great cultivator in that prefecture by feel, and he had never encountered mine. Far away in a blood pool, Bai Yan felt the connection to Mo Feng's technique sever, and threw his head back and laughed. Good death. Good death. Gang always believed Mo Feng had taught him that technique for a reason, and had never once been at ease while the man lived. And now, with that vague unease finally gone, he made a decision. I can't stay here. Only enough cultivator blood will let me break my limit. Killing 10,000 mortals is not worth as much as killing 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator. Gang timed it to the Cloud Sword Sect's ancestor running out of lifespan, and drained his pool, and took Luo Feng and went home. While he was traveling, 3 families went to war over my mountain. The Huang and Jiang families allied and hit the Ming family's holdings, and the Ming family could only defend, and Moon Worship Immortal City wouldn't move first. Zhao Jin had succeeded, core formation 1st layer, and was stabilizing it in seclusion, and the offensive was obviously the sect's doing. I sold the Ming family talismans at a deliberately cheap price because every year they absorbed the pressure was a year Dan Mountain was safe. My family hid behind the tall ones, exactly as designed. The Ming family old master was false core by then, and could have ended both attacking families in an afternoon. Gang deliberately didn't, and fought slowly instead, to keep from provoking the sect. Then their new Grand Elder ambushed Liu Hua's uncle, who survived on a beast, dozens of talismans and desperation, and the whole coalition came to Black Rock Mountain, And the Ming Old Master came out and broke all 3 forces at once and left 200 dead, and Fairy Fengling climbed the Cloud Sword Sect's mountain, stayed 1 day, and left a single sentence behind. From now on, the Ming family is a subordinate force of Moon Worship Immortal City. The Cloud Sword Sect, with 2 core formation cultivators, backed down. 3 months later, all 3 of them came for Dan Mountain. Flying beasts blotted the sky. The cultivators queuing outside for pills ran for their lives, shouting that the Su family was finished. Several hundred cultivators sealed the lava fissure. Among them, a false core, 5 9th layer cultivators, 20 foundation establishment cultivators, and over 300 others, none below the 4th layer of How refining. No accidents this time, the false core told the 2 family heads. If we can't take the Su family down, even old ancestor Zhao Jin will have to get angry. And both of them bowed and promised that it was, after all, merely the Su family. Luo Yue and Luo Tian and my elders went out to the barrier, and the grievances got aired. The Huang head, remembering the resource sites. How dare you provoke my family? If we don't erase you, what face do we have left? The Zhang head, remembering the talismans that had killed his people. Those all came from your Su family. Tell me, does the Su family deserve to die? Luo Tian transmitted to me in a panic, asking whether we should fight our way out. Then I walked out and let the 8-armed mantis and the dragon crocodile stand next to me. The Huang family head's compass died in his hands. It's you. And every Huang cultivator in that formation recoiled, white-faced, because they recognized the shape of the thing that had taken their grand elder, their 2nd elder, their 3rd elder, and their 5th elder off a flying boat. Was that the Su family? Was that them? The false core asked me directly whether I'd attack the Huang family and kill dozens of their people. I don't know what you're talking about, I said. However, I do know that your sect master's lineage and the Huang family and the Jiang family have tried to attack my family more than once or twice. I wasn't projecting anything. There was no aura on me at all. My Su family is not a great clan, but anyone who wishes my family dead by the 5th watch, I, Luo Ming, will make sure they don't live past the 3rd. There was a pause of a very particular quality, flat words, ordinary tone, and every man on that side of the barrier went cold. Then he laughed in anger. What a big mouth. With just you, a 5th layer cultivator? You're right, I said. Just me. And I waved my hand, and hundreds of 2nd-tier talismans unfolded in the air over my mountain. Low grade, medium grade, and high grade, mixed. Over 500 by his own count, more than 100 of them high grade. The 2 family heads physically hid behind him. Gang got black lines on his forehead about it, using him as a shield at a moment like this, and then did the only arithmetic that mattered, which he told me about years later through an intermediary, and which I have always appreciated for its honesty. With that quantity, let alone me, even if our sect's old ancestor came, he would have to turn around and leave. Gang shouted go and was on his mount before his own disciples had reached theirs. The Huang head, fleeing, was shouting that it was all a misunderstanding and that his family would send a generous gift and please forgive us. 300 cultivators evaporated off my mountain without a single blow struck. Inside the barrier, my entire family stood in silence looking up at the sky. How long, one of them said, has 3rd old ancestor been accumulating these? Lu Hua just smiled because she'd worked out the Huang business on her own years earlier and had never once asked me about it. All right, I said, putting it all away. It's nothing. Everyone go back and do what you need to do. I want to explain why I didn't kill anybody, because at the time, several of my elders wanted to. If I'd fought, the Cloud Sword Sect would have had to come out in full, and possibly their ancestor, and I'd have spent trump cards. Trump cards are only useful while they're in your hand. The moment you use one, it stops being a trump card. If the puppet soul and the magic treasure were ever seen by somebody who survived, I would be a very short-lived man. That day I spent nothing, revealed only the 2 puppets and a number, and kept everything that mattered. The rumor grew in the telling until people were saying the Su family had slaughtered 3 forces with thousands of talismans, which made Liu Chen swear out loud and send for the real story, and then be shocked by the real story. 2 years later, Mei Ling came out of my secret chamber at the peak of the 9th layer, didn't bother hiding her aura, and startled my entire mountain. She threw a banquet to thank my family, and then she went home. Half a month later, the news came back. She ascended the Cloud Sword Sect's mountain gate. She severely injured Zhao Jin, a core formation immortal master, with 1 sword strike. She killed their grand elder and his disciple Wang Gang. The entire sect was suppressed by the sharpness of her sword ki, and nobody was able to resist. At the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, she stripped the sitting sect master, installed the retired old grand elder in his place, purged the sect from top to bottom, and sealed the mountain. Killing Wang Gang was her paying my family back. She never said so, and I never asked. With her running the Cloud Sword Sect, my family was, for the first time in a century, in no danger from anybody in that region at all. which freed me to spend 6 years on a piece of paper. The old man of the Heavenly Book Pavilion had given me 3 ancient books, and one of them was the life of a man called Ethereal Mirror Taoist, an unremarkable cultivator with a high-grade root who established his foundation at 30 and took until 80 to reach the 9th layer, and then invented a talisman. Gang called it Mirror Moon for Mirror Flower and Water Moon, and on the strength of it alone, he broke into core formation inside 10 years, became a 3rd-tier talisman master, and eventually a nascent soul true lord and a 4th-tier talisman expert, and carried a small sect into the 10 greatest in the region. The talisman holds the power of the Tao of space and the Tao of illusion. Nobody in his own sect could ever inherit it. In his old age, he published the entire legacy openly, hoping somebody would come, and the text notes dryly that while many people can comprehend illusion, how many can comprehend space? And then the record simply stops. For anyone else, drawing that talisman requires comprehending 2 of the great Taos. For me, it required a number going up. The first attempt cracked the paper after 5 strokes because the QE of heaven and earth went chaotic and I couldn't feel why. I burned hundreds of sheets a day for 6 months, which was only affordable because first-tier paper is nearly free. When it finally landed, the brush in my hand shattered, and the talisman was no longer a piece of stone. Illusory light moved through it until the paper looked like it wasn't there, and ordinary people could not physically pick it up. I had to pinch it out of rippling space with 2 fingers. I tested it on my own puppet. Space froze. The QE of heaven and earth stopped moving. Everything inside that field became, as far as I can describe it, a one-dimensional painting, trapped in the image, with illusion holding the mind at the same time, so that escaping means beating 2 things at once, and until you do, you are a lamb waiting. It held a 3rd-tier puppet for less than a single thought, and it was a 1st-tier low-grade talisman, the weakest version that exists. That thing would hold a 4th-layer How refining cultivator for 10 breaths. I renamed it. Mirror Moon was famous in the ancient era, and I had no interest in anyone recognizing the name, so it became the Phantom Moon Talisman, and within a decade, every Cloud Sword Sect disciple who left the mountain carried one for protection. And in the middle of my elation, I felt a 2nd-tier puppet I'd forged for the Chen family of Shishui City die. Bai Yan had come home. Gang was so decayed by then that his back wouldn't straighten, with white hair over blood-red eyes, and Luo Feng standing behind him like a servant. Gang was irritated that a family with 2 foundation establishment cultivators had a 2nd-tier high-grade defensive formation, and Luo Feng explained why. The Chens were friendly with the Su family, and then said the rest of it out loud, to nobody, while looking at a city wall. Su family, Luo Ming. Gang's truly impressive, befriended the peerless prodigy of the Cloud Sword Sect, became a 6th-layer cultivator, and a 2nd-tier high-grade alchemist and talisman master. Even the Su family can flaunt itself across thousands of Lai now. And then he thought about how he sometimes dreamed of becoming a great devil head and laughing after slaughtering the Su family, and how only then would he feel a little better. My choice cannot be wrong. The one who is wrong is him. The Su family is wrong. The Cloud Sword Sect is wrong. One day, I will kill them all. I will not be wrong. His cultivation, throttled for decades by the 2 men who'd used him, had just barely reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment, exactly level with me. Gang experienced that as a humiliation because when we were young, he had always been ahead. They broke the city's formation in half an hour. Wang Jin, old, white-haired, the Chen family's ancestor, held the array and thought it's over. The Chen family is finished and sent word to us because we were the only ones who could possibly come. And a thunderlight crossed the horizon. I dropped a divine sense over that whole valley, and both of them nearly went to their knees. Spiritual pressure, core formation, immortal master. Bai Yan looked up at me and felt, in his own words, the exact thing he had spent 100 years and 13 murdered alchemists and an entire mountain of living beings trying to obtain, and now it filled him with despair. Luo Feng looked up and his mind stopped working. Luo Ming, how could it be you? And then screaming, they said he was only at the 6th layer. How does he have spiritual pressure? Bai Yan tore loose and started a blood escape, and I said, blood escape art, and hit his soul with golden light, and he screamed and vomited blood and got less than a jang before he went down unconscious with his monstrous aura collapsed to nothing. Luo Feng backed away, shouting at me not to come closer, then took the same strike and dropped, and then crawled up and put his face on the ground in front of me. Ming Ge, spare my life, spare me, for the sake of our kinship, just this once. I looked at him for a while. We grew up in the same compound. Gang was the one with the medium-grade root and the future, and he needled me at the sect gate when we were both 16, and then he grew out of it. Gang gave me half a python's essence blood without being asked. Gang went to a mine posting I had personally refused and came home with one arm, and then he walked 2 men to my family's gate and pointed at the door. I sighed. That's all. Then I waved my hand, and there was a cold light, and it was finished. In your next life, I told him, be a proper immortal cultivator. Then I took Bai Yan's head, crushed both their souls with the golden cicada secret art, and burned what was left until there was nothing in the world with either of their names on it. Wang Jin opened the city barrier and led his whole family out and bowed to a man he'd once known as somebody's junior. Wang Jin of the Chen family, leading the Chen family, greets the immortal master. There's no need, I said, and I'm not an immortal master. I used a small trick, and those two misunderstood. Then I noticed a girl standing near the back with a face I recognized and asked her name, Wang Ling, Wang Mei's grandniece. I gave her a bag of resources and told her that her talent was good and that she wasn't far from Foundation establishment, and that if she wanted, she could go to the Cloud Sword Sect and cultivate. And then I told her elders, plainly, who the two dead men were. One was Master Alchemist Bai Yan, the other was Luo Feng, a former traitor of my own family. My acting here should be considered cleaning my own house. I flew home and sat in my cave alone afterward and did not feel the way I'd expected to. If I'd known, I thought, why did I say that thing about his next life? Gang been married to Wang Mei. She had died at 8 Demon Ridge with his name still attached to hers, and he had come back to slaughter her family. You shouldn't even get a next life, I told the empty room. You should have been annihilated entirely. I cursed at the wall for a while, and then I felt better, and then I went and picked up my brush. A month later, in the middle of my talisman practice, the Dao body puppet erupted. It had been sitting on a pile of third-tier ore eating for years, and the aura that came off it turned the whole of Sun Moon Island into a place with blades in the air. Then it shrank, from over a jang down to 5 chi, blade arms and all, squeezing impurities out as it went. Third-tier low-grade puppet beast, and the puppet soul rode the transformation up to the 3rd layer of core formation. The Yao Gold's other property finally showed itself too. 90% of the light in that cave died on its body. Looking at it with my own eyes, it was a blurry, transparent shadow that you could genuinely overlook, and it ate divine sense the same way, so a careless sweep found empty air. It moved once, and I lost it. My eyes couldn't follow it at all. Only my divine sense, which was past Foundation establishment entirely, could barely track the line it took. Smaller meant harder, tougher and faster, and the shorter arms didn't matter, because with 3rd-tier power, you don't need the arms to touch anything. It isn't a close-quarters weapon. Around then, I handed my clan a stack of the new talismans, and Liu Hua wanted to know what they did, so I demonstrated on the tigers. Tiger 1 and Tiger 2 had been second-order beasts for years by then, 2 zhang each, and they had spent roughly 80 years trying to jump me. Their technique had not evolved. They amble over, they look innocent, and then at 3 zhang they pounce. I flicked a phantom moon talisman at them mid-air. They became a painting, fangs bared, claws out, entirely lifelike, hanging in the air like a very good picture of 2 tigers pouncing on prey. Liu Hua's divine sense could see the whole mechanism, space holding the bodies, illusion holding the souls, so they couldn't even react, and could not free them. 10 breaths. Then they tore loose, roaring hard enough to blanch the whole mountain, dropped, landed on all fours, and glared at me with an expression of pure betrayal. If you have the guts, one of them said, don't use weird things. Fight one-on-one. I flicked 2 pills over their heads. Tiger 1 ate the first and immediately went for the second. Tiger 2 slapped him across the courtyard and ate it. They wrestled for half an hour while the entire Su family came out to watch and their mother observed from a rooftop without the slightest intention of intervening. You really are, Liu Hua said. You've made them fight again. Then Fairy Feng Ling came to Dan Mountain and sat in my family's main seat. I walked into my own hall to find her there drinking my tea with 4 9th-layer cultivators behind her, and Luo Tian and Luo Yue and my elders standing to one side because nobody had offered them a chair in their own house. A man stepped into my path and told me to stop. She called him off, apologized prettily on his behalf. My subordinate is from the countryside, his manners are crude, and made her offer. The Ming family had already pledged to moon worship Immortal City. The Cloud Sword Sect had persecuted me for a century. Why not come along? And then, watching my face, the Huang family and the Jiang family have already decided to join my moon worship Immortal City. How will your Su family choose? I believe fellow Taoist Su is a smart person. My stomach dropped because that was genuinely bad news, and everyone in that hall read the strategy the same way. With the Cloud Sword Sect's ancestor dead and its power hollow, moon worship was stripping the territory family by family, and then they'd annex the sect. I tried to defer. Let me discuss it with my family, and we'll give you a satisfactory answer. She wouldn't have it. Your family's head and elders are all here. It can be decided now. A pause. You wouldn't refuse my good intentions, would you? That would be very foolish, very unwise. That woman from the Cloud Sword Sect cannot protect your Su family. Sigh, I said. Originally, I didn't want to say much to save Fairy some face. I looked at her. but you're being a bit tactless. Her 4 ninth layer cultivators erupted and froze mid-motion because the Dao body puppet was standing beside me, 5 feet of dull black metal with 8 short blade arms, looking, as she noted afterward, like a miniature. A 3rd-tier low-grade puppet beast. The man who had blocked my path 90 seconds earlier went down on my floor with his legs gone and nearly wet himself. And Fairy Fengling stood up. She had an ancient legacy of her own and a phoenix reborn in her foundation, and she later told me that the sharpness coming off that thing cut and pricked at her skin and that she felt an unprecedented threat. Then the arrogance folded up and went away in a single breath, replaced by a smile. A 3rd-tier low-grade puppet beast. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Su to be so deeply hidden. Feng Ling was presumptuous, and she stepped away from the chair. With such strength, the Su family no longer needs to pledge allegiance to any force. I walked over and sat down in it, and then, because I am not a good person, I made small talk. Back when I first went to moon worship Immortal City, your city left a very deep impression on me. She was curious. When was that? I was a small Hao refining cultivator going there to cultivate. Fairy Feng Ling's 3rd junior brother, fellow Taoist Ye Qian, was in charge of Truth Hall then, recruiting craftsmen. As a low-rank alchemist, I was within the scope of that recruitment. I refilled her cup. It's a pity that I was young and hot-blooded and refused him. And fellow Taoist Jin was very direct. He simply cut off every contribution point I'd earned. I smiled at her. Looking back on it now, it's quite interesting. She was quiet for a moment, and then she connected the 2 ends of it herself and said that nobody enjoys being played with and apologized for her junior brother and promised to bring him in person one day. I'd waited 50 years to say that sentence, and I said it politely, in my own chair, in my own house, to somebody who had walked in, intending to annex my family. After she left, my elders were still staring at the puppet, and I was not pleased. That puppet had reached the 3rd tier a few months earlier, and I'd already spent it. 1 fewer trump card. If somebody stronger came, if Immortal Master Mingyu himself came, I'd have to show the puppet soul and the magic treasure, and then I'd have nothing left at all. And I hadn't killed her, which several people thought was odd, because I wasn't sure I could, because the puppet alone might not have done it, and the soul was no guarantee either. And because even a clean kill means the backlash of an immortal master's force that had been rooted there for centuries, and I did not know whether my family could survive that, and I have never once gambled with an answer I didn't know. Don't let this spread, I told my elders. If somebody outside says it, deny it. What matters is improving our own strength and not being high profile enough to attract envy. I wrote to Mei Ling about the 2 defections that same night. Inside 5 days, she was standing on Dan Mountain. That woman didn't make things difficult for you? And then, before I could answer properly, since that's the case, why don't you bring your family and come with me to the Huang family? Your foundation is shallow. It's a good opportunity to swallow them and make up for it. Aren't you afraid of moon worship Immortal City? Something cold crossed her face. This is the Cloud Sword Sect's business. If moon worship isn't convinced, let them come. I'd like to experience their methods. I sent Luo Tian and Liu Hua and 100 clansmen and stayed home myself because that operation had to be led by the Cloud Sword Sect and could not be seen to be led by the Su family, and as long as I wasn't there, there was still an explanation. I sent the puppet along in secret anyway. The Huang family had just been warned by Moon Worship Immortal City to beware of the Su family's 3rd-tier puppet, and their head and their old ancestor had gone white and nearly lost control of themselves, because a puppet at that grade rivals an early core formation Immortal Master, and where in the world would the Su family get one? They were still arguing about whether to abandon their ancestral mountain when the sharpness came over the horizon. Their old ancestor ran out and started begging before she'd landed. Taoist Luo, please calm your anger. Our family's matter was beyond our control. Without the Cloud Sword Sect's protection, what choice did our small family have against Moon Worship's coercion? His voice was thin and had flattery in it. I believe Fairy Feng Ling will give you an explanation for this. Being weak and still wanting to jump around is the original sin, and he had spent 40 years doing both. Fairy Feng Ling? Mei Ling's voice arrived before she did. Using her to pressure me? Do you truly believe my Cloud Sword Sect fears Moon Worship Immortal City? Are we only to be bullied by them and only to be slaughtered by them? A pause. Has my Cloud Sword Sect not making a move for so many years truly made people think we're easy to bully? Guanlin Mountain had layers of second-order defensive arrays stacked into something that exceeded a normal second-tier high-grade formation. They believed it would hold off an ordinary core formation cultivator for a while, and they were probably right. An invisible sword formed in the sky and her hand came down. Every layer of that formation popped like soap bubbles, one after another, and then the mountain came apart, split in two, top to bottom, with a sword mark so deep nobody could see the end of it. 10 miles away, my puppet's pupils contracted because I finally caught the anomaly, a magic treasure sword. She'd destroyed her dantian to recultivate the sword Dao, and then made a magic treasure into her natal Dao sword and put it where her dantian used to be. That's why the arrays popped. My puppet would have had to break them one at a time. The Huang elders stood in the wreckage asking each other how it was possible. Isn't she still only at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment? Their old ancestor's eyes went blank and he stopped wanting to run. They knelt. Gang offered to die to atone if she would spare the family and swore on the Huang family's generational fortune that his descendants would be loyal to the Cloud Sword sect forever. Not enough. Gang turned and looked at his family head, whose face went dim and who said that he also wished to die to atone. A moment later, the old ancestor and the family head and every Foundation establishment elder of the Huang family were dead. She put a 9th layer Hao refining elder in charge of what was left and started taking the family over. The Zhang family had already emptied their entire seat and fled the territory. She offered my family their lands as well, and Luo Tian, who had spent 70 years being the most cautious man I knew, politely declined and gave 3 reasons that I would not have improved on. Taking both great families at once makes us the scapegoat and the target of public criticism. Eating too much causes indigestion, and with our current numbers we can barely digest the Huang holdings. And insatiable greed leads to endless trouble, because every gain has a price and greedy people are the most likely to die. That is what a century of very careful cowardice had grown into, and I was quietly proud of him. The Huang inheritance saved my family about 100 years. 30,000 acres of spirit fields, a 2nd-tier vein, 3 ore mines, 50 new spirit medicine varieties, enough that our ordinary pill materials became self-sufficient, and, crucially, a sky spirit fruit tree and a cave that produces ice heart lotus. Ethereal fruit had throttled us for a century. It stopped. Then their own sect's ancestor died peacefully, and Mei Ling invited the whole prefecture to the funeral, and immortal Master Mingyu came. I sent my puppet wearing my own face and kept everyone else home, because if Mingyu decided to do something dramatic, I did not want my family in the building. Gang turned out to be an old, white-haired, entirely ordinary-looking man with a slight smile, and nothing happened at all, except that at the end of it, Mei Ling held him and Fairy Feng Ling back and told them she would be visiting Moon Worship Immortal City in half a year. Before that, Tianshu Hall upgraded me. Yan Wu handed over the 9 Luminaries token, their highest, which meant advanced intelligence, the ability to commission Tianshu Hall directly, and access to their task board, where the rewards run to Jin Yuan pills and embryonic magic treasures. I immediately bought the file on Moon Worship Immortal City. Immortal Master Mingyu, 393 years old, Core Formation 6th layer, 3 disciples, a Core Formation old servant, and a 3rd-tier peak tamed beast, 89 Foundation establishment cultivators, 15 of them 9th layer, over 3,000 cultivators total. I sat with that for a long time. And that was only the surface, and only their own people, not counting subordinate families. Then I bought the Cloud Sword Sect's file too, out of curiosity, and cursed myself for worrying. Founded over 1600 years ago, 39 sect masters, 3 nascent soul true lords, and 16 core formation immortal masters in its history. 36 main peaks, each with a 3rd-tier high-grade formation, all interlinked, and a 4th-tier spiritual vein blessed land deep inside that cannot be breached by anything below a nascent soul. Even if moon worship took every scrap of territory outside their gate, the Cloud Sword Sect could seal that mountain and sit inside it for centuries. On the appointed day, Mei Ling arrived alone outside Moon Worship Immortal City. According to everyone who watched, a phoenix and a heavenly sword fought over that city for half a month, and several hundred li around it became scorched ground. At the end of it, the sword shattered and went into the sky, and a phoenix's body came apart and fell. The whole prefecture concluded that both of them had died. Half a year later, a letter arrived at Dan Mountain explaining that Mei Ling had used that battle to temper her natal Dao sword with the Nirvana fire she took off Fairy Feng Ling, gone straight into a death seclusion in the 4th-tier vein, and emerged in the core formation realm. She didn't say whether it was a true core or a golden core, but you could hear her mood through the paper, and I could guess. What about Fairy Feng Ling? I wrote back, and never got a straight answer. Her letter also contained her own insights on the breakthrough, and one line of it reorganized my next 20 years. The quality of the foundation has a significant impact on condensing the golden core, which settled it. I had a lifespan past 400 years, and no reason at all to race the prodigies on speed. Neglecting my foundation's quality to compete with people who were going to die first would have been the single stupidest thing I could do. So I went back to the 5 elements and to talismans and spent the next several years turning the mirror moon into something bigger. 2nd order low grade to perfection, then middle grade, then high grade. Then a third-tier low-grade talisman jade shattered under my brush and I started over, and 2 months and 60 portions of third-tier material later, I completed a third-tier low-grade mirror moon talisman in one unbroken sitting that nearly emptied a whole spiritual root. The cave's condensed ki rushed in like a tide, insight flooded me, and something in my own body turned out to be exceptionally compatible with the spatial fluctuation the talisman made. Third-tier low-grade talisman master. And the reason I had it, an ethereal mirror Taoist's own sect never did, is that I never once tried to comprehend the Tao of space directly. The grander the Tao, the harder it is to understand, and one careless step and a man is lost inside it permanently. I ground the talisman's proficiency instead and let the panel infer the Tao for me, which meant I got the comprehension without ever standing in the doorway. Then I thought about it and took a step and appeared a li behind myself. It cost 20% of one spiritual root and 10% of my divine sense to move a lie. It also meant that if I ever needed to leave somewhere, a core formation immortal master would be able to watch me disappear and nothing else. I built a second one out of it, folded the space into a thunder escape talisman, stripped out the illusion, and after 40 more failures produced something that moved me 300 or 400 lie in one blink, more than 10 times the range of what it was built from. Enough to escape the divine sense of a core formation immortal master entirely. I named it the Purple Moon Talisman, deliberately, because Escape Talisman and Space Talisman both tell you what they do, and Purple Moon tells you nothing whatsoever. Somewhere in that stretch, my cultivation crossed into the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, and the Azure Wood Age Wheel art reached the 8th revolution of its second cycle, and the time aura on the second ring deepened again. Lifespan, 95 of 429, and Mei Ling came to buy talismans. She'd found a first-order phantom moon circulating in Yunshan Market, which alarmed me badly. There are only 2 ways one of those gets loose, and one of them is that a Su family member was killed for it, and then she made her offer. However many I could draw, the Cloud Sword Sect would take all of them, at double the price of any other talisman of the same rank. We settled on 200 low-grade, 100 middle-grade, and 50 high-grade a year, with the sect supplying 3 sets of material per finished talisman, plus full market price in mid-grade stones on top. 3 sets per talisman, and my success rate was what it was, which meant that from then on, my own private stock grew by several hundred talismans a year, entirely on somebody else's material budget, while I got paid. I sent the puppet to the Great Moon Ridge with 100 second-order high-grade talismans and 10 third-tier ones, and told it to find the Fallen Moon Alliance. It found it 3 years later, 2,000 zhang down a fissure in the eastern core, past a fault line, under a formation barrier that lit the dark, and it found who lived out there. An underground fault world, endless and dim, lit only by the green glow of spirit plants, with mountains and rivers and lakes and everything a world needs except a sun, and 4 Yao kings who had divided it between them. Old Snake Turtle, Tenjang of Profound Turtle with a snake's head and tail, claiming descent from ancient spirit beasts which the others treated as boasting. Big Black Tiger, whose white eyes carried soul power strong enough that meeting its gaze was itself an attack. Old Black Ox, a mountain-suppressing iron ox with horns like weapons and the worst aura of the 4, apparently descended from the Fallen Moon Alliance's own guardian beast, and the Thunder Rat Demon King, a mutated earth rock rat that had somehow acquired a lightning bloodline, the weakest, the only outsider, and by unanimous agreement the most shameless and cunning animal any of them had ever met. They'd tried to drive it out for centuries and it was simply too good at running away, so eventually they'd given up. They discussed my puppet at length and got frighteningly close. It looks like an 8-armed mantis, but it's small and it's strong. It isn't a beast, and it isn't Yao race, so it should be a human puppet, but human puppets aren't that agile and don't react like that. There's a legend among the humans about a Dao body puppet technique, where they cut off a wisp of soul and put it into a puppet and use it as a body. Perhaps that spell hasn't been lost. The rat wanted to hunt it down. Old Snake Turtle flattened him. The Great Moon Palace inherited part of the Fallen Moon Alliance's legacy. In fact, they're very likely descended from it. If they wanted to come in and search, they'd have done it long ago. The Yinyue Tiger clan came to look at this place years ago and couldn't get in. Can you get in with your Earth Rock Rat talent for burrowing through anything? After 800 years, go back and lie down. It had watched humans trespass and fail for 800 years. 800 years, it observed, and the humans outside have changed generation after generation. 200 or 300 years from now, that one will be a grave. There were 3 ways in: a controlling token or flags, brute force, or ignoring the barrier and teleporting through space. I had no token and no chance at force. And the spatial power around that barrier was more stable than anywhere else I'd ever felt. The formation itself was suppressing it. I'll take a gamble, I decided. I erupted at full strength and the pressure nearly crushed my puppet's body, so I burned everything at once. The puppet soul at core formation 3rd layer and the ice soul pearl on top of it. Frost froze the world. The magic treasure held the suppression open for exactly 1 instant. And I stepped through, into a place that had been sealed since before the Cloud Sword Sect existed, on the 4th attempt of a technique I'd bought as a curiosity. A quarter of an hour later, all 4 Yao Kings arrived and found nothing at all. Where did it go? Why is it gone? The white-eyed soul tiger swept both sides and the ground with soul power and said flatly that it hadn't found it. That's incredible, said the ox. Could it have gone inside? Impossible. We can't even get in. How could a mere 3rd-tier low-grade mantis manage it? And old snake turtle, who had noticed the aura climb from 3rd-tier low to its peak and then to something that smelled like a human magic treasure, looked at the unbroken barrier and felt relieved. It probably just wanted to try. In fact, I hope it can break through and enter. Then perhaps we could go in too and look for ancient opportunities. Gang turned away. Unfortunately, it's clearly still far from capable. I arrived in a sky over a green world with a sun in it, froze every bird within half a lie into ice sculptures with the frost I hadn't retracted yet, and fell out of the air into a mountainside. The puppet soul was empty. My own core power was nearly gone. I jammed 100 mid-grade spirit stones into it, wiped the crater flat so nothing would show I'd been there, ran 10 lie, burned concealment and invisibility talismans, went into the ground and threw up formation flags before I let myself relax. Then I looked at where I was, a cave heaven, mountains, rivers, a scorching sun, forests. An ambient spiritual key that, in the ordinary places, was about as dense as my own 3rd-tier twin cave at home. I gave myself one warning and wrote it on the inside of my skull. The Golden Jade Immortal Gate ruins were over 100 li of residual restrictions and 3rd-tier beasts and had killed people for 80 years. This place was bigger, older, and stronger than that. Be extremely careful. A few li in there was a broken skeleton half buried in the soil with a silver-white flying sword beside it, and when I lifted the sword the skeleton crumbled to dust at the touch. A core formation cultivator, at minimum, or nothing at all, would have survived. The sword was a damaged, peerless artifact. His bag had 9,000 mid-grade spirit stones in it, another high-grade spirit stone, and a palm-sized flying ship, 1 grade above Tianshu Halls, layered with 3rd-tier formations, entirely undamaged, and 5 jade slips. The first was not a legacy, it was a message. The ones targeting the Fallen Moon Alliance are the demonic disciples of the immortal severing cult. I hope fellow Taoist can report this to the heavenly immortal mansion and ask their Tao Lord to descend and eliminate the demons. So that's what killed this place. And that tells you what the heavenly immortal mansion was, if the greatest force in this entire region's ancient history sent for them when it was dying. I muttered the name Immortal Severing out loud. What a boastful name, and then felt a strange, specific unease that I could not account for and did not like. I destroyed the slip, the Fallen Moon Alliance, the Immortal Severing Cult, the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. All of it is past. This is not the ancient era. This plea for help was too late. The next 2 slips were fine core formation techniques. One of them was a dual-root golden fire co-cultivation art, which by itself would have made the trip worth it. The 4th one stopped my heart. 5 elements art. Extremely simple, almost insultingly so. It cannot even reach the first layer of how refining. However, it allows 5 elements co-cultivation. The 5th slip was the owner's own teaching, and I read it maybe 30 times. Gang was born with gold and fire roots, and his master brought him out of the wilderness. The first thing he was ever taught was the 5 elements art. The 5 elements art, he wrote, is the embodiment of the simplest principles of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It can be called worthless. It doesn't even count as a first layer technique. It can also be called a supreme treasure that simplifies the complex. Gang comprehended it for 10 years before he began his first real technique. 3 years later, his second. At 18, he integrated both of them into the 5 elements art and had created his own. This alone can benefit a man for a lifetime. The foundation of the 5 elements art lies in the myriad Taos and the myriad arts. It is capable of integrating all the great Taos in the world. So it wasn't a technique at all, it was a frame, and every subsequent art has to be built by the man holding it, exactly the way I'd built the Earthwood art out of a junk journal 100 years earlier, exactly the way I'd built the Icefire art on an island under a volcano. I had spent a century inventing, badly and by hand, the thing this slip was designed to do properly. With this 5 elements art, I thought, sitting in a hole in the ground in a dead sect, my golden core great Tao can be achieved. And then a colder thought arrived, which is the one I want on the record. Tianshu Hall has found countless ruins over the centuries. How could they not have this? I am ultimately an outsider. Relying on a force like that is unreliable. Even if they have a 5 elements art, a legacy like this would never be handed out, which is the actual answer to a question I'd been carrying since I was 17. Why so few loose cultivators in this world ever attain the Tao? The opportunities to attain the Tao are controlled by major forces. Opportunities are scarce, resources are scarce, and with a lifespan limit and the tribulation of the 5 declines waiting, how is an ordinary loose cultivator supposed to defy heaven and change his fate? Unless he's one of the great luck people who pick up immortal artifacts on their way out the door. I burned nearly 100 years of lifespan on How refining and foundation establishment. By any measure, I am not a child of luck. Compared to those prodigies, I still have quite a gap, and that gap can only be smoothed out with time. But compared to them, my biggest advantages are my lifespan and my panel. Compared to their adventures, my steady, gradual road is better. I also had a serious problem, which I noticed about an hour later. Without the puppet soul, I could not force that barrier again. I had only just barely gotten in with it. Getting out was going to be interesting. Back on Dan Mountain, my hand shook over a talisman and a spatial ripple turned the paper, the brush, and the jade platform into dust, and I didn't care at all because I was reading. It's perfect. 2 fire techniques, each with virtues you want. Cultivate both, fold both into the frame, and you have your own fire technique, which can be run alone or folded into the whole. Then I entered a death seclusion, until I have integrated and created every foundation establishment layer of the 5 elements art. If 5 elements co-cultivation succeeds, then the golden core great Tao is not an illusion, and by then Taoist Luo and Fairy Feng Ling and all those prodigies in foundation, perhaps they'll all be 3 points inferior to me. It nearly broke me. Creating the earthwood art had been brutal, and that was 2 elements. 5 was, in the words I wrote down at the time, harder than ascending to heaven. It amounted to dissecting 5 complete techniques over and over, inside and out, until I understood every one of them well enough to rebuild the frame that could hold all 5. Even with the golden cicada art running, I exhausted my spirit every day for years. My foundation was shallow, that's simply true. 5 years for the first wisp of 5-colored mana at the first layer of How refining. I flicked it at the Yao Goldor as a finger sword and it shattered harmlessly, and then I measured it. A wisp of first layer 5 elements mana hit as hard as my ice fire art at the 6th layer of How refining. A month for the 2nd layer, 3 for the 3rd, 2 years for the 9th. And while I sat in a hole under a volcano building a cultivation technique out of 5 other cultivation techniques, my family's pill pavilions started dying. 2 of them, uprooted in different prefectural territories with no survivors, and nobody knew who. Not many people can do that, Liu Hua told the hall. It's a 9th layer cultivator, or a false core, or a core formation true person. The Sword City Qin family never even sent anyone to look. The Landmaster. Ma family did. An Earthmaster, and they read the site properly. A spell broke the formation and destroyed the pavilion. The culprit was somewhere between the 9th layer and the 1st layer of core formation. They cultivate an earth spirit root, and they hold a grudge against the Su family. That narrows to almost nobody in the whole prefecture. And Liu Hua said the name. Feng Tian, of the Huang family, Earth Root, the last surviving prodigy of a family we had helped erase, who had spent the intervening years between the Great Moon Black Market and Red Lotus Lake. I came out of seclusion into that, and Yan Wu arrived and quoted me 100 mid-grade spirit stones for the answer, and then told me something worse. Feng Tian had condensed a true core about a year earlier. Long Fei of the Zhang family had done the same about 6 months earlier, and the 2 of them and real person Ye Han of the Dan Master Li family had done my pavilions together. 3 core formation true persons. Shui Guang nearly fell off his stool. And I made my face gloomy for the rest of Yan Wu's visit. I asked him what it would cost to commission Tianshu Hall to solve it. At least 10,000 mid-grade stones, he said, and even then it might not be enough. Then he went through the gate, and I let my face go back to normal. I never had any intention of hiring anybody. I wanted Yan Wu to see me looking troubled and in pain, because a man in my position cannot be seen to receive that news calmly. The Cloud Sword Sect couldn't fix it either. Long Fei belonged to moon worship. Feng Tian belonged to Ye Han, and the Dan Master Li family had relationships with everybody. Even if Mei Ling moved, moon worship and the rest would not simply watch. So I recalled every clansman from every pavilion outside Cloud Sword Sect territory. They wouldn't dare come to Dan Mountain, I told my family. If they truly dare, that would actually be a good thing. And I gave the reason, which steadied Shui Guang more than any reassurance would have. Think about why they attacked pavilions in other regions' towns. It's because they don't have the confidence to take the Su family. That's why they resorted to a petty trick. I looked at him. Let them come into Cloud Sword Sect territory. Let them come to Dan Mountain, see if they have the guts. Then I handed Liu Hua 3 third-tier low-grade Phantom Moon talismans, 1 for her, 2 for the family head. If they come here, use these. Unless they have life-saving trump cards, their core formation first layer cultivation will not let them move an inch. They can be slaughtered at will. 2 of our people were killed on the roads home anyway. The other 7 pavilions got everyone out, and I went back down and kept building because I had done the arithmetic and it was very simple. If I can create the 9th layer foundation establishment form of the 5 elements art, then even without breaking through to core formation, I can face Feng Tian and Long Fei and Ye Han directly, without trump cards. On cultivation alone, once I have absolute certainty, I'll send them off with thunderous means. My puppet, meanwhile, was still trapped in an ancient ruin, and spent that time productively. It found a 2nd-tier foundation establishment grade legacy on the first main peak and had to burn 90% of its power crossing space to skip the outer formations. It read hundreds of ancient books over a year, and on a 2nd peak it found a half-collapsed hall with 2 skeletons facing each other in it, and burned 80% of its power teleporting inside, and the residual restriction it brushed on the way through pulverized every tree within 10 feet of that hall. 4th-tier restriction. A ripple of it would have scrapped my puppet entirely. Those 2 skeletons had not aged, crystal clear, like spiritual jade, nascent soul true lords. One of them had been the Peak Lord of Shuyan Peak, one of the 12 peaks of the Fallen Moon Alliance, and his ring took the Golden Cicada secret art to open because his residual divine sense imprint was still that strong after all those centuries. Inside, a space 10 times my own rings. Tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, over 20 high-grade ones, a token that could still, in principle, talk in real time to the other 11 peaks of a dead alliance, and in one jade box, a golden essence fruit. The core ingredient of the Jinyuan pill, the pill that breaks the core formation bottleneck. 50 or 60% of its essence had bled away over the centuries. It was still the single hardest material in this world to obtain, sitting in a box in a dead man's ring. I didn't need it, Liu Hua did, and my sister did. Both of them were at the 9th layer and both of them cultivated faster than I ever had. The other skeleton was crystalline blood red like blood jade and still leaking a trace of demonic qi across an unguessable number of years, and in its abdomen there were 2 pearls. The blue one was a low-grade magic treasure that controls water, weighs impossibly much, and can take the shape of any weapon.